Then I gotta go in a little bit. Roads got bad. I got off. Dumpster near mine. There it is right there. Look, it's facing the wrong way. Yeah, kind of figured that one. Several days ago. How's it going? Where is this? Where is this? Casey, Illinois. Says exit over here, so morning, everyone. Just trying to slowly get down the dang road. Especially during winter, good lord. Get going this early? Kind of a bad idea. Road could still be slick. Black ice and all. Ow. At least there's 2 lanes of clear road. It's not good, maybe not so much with the black ice and shit, but so far it looks clear. depending on traffic and shit, depending on road conditions. So again, morning. How you guys doing? Just trying to get down this messed up road. Not too fond of getting going early, especially during road conditions like this, but this load's got to be done. If I feel unsafe, I'm pulling off. I don't give a shit.
a day. You know what I'm saying? Whew. What happened? They basically like just didn't want me there. They sat me at a table, ignored me for about 30-ish minutes, and then told me I had to leave. Because they had reservations that, what a day. You know what I'm saying? Whew. Whew. We've been pushed around a little bit today, I gotta say. Been pushed around a bit. Alright, here we are. Hey, I was just one person if possible. I was wondering, could I stream my meal while I eat? TikTok?
If you'd like, I
would love to, thank you.
I don't have a table right away, but I do have space in the bar. I can dine right away.
Okay, about how long do you think it would be for a table?
Roughly about 25 minutes.
25 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. I have another idea. 0 for 3. It's true. We are 0 for 3. IHOP, I guess. Seems like a last resort. But we just keep trying restaurants, and we keep it's. I guess it's just a tourist season. We're gonna end up at Taco Bell. I sure hope. But we were told we were not allowed to stream at Bubble House, and then we were turned away at Hard Rock as well. And now we're going somewhere else. 15 minutes. Would it be inside or outside? Okay. Which table would it be? Oh, in a parklet, so it'll be shaded. It'll be shaded. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, this is that one guy that
I cannot say it out loud.
Had his face on Budweiser.
Yeah. I've already been kicked out of restaurants today because people. It's a long story. Just saying, the transphobia is running rampant today for some reason.
Alright guys, so we gotta talk about a video that is going viral of a trans influencer who got kicked out of a restaurant. And now the trans influencer is upset, they're fuming, okay, and they're basically implying that the reason why they get kicked out is because of hate and bigotry. Now, apparently, this trans influencer has had a hard time eating out at restaurants, okay? In the video that you guys saw at the beginning of this video, the trans influencer was running around trying to eat at certain restaurants and was getting turned away. Now, in my opinion, I don't think that this person is getting turned away because of hate and bigotry. I think this person is getting turned away because, one, they're trying to stream in the restaurant, and streaming probably is disruptive to everybody else in the restaurant who are eating, because the streamers tend to talk loud, they tend to make a lot of noise and things like that, and streamers also come with drama, okay? Also on top of that, this influencer is getting pretty big, okay? I mean, this person has went viral a lot in the past for streaming in restaurants waiting to be misgendered, because this person knows that they're gonna get misgendered when they go out to eat. It's gonna happen. It doesn't happen every time, but it's gonna happen. And this person essentially makes money off of the alleged hate and bigotry that occurs from the misgendering that they know is inevitable when they go out. Take a look.
Me and my girlfriend were going to a wine festival, and we sat down for our tasting. And at first they were just very rude and didn't really answer our questions, and we didn't really feel welcome. Our server said, "Yes, sir," when I was asking some questions, and I said, "Oh, no, I'm actually not a sir." And instead of apologizing, or I don't know what else you would do other than apologize, they just walked away. Did not acknowledge what I said, just walked away. We saw the server like whispering to a manager, and a few minutes later, the manager came over and, really big smile, not acknowledging at all that the misgender had happened. And I say, "Hey, look, the last person, they misgendered me and that really hurt." And they just walked away. And the manager said, "Oh, well, some people just aren't as progressive as you." And then they gave us a nice little chocolate that suggested they wanted our money but didn't want to say sorry. So we left and got a full refund. It's one thing to get misgendered and then get an apology, but it's another thing to get misgendered and then be told that it's okay and not to worry about it, and here's a chocolate.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. Now, apparently the restaurants have caught on to this. Okay, the reason why I say this is because this person posted this video of an interaction that they had at this restaurant in which this person is accusing the Hard Rock employee of being hateful because the Hard Rock employee was watching this person's stream before this person essentially got kicked out of the restaurant. Okay, according to them, right? They're saying that they got kicked out because apparently the lady knew who this person was.
And another
okay, and I want to react to this
look
because
at this shit. Right
this
there
was
to the
inevitable,
left.
right? This person should have known that, hey, this is
Another
the natural
over
consequence
semi-truck.
of being a TikToker who is known for accusing restaurants of hate and bigotry, right? You literally go to these restaurants to stream and to catch the employees misgendering you, and basically that's just bad business, right? So, I mean, this is what happens as a result. So without further ado, let's get into this.
Better than Applebee's. So far, so good. Our server, we're sitting in kind of like an isolated section to not bother me.
That's the thing I'm listening to is about that one influencer, the cross-gender guy, the one that was on the Bud Light cans, you know, the one from a few years ago. Yeah.
They have
These kids,
fajitas,
basically,
which
people
I
ain't
would
tolerating
change.
that crap anymore.
We could try the steak,
I never
but I have a
tolerated it.
fear that the steak will be bad.
How are you doing, Stephanie?
Hi there.
Hi. I know you wanted to sit at this table, but we have reservations, so
Oh.
we're going to have to move you to a smaller table.
Okay.
Are you having lunch with us today? Okay. So I can move you over here, and the server will get you started in a few minutes.
Okay, are all of these taken?
Yeah, the bigger tables have to be open because we have a lot of reservations today.
Okay,
So I can
what
move
time?
you to smaller, and they're all different times, so we're about to set up this section for a party that's coming in.
Oh, okay.
So
What
you wanna-
time do you think they'll come in? Just because it'll probably be pretty loud, I would imagine, right?
I'm not sure all the reservation times, but they're throughout the whole day.
Okay, I just don't want to set up at a table if it's going to get loud in like 30 minutes. Maybe it'd be...
It'll be loud everywhere in the cafe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is obvious this lady is basically trying to come up with every excuse that she can to have this individual move somewhere else, okay, trying to make this individual's life harder. Now, again, is she doing this because this person's trans? No, okay, that's not why she's doing it. She's doing it because apparently she knows who this person is.
So, would you like to still sit and eat? Because I can move you over here.
So at
Just right now.
Okay.
A lot of reservation. It's the holiday. People on break, so we expect to be busy all day.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then Craig will get you.
I heard you were sick, and I heard some bad news. What's the bad news? You couldn't save 15% on your car insurance by switching to Geico? I'm joking. What's the bad news? Oh, dude, that's sad. I am sorry. See, my best friend is losing his sister. Basically, she's always had some kind of medical issue, and her body's shutting down. And his sister's, really mentally disabled, and her body's shutting down. It's only a matter of time before she dies. I feel bad for him. He's losing his own sister. He has got I think it's like 2 or 3 sisters, but still he's losing one of his sisters.
Probably call that a very passive way to kick someone out of your restaurant. They have been kicked out. So everyone knows what happened. I was told I got lots of reservations. Listen, lots of reservations. When are the reservations? Oh, I don't
I've lost somebody that I considered as a mother, an adopted mother. My adopted mother is no longer with us. Then I lost a close personal friend. He got sick and died. So I know the feeling.
If they need the table, right? They know, okay, we're going to need the table. And if you didn't, they're not going to seat you at the table. So that's why I kind of think that it's wonder what Sam is.
Yeah, it's never easy losing a close loved one. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry that you're losing a loved one and you're sick yourself. Not good. Yeah, for the past couple of days, yesterday I was supposed to have this damn load delivered at 8 o'clock in the morning, but due to winter conditions, yeah, this seriously got delayed. Trying to head to my destination. Let's pull up the information on it. I'm going to, where the hell is it? Pennsylvania. I'm going to Washington, Pennsylvania. I'm just trying to freaking get there. No thanks to this snowstorm.
Not really.
So, I can't remember, did you say you live in Pennsylvania or Philadelphia? I can't remember. I know it was one of the two. Outside of Pennsylvania. And I got about 425 miles to go. Jeez Louise. King of Persia area. Never heard of that one. Never heard of that area. So how close are you to Washington, Pennsylvania? Suburb, huh? Like I said, so how close are you to Washington, Pennsylvania? That's what it's saying. Washington, PA, Pennsylvania. West Asia. Said it was closed earlier, so let's see.
I'm just saying, if it's not about me,
Yep, still says closed. So I can get bypass. damn it, I can never get a load close to you. So we can meet up and just, say, hey. Damn it. Maybe one of these days I'll get close. Maybe. Exactly. I've heard that term several times before. So close, but yet so far. Maybe one of these days we'll be close enough. We can say hey to each other in person. Rest area closed. Well, that sucks. There's somebody on YouTube you need to look up. Look up Coda Bear the Explorer. Really cool guy. He does all kinds of videos, anywhere from Disneyland, Disney World, to a bunch of different theme parks. Some even go on a cruise. Like I think a week or so ago, he's on a cruise and he was enjoying himself with his wife and stuff. Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. Look him up. Coda Bear the Explorer. You can also look up Ron on the Go. They both do. Ron on the Go does mainly Disney World. Coda Bear the Explorer does Disneyland. And at some point today, I gotta go in and get some go-go juice for this truck. Coda Bear the Explorer is one of my favorite YouTubers. One of them. Definitely got a really good attitude. I like him. Let's see here. What do we want to listen to?
1
divorced cunts, sorry, divorced women that want their man back after divorcing them. No, no. Sorry, you go down that road, you divorce somebody, yeah, you deserve it. You can't get your man back, sorry.
I'm essentially primary custodian of the kids. What about the child support? That's it? Tony, that's crazy. Why? Are you kidding me? Not all of this financial burden with my children is on me? It's not fair.
How beautiful is the Kalma? Welcome to the wall. Today I bring you several divorce cases. I want you to analyze the reasons why a woman leaves a man, as a man today teaches us what to do when a woman asks for a divorce. Before we begin, brothers, we strive to bring you the best possible content for your entertainment. Support us with something small like subscribing to the channel or liking the video. Leave your comment with your experience on the topic. This helps the channel reach the majority of men who may need this content and your experiences. So without further ado, let's start.
Again, it's called The Wall. This is his YouTube channel name.
This divorce that I'm going through.
In fact, I'm going to subscribe to him.
Because I'm sure, just like I found some relatable advice through here, other people might relate to me. So I was married for 10 years. I got married young. I was 21, barely. 3 days, 21. Already had a baby. He was 8 weeks old at our wedding. And I remember feeling like my...
Why don't you just say it? Instead of saying 8 weeks, why don't you just say 2 months?
Like that I wasn't going to make it. And I didn't know what that feeling was. I just thought it was cold feet. But it kind of manifested itself for the next 10 years. And here we are, 10 years later, going through a divorce. So he didn't really start this process. I guess it was more so me, because I was always looking for someone else, because I didn't know how to be loved or how to
Dude just lost a
accept
whole lot of snow
love
off the top of his van.
from somebody. And so while he was fighting for me, I was pushing him away. But I never truly accepted happiness.
You never really accepted a penis.
I left the good guy. I left the guy that everybody looks at and is like, that's a dad, that's a husband, that's how it's supposed to be. He did the dishes, he cleaned the house, he took the kids to school, he worked all day, he made good money, he supported us. I mean, yeah, we had our problems,
Go get stupid and divorce his ass.
he was the good guy. So I'm here to tell you, it's okay to leave the good guy. Don't stay because he's the good guy.
You're
Leave
stupid.
because he's not the guy for you. Leave because
Emotional damage.
Because if you don't feel in love, then who cares if he's the good guy? And that is a harsh reality that I'm facing right now, and a lot of scrutiny from a lot of people. But it's
I'm
okay.
sorry, you
to
find
leave the
somebody
good guy.
who cares, stick with them.
I hope that helps you, because nobody has looked me dead in the eye and said it's okay to leave the good guy.
If your husband is a good guy, but you're ready for divorce, you're not a bad person. So don't let...
Where did all the good meat go? If you're not happy in your marriage, just get a divorce. And then go find one new so you can enjoy some more temporary happiness. Like, this has got to be the worst advice I've ever seen on the internet. Like, I thought marriage was a commitment, for better or worse. Nah, it's just, when you're not happy, leave. Go find someone else. But guess what? You're second to me. You know, we're not talking about abuse or cheating, but if I'm not happy, I'm leaving. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with being miserable the rest of your life. But hey, that's what people do, right? That's what we do in 2023. Why even say vows? because obviously they mean nothing, right? Like I said in the beginning, where did all the good men go? Where did all the good women go? Do better. Facts.
Brothers, on the wedding day, I've always said there's only one person getting married for love, and it's the man. The woman gets married for a lifestyle. This woman got married young, probably with a beta provider, not because she had a genuine interest in him, simply for his resources. Like any good beta man, he treated her like a queen, yet she still left him because, of course, she deserves to be happy. But you might wonder why she left the good guy, the nice guy, simply because this man never generated a roller coaster of emotions for her. He wasn't a Chad who caused her anguish, absence, and uncertainty. As I've said before, these are your best allies. This is what this man didn't do. He never created drama for her. He only did everything to keep her happy. We all know that a woman is loyal to her emotions, which are the strongest emotions: anger, bad times. So, since this man didn't let her have drama, this woman didn't cling to him. On the contrary, she says, I distanced myself, of course, because the guy became more anxious to get his woman back. He kept giving and giving more of himself, while what she wanted was drama and stability, for this man to leave her thinking that she could lose him at any moment. A man should never let the woman feel secure within the relationship. The moment you provide comfort to a woman, she'll think she can do whatever she wants, and you won't leave. This is the worst thing that can happen to you. Now she'll go for a Chad who messes with her head. But you know what? She'll love him. She'll give him everything because he brings her anguish, absence, and uncertainty.
The ongoing divorce trend is proving that many women are leaving marriages without second thought. This is what is leading to many of them regretting their decisions. It's all about feelings and happiness, but not the vows themselves.
No, it's because some women just want one dick after another. I'm sorry to say, but it's true.
My name's Kirsten. I'm 53, and I am in a big mess because I am moving out of my house that I've been with my husband for more than 30 years.
I just don't understand some women.
I'm 53.
They find themselves a good man.
I know.
Stick with
I look 53. That's what I am. I'm also hugely overweight because I've been miserable for so long that all I do for pleasure is have a glass of wine or have some nice food because I don't have any happiness with my husband.
If you're still there, Stephanie, I saw something at a store yesterday. I just had to have.
So I'm going to move into that apartment. It's a one-bedroom apartment, and I have 3 daughters, but they're older, so they can come and I'll sleep on my couch. But I didn't know what else to do. That's all I could afford. But I did get the apartment under my own credit. I cry a lot. I'm going to try not to. But I wonder if there's any women out there like me.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Not expecting to be here.
Stupid and arrogant.
But being here. And I'm doing this all by myself. I haven't told my husband or my children yet.
Yeah, like I said, I couldn't resist that.
I think I'm just gonna.
And that Mickey was only like $7.
And I'll have a place to go for when things get
right
bad.
now he's sitting in one of my cup holders.
Apartment and I got a lawyer.
He's cute.
And it's just so scary, and it just feels like the end of everything that I've ever known. I've never lived alone in my life. Well, I did it. Here I am. On my new bed. My princess
Congratulations,
bed.
Dum-Dum. You divorced a great man.
It rained all day
You're an
yesterday
idiot.
when I moved. I went to bed at 6 o'clock at night. I had a bath in my new bathtub. And you know what? It was hard, and I had a breakdown, and the movers were watching and felt sorry for me, and they were hugging me when they left and saying they were sad.
Brothers, she wants me to leave her. Women leave their homes without a plan.
She's playing that
only with
sympathy
the
card.
thought that everything will be fine because they are the victims and God and society will reward them for divorcing. But this dream ends when you have to face the reality that now she'll be
Yeah,
a
like I
poor
said,
woman
I
who
got
has
my
to
other
think
Mickey,
for herself,
the big Mickey.
that no one will pay her expenses. She makes a big drama simply for having to live like a functioning adult. The video consists of more parts, so this is just the first. but we can already see from the beginning that she's playing the victim card. Later, she'll surely blame everything on her husband for not making her happy all the time because, brothers, she deserves to be happy.
That I was sad and, you know, whoops. But today I woke up and you know what? I felt free. I felt so excited for the first time in years. Just like a weight had been lifted off me. And I feel amazing. I'm so excited. My place is a mess. I haven't unpacked everything because, of course, you can't. And it's so small. There's nowhere. Like, I have to organize like crazy. But I feel really grateful. Yeah, it's
You're stupid. Oh my hell.
amazing. I feel like a different person already. I feel like I can do whatever I want, and I'm not responsible for anybody anymore but me.
A few moments later.
Breakdown.
So, the last few days have been super traumatizing for me. My own fault. It's always my fault. But anyway, I didn't know. Well,
Yes, he
I
is
guess
a great
I did
passenger.
know, but
Like I said, he's in my cup holder.
I would have this really strong reaction physically, trauma reaction to finding out that my estranged husband has been having a new relationship. Now, I'm not saying that he
real
shouldn't.
newsbreaker.
We've been
He
separated
divorced his
for a
ass,
year,
now he's got a new
but we see
girlfriend.
each other a lot. And we
Yeah,
spend time
real
as a family
newsbreaker.
together a lot. And I had asked him many times, "Are you seeing somebody?" And he said,
Let
"No,
me show you if
no,"
you're still
and I
there.
kept saying, "No." Don't get me wrong, this isn't about that. But what happened was because he didn't tell me, I felt safe around him still, like in the way that he still loved me. So he invited me to go on a trip with him and the girls, and
And I've never been a SpongeBob person.
he bought this big boat for his business, and so we went and got on this boat. But I said yes because I didn't want, you have this feeling when you first get separated that you can't imagine your husband and your children having a great time without you or with a new woman. And I was like, okay, I don't know whether I should go or not. Like, I don't want him to think something, and I don't. But then my daughter said, well, he's not going to ask you again, so you should come. And I don't know why she said that, but I do now. So I went, and then when I was there, I found out, because he kept texting, and I just was like, what's going on? And anyway, I found out through some very horrific texts, my fault, that not only was he having a relationship, but they're totally involved in saying I love you and blah, blah, blah.
My God, how narcissistic is that? Let's break it down. You have a boyfriend, you left your husband, and then you record how happy you are in your new apartment, all excited about not having to take care of anyone else. Of course, now you don't have to help your ex-husband with anything. You go off with another man who only uses you for the moment, but then you go to your ex-husband's house to live out your fantasy of being a happy wife with your family, even though it's been years since you left him. But you're angry and traumatized to see that the guy isn't miserable or dying of love for you, because you wanted him to be miserable. But your ex-husband moved on. I'm sure what hurts you the most is that he's with a younger, more beautiful woman than you. Now you see him happy, and you're scared because his new girlfriend will enjoy the benefits that you had when you were his wife. Surely that man will now spend his money on his new love, live his life. That fills you with hate because you're alone in an apartment, while he's not miserable. But now you're miserable because of him. Now I deserve to be happy isn't working out because you don't have your ex-husband as a simp behind you. My God, if I didn't see it, I wouldn't believe it. How narcissistic is this woman? But let's continue because there's more.
And I had this physical trauma. I went off the fucking rails. It was terrible. And I was physically ill. And there's a link. They did a study at Johns Hopkins. It's called...
Yeah, you do a few character voices.
Stress cardiomyopathy, which happens, and it's also called broken heart syndrome, and nobody really takes offense to that because it's what it is. And there's also studies
broken heart
of people
syndrome. Yeah,
that
you got
died
stupid
8
left your
minutes apart,
husband.
like the couple in Pennsylvania in
You're
2012. They'd been together their whole lives, 57 years or something, and they died at 88 minutes apart because they just couldn't live without the other person. And I think the hard part is that because I've been with him for so long, since I was 18, for him to be in a relationship where he
You got stupid and divorced.
is in
Drive me a
one,
river.
and you can't figure it out in your mind. And then it felt like he had died. And I kept getting this sick feeling like he was gone and dead. And I almost wished he was dead because it was so shitty of him not to tell me. I almost wished he was dead because it was so shitty of him not to tell me.
Did he really have to tell you about his dating life? He no longer owes you any explanation.
And take me out there so that I'm trapped on a boat with him and his girlfriend on the phone. And then
I'd drag her out there just to torment her.
Like everything in that house is mine, like that we got when we were married.
Not yours anymore, bitch. You divorced his ass.
I had no idea. None.
Once again, it's honestly none of your business. You have a boyfriend. That should be your only concern now.
And I just feel like that was a bad way for me to find out. I wish I'd had more gradual way to get to it because I felt humiliated, embarrassed, stupid, old, ugly, because I think she's like 30 and like typical, right? And
You did it for yourself,
honestly,
bitch.
I've been in shock for 4 days.
You did it for
And he's
yourself.
like, get over it. You do it. It's like, you have no, what? This is traumatizing. And I just acted so badly.
You've heard it all here. It's not that she hurts from losing him. She hurts because he replaced her with a younger, more beautiful woman. She's 53, with a new girlfriend who's 30. That guy plays me, and I'm proud. Of course, it's not her business who he's in a relationship with. Now she's playing the victim because he did the same thing to her. It's easy for her to say that she's with him to make the family happy when he knows she has a new boyfriend who beats her all night. Oh, I've hit the wall, and the wall doesn't forgive. That's a man who showed you that there are better people out there. He replaced you with someone younger and prettier. Now you're living your life around him, carrying on,
Like I said, all
crying
she
on
can
the
say is,
internet about how he's too busy to you. Now he's with another woman. When I broke up with him, I slept with my new boyfriend. You were supposed to be my simp, my miserable ex-husband who I always used as a puppet, or my backup plan when I got tired of going out with other men. I wanted to go back to my old life. But let's keep watching this narcissist.
Did all the things you're not supposed to do, and
okay, I'm tired of hearing
I
this one.
blocked him.
Let's switch to the next one. I'm tired of hearing about her. Let's listen to the next one. See if it's entertaining.
And then I also prayed to God that He would help me get over you.
Another dumb woman divorcing her man.
Welcome to the wall. In today's video, we'll discuss women who make the decision to divorce a man,
I mean, seriously,
only
when
to
you
expect him
marry
to stick
somebody,
around and solve their problems
usually
while
when
they
you
explore
divorce with
relationships with other men. Before we
for
begin,
better or
we
for
want to thank you for
worse,
being here.
till
Your
death
support
do
means
you
a lot
part.
to us. If you
Supposed
see,
to stick
we
to
invite
that
you to
unless
subscribe
the
to the
husband
channel
or
and hit the
whatever
like button.
is really
We'd also
abusive
love to
or
hear
whatever.
about your
Then
experiences
yeah,
in the
divorce
comments.
the person.
Your engagement
But if
helps
the
us grow
person's
and
treating
reach
you
more
really
people.
good,
Thank you for
don't
being
leave
part of
them.
our project. Let's get started.
So if you haven't heard, I'm going for a divorce. And divorce is a lot like death. I've experienced a lot of that in my life. You have to grieve, and you have to get some grasp on understanding.
Get some. Get some.
And
Yeah.
on Monday, we will have been married 14 years. We will have been together in April for over 20. And it's almost like I'm grieving and mourning the brother sister aspect because
When you're starting to refer to your ex-husband as brother's sister,
family's forever.
I'm sorry, you've gone too damn far.
Especially the family you pick. If I run out of gas on the side of the interstate and I call him, no matter how many times I call, no matter how sad I am, no matter how alone I am, he's not coming. And he's told me that, and he's shown me that. And
you broke his heart, that's why you
I'm
got
having
bitch.
the hardest time accepting that.
You divorced him, what do you expect?
He's not my family anymore. Where am I going to be buried? Who's going to bury me?
It's your problem.
That's the hard part. The unconditional love wasn't unconditional.
See, I'm a single man. If I die tomorrow, then somebody has to bury me.
He doesn't want to be my family. He doesn't care.
Most likely they're going to have to dig me out of this big ass
No matter how
truck
many
and
gets
then,
at me or aggravated like
then
he
send
used
my
to,
ass back home to
because
Utah to bury me.
it's not unconditional. That's the hardest part. Losing my family.
And then
Losing
yourself
my
again.
friend. I don't need another slow kiss or a love song dedicated to me. I need someone to show up with a gas can when I run out of gas.
Too late.
I miss having a best friend.
You don't miss having a friend. You miss not having your puppet, the man who was supposed to solve your problems while all he did was wait, while he took care of everything. Because you asked for divorce with the idea that everything would stay the same. But it's not like that. A self-respecting man sets limits and, above all, distance from the woman who left him. Because why would you keep a woman who told you she wants to leave around you? Why would you befriend that woman to keep doing her favors or helping her every time she has an emergency when it's not your responsibility? When she'll bring another man into intimacy, but only call you when she needs things done that Chad doesn't want to do. Listen well, man,
Yeah,
if you
those
got
are called
divorced,
fake friends.
sign that separation paper. You are not responsible for that woman anymore. You don't have to fix her car, or the house she took from you, or anything to do with that woman. Because if she gave up your protection as a husband, just because she didn't want to take care of you, why on earth should you take care of her when she left you? Take away the privileges she had when she was your wife, and let her crash into the wall.
I'm divorced. Of course I gave up on my marriage out of nowhere, and he was totally shocked when I finally said I wanted a divorce. I'm divorced. Of course I'm a gold digger and I'm living my life carefree. I'm divorced. Of course I'm damaged goods and a red flag. Run, boys. I'm divorced. Of course I didn't try counseling before
So
filing
you
for
drug
divorce.
salt into your place, huh?
I'm divorced. Of course I'm the villain because I chose to end it, even
So I guess you're a little
10, 20, 30
salty.
years.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
Of course it's because I don't understand the true meaning of commitment these days anymore. Chivalry is dead. I'm divorced. Of course I'm gonna brag about it on the internet like it's a flex. I'm divorced. Obviously I stopped drinking, stopped binge eating, and started working out every day and had a total glow up. I'm divorced and I post about it on the internet, so I should just be okay with all the bullying that I receive for being divorced.
And she's clearly divorced. We know she's hit the wall. She's divorced, and we already know you're not wife material. She's divorced, and you use your story to continue ruining marriages. She's divorced. Now she wants another beta provider to keep increasing her wealth through divorce. The ironic thing is that she made a video crying about her separation, lives making videos to incite more women to leave their marriages. What does that tell us? That she can't get over her ex-husband. When you see a woman constantly criticizing her ex-husband,
you have what's coming
using
to you.
something
I'm
from her
sorry,
life to profit,
but it's true.
it's because she can't forget that man. She lives bitter. She may say she deserves all that hate, but how many women do we see complaining about the wall? We know better than anyone that they've hit the wall. They can't escape their reality, because the wall doesn't forgive. If she's a gold digger, why does she brag about how she got money from her ex-husband? That's men never, and I mean never, marry without a prenup. If you can avoid getting married, even better.
I've never made a video talking about why I wanted divorce, so I guess let's dive into it. Because on my Get Ready With Me video that's got millions of views, a lot of people are like, step 1 for weight loss, divorce him. And no, that's not like what my intentions were with that video. That's just sadly part of my story. And for those of you that don't know me, my name's Lauren. I'm a weight loss influencer and I lost 87 pounds and also happened to get divorced. So let's go way back to the beginning. I met my ex-husband in college my first semester in 2014. We got married May 1st of 2017. We were in college at Missouri State at the time, and he just like grabbed my promise ring and asked me to marry him, and then a week later told me he wanted to join the Army. So, which we had been dating for 3 years. I loved him. He was like the love of my life. So I said, yes, like love is all we need, right? So I dropped out of college. I got my associates in general studies, but like never finished my bachelor's at Missouri State, and went on to become an Army wife. And got it in my head that I needed a baby instantly since I was leaving my family to go move like somewhere in the country, which what was wrong with me? I was 21 years old and like
at that point that child becomes an Army brat.
Son was born in March of 2018, and by March of 2020 I wanted a divorce. Our marriage just started feeling like we were roommates, like we literally didn't have any intimacy. We didn't seem to have much in common.
That's your fault.
We didn't even like listening to the same music. We didn't have fun together anymore.
It's your fault. You
he
should
had
try
his own
harder.
struggles with mental health during our whole relationship, and I like it started to rub
another
off
truck
on
in the
me,
ditch.
which sounds so bad, but I tried to take care of his needs for so long. Like I would literally wrap this man up in blankets and give him baths and wash his whole body and like hold him tight in Walmart. Like I did a lot of things for him. Then when I was struggling, where was he for me? I loved this man. I was literally obsessed with him. Letting our relationship get to like that roommate level is what really ruined it. And I tried telling him. He'd come home from work and just instantly sit in his recliner and be on his phone. And I said, hey, like, I need attention. I'm starting to be unhappy. Oh, good. Weeks.
This story can be seen in 2 ways. First, she got married young, and one thing a young woman doesn't do is endure a bad moment in the relationship. This man, being a military man, surely was under a lot of stress. As she says, he began to have mental health problems. Something a woman doesn't like to do is take care of a man. Here begins the woman's hypergamy. The woman is always evaluating her relationship with that of other women. The moment the woman sees that she is with a low-value man, whom she does not admire, she will clearly discard him. And I don't blame her, because if she's with a man who becomes a total mess, she has the option to leave. She'll go away. But if this had been the woman who had the same problem, this man would leave her. This man would be strongly criticized for leaving her. Just look, she says, I was getting infected by it. In short, you are no longer a man who contributes anything to me. As we all know, only animals, women, and children receive unconditional love and care. Men are not on that list. A man only has value if he is loved for what he can bring to the table. They only gave him 3 years of marriage because she knew that at 21 years old, she had to quickly take advantage of leaving him to find another beta provider to take care of Chad's child. But let's continue with the story.
Go by, nothing really changes. So I'm like, hey, I'm starting to like think about life without you. Like it's getting worse. I need attention. Like let's do something fun together. Still like nothing. Hey, I'm starting to imagine what life would be like with another man. Like I'm falling out of love with you. We need to fix this. Still nothing. Or he would like do better for a week and then just go back to being lazy all the time. Around the same time too is when I started wanting to do better for myself and lose weight and find myself again. And I felt like he just has a very like low vibration personality and gets stressed out really easily. And I felt like every single day like his negativity was bringing me down when I was trying so hard to like find my happiness again. Like I wake up ready to have a good day and his attitude instantly just like ruined it for me. And like back to the whole intimacy thing, I tried telling him like, hey, I googled it. I said we need to start planning this because apparently like the less you do it, the less you want it. The more you do it, the more you want it. So let's schedule it. He came home from work one day and I said, hey, can we do it later? Like let's plan to do it. Oh, sure, maybe. Well, after dinner, he's using the bathroom, and I'm folding laundry at the kitchen table, and I got a book idea. So I bust into the bathroom, because we're comfortable with each other like that, to tell him my book idea, only to find him like this. It broke my heart. I cried so much. There were so many times I would just lay in our bed alone, crying, feeling so unwanted, so unloved, just wanting to be touched, wanting to be wanted. Our relationship had other problems, too, and of course, I had my own, like, toxic energy I brought to the relationship. But I'm the one who asked for divorce, and like that is why I wanted it for the most part. Like I was tired of my feelings being hurt, tired of the grumpy attitude all the time, tired of the laziness, like not helping me do anything around the house, which I'm a stay-at-home wife, or I was a stay-at-home mom. But if I need help cleaning out a room upstairs, don't say like next weekend, then that weekend comes next weekend, then that weekend comes. No, next weekend. Like,
the woman,
no,
seriously.
help a bitch out. Like, come on. My ex is a good man, and I hope he finds a woman that is on the same vibration as him, and I will welcome her into my heart with loving arms. I want my child to have a good stepmom. I want to have a good relationship with her, and I have a great relationship with my ex-husband. Okay, I say great. It's more so like brother and sister, that like love-hate relationship. Like we fight a lot, but if one of us ever needed something, like we know we could call each other.
I'll be clear about this. I don't blame this woman for wanting to leave this man, because let's be honest, nobody wants to be married to a disaster. I want you to take this as a wake-up call, men. Never lose your life's path, especially when you're in a relationship. No matter how much a woman says she likes attention, she really loves a man who knows what he wants, a man with ambition who takes care of himself. That's why you always have to prioritize yourself, because that's what makes those around you, whether it's friends, family, or your wife, want to fit into your frame or lifestyle. I always say women marry for a lifestyle. That man was a mess, probably addicted to adult content, probably doing poorly at work, stressed out, no longer touching her. In short, he lived in a cloud of negativity, and whether it's a woman or a man, nobody wants to be with someone like that. That's why exercising, working, developing social skills, taking care of your mind and body, dressing well, will always make your life in every aspect great. That's why I say the red pill saves lives. If that man always prioritized himself, as a man should, this woman would still be by his side, because nobody leaves what is good.
I'm literally just got divorced. I'm done. I don't even have to see him again. That was so hard. That was so painful. I couldn't say hi. I couldn't say bye. I just walked away.
Unless he was abusive or some shit, then no, you're stupid.
That was it.
As abusive or whatever, okay, I can understand you leaving.
I loved him with everything that I was. Now it's done. Oh God, I'm fucking broken, man. I fucking hurt. I kept it together until the end. But I did that shit. I did that alone. I got divorced alone. I did it myself. I did all the work. I did all the research. But I can't talk right away. I did all the research. I did all the work. I did all the paperwork. I did all the legal documents. I fucking did it. He was there. When I arrived, like he was there early. So I like walked up to him. He said hi and just in the like most shameful tone. I was shaking for a while and then eventually like calmed down. And I calmed down because he was the person that I felt safest with. I don't know, my brain. I guess that was like I don't know. But I stopped shaking. We signed all the paperwork and I went in, and it was relatively fast. I mean, there were a few things that we were missing, like name and address for, so we filled that out together. We like sort of decided to fill it out together, and then we went back to the window and gave them all the documents that are there's name on it. And I stayed strong. I stayed strong the entire time. I'm going to live here. I'm just going to sit at the beach.
Okay, I'm bored of this already. station horror stories.
It was one of those cold March nights when the chill seemed to cut right through you. I had just finished an exhausting shift at the hospital where I worked as a cleaning woman. The hours were brutal, but it was good, honest work. My drive home usually helped me unwind after work. It was peaceful in a way I was used to. I hadn't realized how low my tank was until the little warning light on my dashboard blinked on. There weren't many options at that hour, so I pulled into the first gas station I saw. The place looked run down, but it was open, and that was good enough for me. The gas station was lit by a couple of flickering lights that barely did the job. The pumps looked ancient, and the only car in sight was a rusted pickup truck parked on the side. I parked near the closest pump and stepped out to fill my tank, shivering as the cold crept through my jacket. As I grabbed the nozzle, I noticed a man walking out from behind the station's small building. He was wearing a clean, well-pressed uniform, and I figured he must be part of the staff, though I hadn't seen anyone inside when I pulled in. He smiled as he approached, and it wasn't the friendly kind of smile. It was too wide, too forced, like he was trying hard to convince me of something. "Need some help?" he asked, his voice smooth but slightly off. "No, I'm good, thanks," I replied, trying to act like it was no big deal. But something about him gave me the creeps. He wasn't dirty or disheveled like you'd expect at this kind of place. His uniform was spotless, his hands too clean. It didn't match the setting. He stayed put, just standing there as I tried to pump my gas. When the nozzle clicked, signaling it was ready, he stepped closer. "I can check your oil for you," he offered. "No charge. I'll just pop the hood for a quick look." "That's okay," I said quickly. No. "I'm fine, really." He didn't move. "You sure? Looks like your car's running a little rough. I'd hate for you to break down on a night like this." The way he wouldn't drop it made me feel all kinds of tense.
Yeah, get the hell out of there.
I tried to play it cool, muttering something about needing to get home. I finished pumping and reached for the gas cap, but he was suddenly closer, standing just a foot or two away. His eyes flicked to my trunk. "I'll check the engine real quick," he said, already reaching for the latch on the front of my car. That's when my brain went from a little heads up to full-on panic mode. "No, seriously," I said firmly, stepping back. "I need to go." He stopped, his hand hovering midair. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Then he smiled again, but it was different this time. Less forced, it felt like it had weight behind it. His other hand slipped into his pocket, and my breath caught. Without thinking, I yanked the door open and jumped into my car. He didn't say anything, didn't shout or try to stop me. He just started walking toward the driver's side. His hand was still in his pocket, and I wasn't dumb enough to wait and find out why. I threw the car into reverse and slammed on the gas. The tires squealed as I backed up, nearly hitting a barrel of water behind me. I shifted into drive and sped off, not even bothering to put my seatbelt on until I was halfway down the street. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. In my rearview mirror, I saw him standing there, illuminated by the gas station lights. He wasn't running after me or yelling.
Did the right thing.
He
Get
just
the hell out
stood
of
there
there.
watching me drive away, his hand still in his pocket. It was the longest 20 minutes of my life on that drive home. I couldn't stop checking my mirrors, sure I'd see headlights following me. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I sat in the car for a moment, trying to calm my nerves. The house felt too dark, too quiet, but I forced myself to go inside. Once I locked the doors, every lock, even the ones I usually ignored, I went to my bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at nothing. I told myself, chill out, you're overthinking this. He's probably harmless, but the image of him standing there, smiling that strange smile, wouldn't leave my mind. The next day at work, I was totally distracted. I told one of my coworkers about what had happened. "You've got to trust your instincts," she said. "If it felt wrong, it probably was." 2 days later, I was scrolling through my phone during a break when a news alert popped up. I couldn't move after reading the headline. "Man posing as gas station attendant wanted in connection with abduction." The article described a man matching his description, right down to the spotless uniform and fake friendliness. He had approached a woman at another station just a few miles from where I had been and convinced her to let him help with her car. She hadn't been as lucky. They found her car abandoned in the desert the next morning, but she was still missing. The police were urging anyone with information to come forward, and my stomach churned as I realized how close I had come to being his next target. That same day, after finishing my shift, I decided to go straight to the police station. I walked in, still nervous but determined to do the right thing. When I sat down with an officer, I told him everything. The man's spotless uniform, the way he had smiled too much, how he tried to get me to open the trunk or pop the hood. I described his height, build, and the gas station's exact location. The officer took notes and assured me they'd look into it, which gave me a small sense of relief. Sharing my story with the police felt even more important now, knowing it might help prevent another tragedy. I've replayed that night in my head so many times since then. What if I hadn't listened to my gut? What if I had let him check my car?
You'd be either missing or dead.
The what-ifs were endless and terrifying. I didn't sleep much that night, and when I did, I dreamt of his smile, his hand in his pocket, the way he had stared at me as I drove away. Since then, I've made a rule for myself. No more stopping at shady gas stations, no matter how low my tank is.
I agree.
I've even started carrying a small canister of gas in my trunk, just in case. It's a small precaution, but it makes me feel a little safer. I can't drive past a gas station at night without feeling a twinge of anxiety, but it also reminds me how important it is to trust your instincts. They might just save your life. Spring break in April 2023 found me driving through Tuscaloosa, Alabama on a solo road trip. As a 28-year-old college student, I'd been craving a break from the stress of exams and term papers. This trip was meant to be a mental reset. No strict itinerary, just the open road, my favorite playlists, and taking a little side trip here or there whenever something looked interesting. After several hours of driving, though, my body was stiff and nature was calling. I needed to find a bathroom fast. It didn't take long to spot a small, nondescript gas station just off the highway. You could tell the place had been around forever, with a faded sign barely hanging on and old gas pumps that looked ready to retire. Only one other car was in the lot, an old, small Honda parked off to the side. Everything about the place screamed forgotten, with a quiet that gave me chills. I pulled into a spot near the entrance and stepped out of my car. The heat of the afternoon clung to everything, making the stillness even heavier. Inside, the station wasn't much better. It looked like the place hadn't been cleaned in weeks. The narrow aisles stocked with dusty snacks and faded soda cans. It smelled like old coffee mixed with some industrial cleaner that couldn't hide the damp stink. Behind the counter sat an elderly man with thick glasses, engrossed in an old newspaper. He barely acknowledged me as I walked in.
Stephanie?
Excuse me, where's the restroom? He pointed to a dim hallway at the back of the store without looking up. His indifference felt odd, but I assumed it was just boredom. I followed his gesture and I made my way to the restroom. The bathroom door was a faded shade of blue, its surface marred with scratches and peeling paint. I pushed it open, stepping inside. The interior wasn't much better. Cracked tiles lined the floor, the walls were stained with years of grime, and the overhead light looked like it was moments away from burning out. A rusted sink sat below a mirror so fogged with dirt that it barely reflected anything. It wasn't pleasant, but it would do. After taking care of business, I moved to the sink, washing my hands under the weak stream of water. The paper towel dispenser wheezed as I pulled out a few sheets to dry off. I turned to leave, reaching for the door handle, but no matter how hard I tried, it wouldn't turn. Confused, I tried again, twisting, pulling harder. Nothing. The door didn't even move an inch. My first thought was that the old lock was jammed. I jiggled the handle a few more times, hoping it would loosen, but it was no use. Hello? I called out, knocking on the door. My voice echoed in the cramped space. The door's stuck. Can someone help me? There was no response. I could feel myself starting to worry, but I tried to stay calm. Maybe the lock was just finicky, or maybe the attendant hadn't heard me. I knocked louder this time, shouting, "Hey, I'm stuck in here!" That's when I heard it. Footsteps. They were approaching slowly from the other side of the door. It felt like a giant weight had just been lifted off my shoulders. "Hey, I'm locked in. Can you open the door?" My voice more urgent now, but the footsteps stopped. Whoever was out there didn't say anything. They didn't try to open the door or even acknowledge me. They just stood there. I could feel their presence. The silence between us was tense like a taut rope. "Hello?" I tried again, my voice faltering a little. The footsteps resumed, this time moving away, fading into the distance until I couldn't hear them anymore. My initial relief turned into this heavy, creeping dread. Why hadn't they responded? Why hadn't they helped? I banged on the door harder, shouting louder, my fists echoing against the wood. Minutes dragged by. I pressed my ear against the door, straining to hear any sign of life outside, but all I got was silence. My mind was on a loop, running through every what-if imaginable. Was this some kind of prank? Had the attendant locked me in by mistake, or was it something worse? Just as I was about to give in to panic, the door creaked open. I nearly tripped backward when the elderly attendant showed up in the doorway, looking irritated. "What's all the noise about?" he asked, his voice gruff. I stared at him, disbelief and frustration bubbling up. The door was locked. I couldn't get out. He gave me a skeptical, weird look, like I just told him the sky was green. "Locked? It doesn't lock from the outside. You sure it wasn't stuck?" "I'm sure. I've been banging on it for who knows how long." He just shrugged. Clearly, he didn't seem to care at all. "Well, it's open now. You're good to go." Something about his nonchalance made my skin crawl. I brushed past him, muttering a terse thanks as I hurried back to the front of the store. My pulse was still racing, and all I could think about was getting out of there. As I walked to my car, I looked back at the gas station. That's when I saw it. Standing in the shadows near the side of the building was a figure. It was too dark to make out any details, but someone was there, watching me. I quickened my pace, unlocking my car and sliding in. I locked the doors and started the engine, my eyes moving back to the shadows. The figure hadn't moved. I didn't wait around to see who or what it was. I pulled out of the lot and onto the highway. Even as I drove, all I could see was the image of that figure standing motionless in the shadows. When I finally reached my hotel that night, I locked the door and wedged a chair under the handle for extra security. Over and over, I heard those footsteps in my head and the unsettling silence that followed. Who was out there? Why didn't they help? And how had the door been locked? I'll never know the answers, and maybe that's for the best. But one thing's certain, I won't be stopping at random gas stations anytime soon. The next morning, as I loaded up my car to continue my trip, it felt like paranoia had moved in, and I couldn't kick it out. Every passerby felt like they were staring a little too long. Every parked car seemed suspiciously out of place. At one point, I pulled into a rest stop just to shake the tension, staring into my coffee as if the answers to my unease could be found in its swirls. Later that day, I stopped at a more populated station to refuel. As I stepped inside to grab a snack, the bright lights and busy vibe made me feel better after the emptiness of the night before. But even there, I couldn't fully relax. I kept looking over at the exits, so focused that every creak or soft shuffle sounded like a warning. The attendant asked if I was okay as I paid for my snack, and I said I was just tired from the road. Weeks after returning home, the memory of that night stayed vivid in my mind. I caught myself Googling news about Tuscaloosa gas stations, half hoping and half dreading to find a story about something sinister happening there. But there was nothing. No reports of break-ins, no crimes that fit the eerie scenario I had experienced. Sometimes, it's the absence of answers that makes an experience linger. I'll never know who locked that door or why they didn't respond when I called out. I'll never know who or what was standing in the shadows as I fled that night. And maybe it's better that way. Whatever happened in that dingy gas station bathroom is a story I'll carry with me, a clear example of how quickly an ordinary moment can shift into something terrifying. In September 2021, during a work trip to Asheville, North Carolina, I experienced something that still unsettles me whenever I think about it. As a 33-year-old accountant, I've grown accustomed to navigating unfamiliar places for my job.
Call me creepy, but I like
this particular night put all my instincts to the test. After a long day of back-to-back meetings, I was eager to get to my hotel and finally relax.
Keep my mind
occupied. My GPS decided to throw me a curveball, rerouting me onto a winding, unlit road I didn't recognize. The road was eerily empty, surrounded by thick trees on either side. My headlights only managed to carve out a small, dim path in the overwhelming darkness, and the absence of streetlights made the whole area feel suffocating. The twists and turns in the road added to my anxiety as each corner revealed more of the same, dense woods and unyielding shadows. Then, to make matters worse, my car's low fuel warning dinged. My gas tank was nearly empty, and there wasn't a single house, car, or person in sight. I started to feel that tight knot of anxiety building in my stomach, and I could almost hear the clock ticking down with every mile I drove. Just when I was beginning to seriously worry, the gas station appeared out of nowhere. It screamed old and forgotten, with paint flaking away and a neon gas sign that couldn't stay lit.
Appeared out of nowhere. How does that work?
Small, almost shack-like, with a single dim light over the entrance. Everything about it screamed stay away, but I didn't have the luxury of being picky. I pulled into the lot, parked at the nearest pump, relieved to have at least found fuel. The lot was empty except for an old truck parked near the side of the building. Its windows were dark, and I couldn't tell if anyone was inside. As I stepped out of my car, the door to the station creaked open and a man emerged. He was wearing a faded, stained uniform and had an unsettlingly wide grin plastered on his face. "Evening, miss," he greeted, his tone overly friendly for such a desolate setting. "Hi," I replied, keeping my voice neutral. Something about him felt off. His smile was too forced, his demeanor too eager. Still, I needed gas, so I grabbed my card and turned toward the pump. "Let me help you with that," he said, stepping closer. "These old pumps can be tricky." "Thanks, but I've got it," I said, making an effort to keep things polite but firm. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped back, still watching me with that strange grin. I swiped my card and tried to start the pump, but nothing happened. I tried again. Still nothing. "Looks like it's acting up," the man said, his grin widening. "Why don't you come inside? We can sort it out at the register." Everything in me said, "Don't go in there." "I'll just try another pump," I said, moving to the one next to it. But the result was the same. The attendant followed me, his presence growing more intrusive. "Sometimes they're all like this," he said casually. "Could be your car. Want me to take a quick look? Might just be a connection issue." "No, that's okay," I said, now struggling to hide the edge in my voice. I looked around the lot, searching for anyone else or any sign of activity. There was nothing. Even the truck parked near the building looked abandoned, its windows too dark to see inside. The thought crossed my mind that someone might be watching me from inside that vehicle, and the idea made my skin crawl. "It'll only take a second," he insisted, stepping closer again. "Pop the hood, and I'll have it fixed in no time." Feigning agreement, I forced a tight smile. "Sure, let me just move the car closer to the building,"
flag,
I said. I climbed into my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. His grin faltered as he realized what I was doing. Without hesitation, I threw the car into reverse, my tires kicking up gravel as I sped out of the lot. In my rearview mirror, I saw him sprinting after me, something shiny clutched in his hand. I was out of there before I could find out what it was. My only focus was on getting back to a main road and away from that gas station. Several miles later, I finally reached a well-lit intersection and pulled into a larger, busier station. I had no idea the car could still go so many miles on that little bit of gas. Seeing other people in the bright lights made me feel like I was finally safe. As I stood there, pumping gas, my hands still trembling, I couldn't stop thinking about how close I might have been to something really bad. Later that night, after I finally reached my hotel, I couldn't let it go. Unable to keep it to myself, I called my husband. He's a police officer and has a knack for knowing when something isn't right. As I told him what happened, his voice went from worried to downright pissed. "You should have told me immediately," he said. That guy could still be out there trying to do the same thing to someone else. Without hesitation, he told me to give him every detail I could remember. The station's location, the description of the man, the truck. As soon as I finished, he said he was going to call a buddy of his, a local cop who worked near Asheville. About an hour later, my husband called me back. "I talked to my friend," he said. "He's heading over there to check it out. He said that station has a bad reputation. Some weird stuff has happened around there before. I'll let you know what he finds." I barely slept that night, tossing and turning with a mixture of fear and guilt. By morning, my husband had an update. "They found the place empty," he told me. "The truck was gone, and there was no sign of the guy you described. But here's the weird part. My friend said the pumps weren't even connected to the station's system. They'd been shut off for months. That guy had no reason to be there." Hearing that only made my unease worse. Whoever he was, whatever his intentions, I had a feeling I was lucky to get away when I did. My husband's friends said they'd keep an eye on the area, but I knew I wouldn't get the closure I was hoping for. These days, I still think about that night, and I always make sure my gas tank is full before I hit the road, because you never know what's waiting at the next station. One thing is certain, I'll never ignore my instincts again. Whatever was waiting for me at that gas station, I'm just grateful I drove away. It happened in November in Boise, Idaho. I had been driving around all day making deliveries, and I still had a few stops left. My truck was almost out of gas, and I knew I couldn't keep going without filling up. Lucky for me, I saw a gas station up ahead. It was pretty basic, just an old building and a neon sign that barely worked. But out in the middle of nowhere, you take what you can get. When I pulled into the lot, it was completely empty. Just my truck and the glow of the lights inside the store. I parked by one of the pumps and got out. The ground was gravel, and my boots made sure everyone could hear me coming. The cold air stung my face as I walked to the door. When I opened it, the creak was so loud it made me jump a little. Inside, the place was silent. The lights above buzzed softly, and everything looked clean but old. There were shelves with snacks and drinks, but no cashier in sight. I walked to the counter, expecting someone to pop out from the back, but no one did. "Hello?" My voice echoed in the quiet store, but nobody answered. I looked around, feeling a little weird about how empty it was. The cash register was closed, and it didn't look like anything was out of place. But then I noticed something on the floor behind the counter. A dark stain that stretched toward a door labeled "Employees Only." At first I thought it was spilled soda or oil, but when I got closer I saw it wasn't that. The stain was dark red and it hit me. It was blood. My first thought was to get out of there, but something made me stay. Maybe I was just curious, or maybe I didn't want to leave without knowing what was going on. Slowly I walked toward the door. My boots made a squeaky sound on the tile floor, and it felt like the whole world had gone quiet. I reached for the door handle, but something made me stop. What if something bad was on the other side? But the door wasn't locked, so I pushed it open. It creaked loudly, and the room inside was dimly lit by a single bulb that flickered now and then. There were shelves with boxes and cleaning supplies, but what caught my eye was in the middle of the room. A man was tied to a chair. His head hung low, and he wasn't moving. For a second, I thought he was dead. My legs went numb, and I couldn't do anything but stand there. But then he made a small groaning sound, and his head shifted a little. "Hey," I whispered, stepping into the room. "Are you okay?" He didn't answer, just groaned again. His hands were tied behind him, and there was something stuffed in his mouth, held there with duct tape. I could see blood on his forehead, and his shirt was stained too. My brain finally kicked in, and I turned and ran out of the room. Back in the store, I grabbed my phone and called 911. 911, what's your emergency? The operator asked. I tried to explain what I saw, but my words came out all jumbled. I'm at a gas station off Route 20, I said. There's a man in the back, tied up, and there's blood everywhere. I think he's been hurt. The operator told me to stay on the line and wait for the police, but I didn't want to stay in that creepy store. I ran back to my truck, locked the doors, and kept watching the gas station entrance. My heart was racing as I looked around, expecting someone to come running out after me. It felt like forever, but finally I saw the flashing lights of a police car coming down the road. 2 officers got out, shining their flashlights as they walked toward the store. I jumped out of my truck and waved them over, trying to explain what I saw. They went inside, moving carefully. One of them had his gun drawn, and the other stayed close behind. I stayed outside, pacing back and forth. My mind was spinning with what I'd seen. One officer came back out to speak to me, while the other stayed with the man in the back. We've called an ambulance, the officer said, looking serious. He's lucky you called. It looks like someone tried to rob the place and didn't want to leave witnesses. They knocked him out and tied him up, but something must have scared them off before they could finish the job. The ambulance took the man to the hospital, and the officers asked me to give a statement. Once that was done, they told me I could leave. As I drove away, I started to feel the weight of everything that had happened. My hands were still shaking, and I couldn't stop thinking about the blood and how quiet the store had been. As I drove home, every shadow on the road seemed darker, every sound louder. I kept thinking about the way the man looked so helpless, tied to that chair. What if I hadn't stopped at that station? Would anyone have found him in time? The thought made my chest clench up, and I had to remind myself to keep breathing. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the blood on the floor and the man tied to the chair. I kept thinking about the person who had done this. How can a person do this to another human being? Even after all this time, I still find myself thinking about it, especially when I'm out driving late at night. I know I may have saved that man's life, but the next time I pull up to an empty gas station, I think I'll just turn right around and leave. The memory of that night has stayed with me. You think you're just stopping for gas, but in an instant, your whole world can change. You never know what's waiting for you in the quiet moments. If these stories send shivers down your spine, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss our next chilling upload. Don't forget to share this video with your thrill-seeking friends. Got your own eerie gas station encounter? Please email me. I'd love to share your story in a future video. Stay safe out there and trust your instincts when something doesn't feel right. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next nightmare. Spent a decade bouncing between continents, boardrooms, and deadlines, the idea of a quiet retreat feels like a pipe dream. But transitioning from my global corporate job to freelance writing meant I needed that solitude to recalibrate. My life had been a non-stop swirl of schedules and demands, and I was desperate to unplug, literally. That's how I ended up renting an old cabin in the Adirondacks last September. The listing checked every box. Rustic charm, a cozy workspace, and complete isolation. The lack of cell service didn't faze me. I wasn't looking to scroll through emails or social media. The cabin had a landline for emergencies, and that seemed sufficient. I imagined crisp mornings sipping coffee, long afternoons typing away, and peaceful evenings under a blanket of stars. Reality didn't quite match the vision. The drive up was stunning. Early autumn had painted the Adirondacks in fiery hues of orange and red, and the crisp air a stark contrast to the muggy city. When I pulled into the gravel driveway, I immediately fell in love with the place. The cabin was small but charming, with weathered wood siding and flower boxes beneath the windows. Inside, it was as charming as outside. A wood-burning stove sat in one corner, an antique desk overlooked the forest through a large window, and there was even a little reading nook piled with cushions. I set up my laptop, unpacked my notebooks, and dove into work. For the first couple of days, everything was blissfully slowed down. I wrote for hours, took breaks to wander the trails nearby, and spent evenings curled up with a book by the fire. The cabin creaked and groaned in the way old houses do, but it was oddly comforting. I even found myself enjoying the silence. Then the storm hit. On the third night, a thunderstorm rolled in, battering the cabin with rain and howling winds. I decided to call it an early night, shutting my laptop and curling up with a mug of tea. The storm's ferocity made the cabin feel smaller, more enclosed, and I'd be lying if I said the isolation wasn't starting to feel a little heavier. Just as I was starting to doze off, the landline rang. The sudden loud ring of the phone made me jump. I wasn't expecting a call, and it felt out of place in the middle of nowhere. I let it ring twice before I knew. Hello, I said, my voice hesitant. There was no response, just static. Hello? I tried again. The static faded and the line went dead. I stared at the receiver for a moment before placing it back on the cradle. Maybe it was a wrong number or some glitch from the storm. Still, it left a sour feeling in my stomach. The storm cleared by morning, leaving behind a soggy, overcast day. I stepped outside with my coffee, enjoying the fresh, earthy smell of rain-soaked leaves. As I walked toward my car to grab something from the trunk, something caught my eye. The phone line. It dangled limply from the side of the cabin, frayed and disconnected from the pole. I walked closer, squinting at the clean-cut edges. This wasn't storm damage, it looked deliberate. If the line was severed, how had the phone rung the night before? I tried convincing myself it wasn't a big deal. Maybe the line had been severed during the storm, but the edges didn't look torn. They were clean, as if they'd been cut. I felt nauseous just considering the possibilities. That evening, as the sun dipped below the trees, I told myself to forget about it. I cooked dinner, played some music, and tried to lose myself in my writing. But the cabin felt different now, like it wasn't just mine anymore. As I was washing up, I noticed something strange through the kitchen window. Muddy footprints. They trailed across the porch, leading directly to the window near my desk. The same window where I'd spent hours writing. I froze, staring at the footprints. They hadn't been there earlier in the day. Someone had been here, probably while I was cooking. I double-checked the locks, grabbed the biggest knife I could find, and retreated to the bedroom. I didn't sleep. I sat on the bed, the knife on the nightstand, jumping at every faint noise. Around midnight, a loud knock jolted me upright. It wasn't a casual knock. It was forceful, echoing through the cabin. My pulse raced as I crept toward the front door, knife in hand. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice giving away how nervous I felt. No answer, just the wind rattling the windows. The knock came again, this time harder. I peered through the peephole but saw nothing but darkness. My hands shook as I double-checked the locks and backed away from the door. The cabin felt like a trap, its walls too close, its windows too vulnerable. Morning couldn't come fast enough. As soon as the first rays of light broke through the trees, I packed my bags and loaded them into the car. My hands shook as I locked the cabin one last time and drove down the gravel path. At the end of the driveway, a utility truck was parked. A man in a hard hat was inspecting the severed phone line. "Excuse me," I called out, stepping out of the car. "Did the storm cause that?" He stared at the severed line, shaking his head. "Storm? No, ma'am," he said, pointing to the clean cut. "This line's been deliberately cut." A chill ran through me. He looked at me, then asked slowly, "Did you notice anything unusual last night? Footprints, noises, anything like that?" I hesitated, my pulse quickening as I recalled the muddy prints on the porch and the knocks at the window. "Yeah," I admitted. There were footprints leading to the window, and some knocking. "You need to leave," he said firmly. "We've had reports in this area. Criminals cutting phone lines to disable landlines so people have no way to call for help. Then they break into isolated cabins even when people are inside. They usually lock whoever's home in a bathroom while they search for valuables." I stared at him. The weight of his words sinking in. But they didn't try to get inside, I said, more to reassure myself than him. He nodded, but didn't look comforted. You got lucky, real lucky, but if they were testing the place, there's a good chance they'll come back. I wouldn't stick around to find out. I thanked him and didn't waste another second. I drove straight to town, heart racing the entire way. As soon as I reached a safe spot, I contacted the host and the local authorities, reporting everything. The host refunded my stay and said they'd follow up with the authorities. I still think about that cabin, the cut line, and the muffled knocking. I've learned to be more cautious, to choose safety over seclusion. Solitude, as I found out, can sometimes bring more danger than peace. When you're a journalist, especially one always chasing offbeat stories, you learn to embrace the unpredictable. So when my editor pitched the idea of a piece on off-grid hermits living in the Catskill Mountains, I was all in. The prospect of interviewing people who turned their backs on society was fascinating. Who were they? What pushed them to abandon the modern world? These were the questions I wanted to answer. I rented a small cabin near the base of the mountains. It was the kind of place that looked like it belonged in a postcard. Tall pines framing a cozy wooden structure with smoke curling from the chimney. The cabin was a bit worn, but it had a certain charm, and its isolation was perfect for the assignment. The first few days were spent hiking, jotting notes, and arranging interviews. Most of the recluses I met were surprisingly friendly. They built their own shelters, grown their food, and seemed content in their solitude. But then there was this guy. Let's call him Dennis, for the sake of discretion. Dennis lived about 2 miles up a rough trail, far deeper into the woods than anyone else I visited. His home was a makeshift shack, held together with tarps and scavenged wood. He was wiry, with a scraggly beard and piercing eyes that seemed to drill into you. He was wary at first, questioning why I wanted to interview him, but eventually, he relented. The interview was unsettling. Dennis spoke in fragmented sentences, his words laced with paranoia. People always want to take, he muttered, staring off into the trees. They come with their cameras, their questions. They take and they leave. They never care what they leave behind. I tried steering the conversation back to his lifestyle, and he kept circling back to outsiders and how they ruined everything they touched. By the time I left, the sun was setting, and the trail was getting dark. Dennis watched me go without a word, his silhouette blending into the darkening woods. 2 days later, I returned to my cabin after a long day of interviews to find a note nailed to the front door. The paper was weathered and the words scrawled in uneven, heavy handwriting, "Leave or regret it." I felt a tightness in my stomach. I looked around the clearing. Was this some kind of prank? One of the hermits not appreciating my questions? Dennis immediately came to mind, but I brushed the thought away. It could have been anyone. I tossed the note into the fireplace and decided not to dwell on it. After all, the cabin was locked, and I hadn't seen anyone on the trail. I told myself it was probably harmless. That night, as I edited my interview notes, I heard something outside. At first, it was just a branch snapping, maybe an animal. But then came the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow, crunching the frost-covered ground. I turned off the lamp and sat in the dark, straining to hear more. The footsteps stopped. I waited, my heart in my throat, but the silence stretched on. Eventually, I convinced myself it was my imagination and went to bed. By morning, I noticed something odd. The cabin's front door had deep scratches near the lock. They weren't there the day before. I felt like all the air had been knocked out of me. Whoever had left the note hadn't just wanted to scare me, they tried to get inside. I contacted the rental agency, but they brushed it off, claiming local kids sometimes played pranks on tourists. But I didn't buy it. Instead, I bought a heavy-duty padlock and reinforced the door myself. That night, the noises returned. I peered out the window, but the clearing was empty. Then, just as I was about to turn away, something moved in the tree line. A shadow, tall and lanky, slipped between the trees, disappearing before I could get a good look. I stayed up until dawn, my nerves on edge. When daylight finally broke, I stepped outside to find boot prints around the cabin. They were deep, as if whoever made them wanted me to know they'd been there. By the fifth night, I was at my wit's end. I kept my phone charging on the table, a flashlight by my side, and a chair wedged under the doorknob for extra security. I tried to work, but my focus was shattered. The faintest breeze or noise from the cabin made me jump. Around midnight, I heard a sharp metallic scrape at the door. Metal against metal. Someone was messing with the lock. My breath caught as the door handle jiggled, followed by this low, guttural laugh. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911. But before I could dial, bang. The sound slammed through the cabin like a gunshot. It wasn't the door. It came from the bedroom window. It was so hard the whole pane rattled like it might shatter any second. I froze. Then it came again. Bang. And then the laugh. That same deep, awful laugh, but now it sounded closer. Like whoever was out there was really enjoying themselves. They didn't say a word. Nothing. Just the knock, the laugh, and the silence in between. And that silence, that was the worst part. It felt like they were watching me, waiting to see what I'd do next. Like I wasn't even a person, just some kind of prey, something to mess with. I sat there, gripping the flashlight so tight my fingers ached, straining to hear any hint of movement. And then I did. Footsteps. Slow, crunching footsteps, retreating into the woods. In the morning, I packed up, throwing my clothes and gear into my car without care. I didn't even bother notifying the rental agency. I just wanted to leave. When I reached the nearest town, I stopped at a diner to collect myself. The waitress, noticing my frazzled state, asked if I was okay. I told her about the cabin and the strange events. Her face paled. "Was it near Dry Creek?" she asked. "People around here don't go near that area," she said. "There's a hermit up there. Mean one. He's been known to scare off hikers and campers. They say he doesn't like outsiders." I reported everything to the authorities, but they didn't seem too concerned. "Hermits are just like that," one officer said. "They don't like their privacy invaded." I've since sworn off assignments involving isolated locations. The Catskills may be beautiful, but for me, they'll always be haunted by the memory of Dennis, and the chilling reminder that some people will go to terrifying lengths to protect their solitude. Fieldwork in Alaska is unpredictable at best. You can plan for the weather, bring all the gear you need, and map out your route meticulously, but nature doesn't care about your schedule. That's how I found myself trudging through the Kodiak wilderness in August 2021, soaked to the bone and desperate for shelter. I was tracking a small group of Kodiak bears, documenting their behavior for a long-term study. Everything had been going smoothly until a storm rolled in. The rain came fast and hard, turning the dirt trails to slick mud and reducing visibility to near zero. I couldn't risk continuing, not with the terrain getting more treacherous by the minute. As I debated whether to set up a makeshift camp, I spotted a dark outline through the trees. Squinting, I realized it was a cabin. The cabin looked old, the kind of place that had seen better days decades ago. Its roof sagged in the middle, and moss clung to the wooden walls like a second skin. But it was shelter. At that moment, that's all I cared about. I pushed open the creaky door, thinking it might come off its hinges any second. Inside, the air was stale, carrying the faint scent of mildew, rotten wood, and something metallic. The furniture was sparse. A wooden table, a few mismatched chairs, and a cot pushed against the far wall. Dust coated everything, except for a small section of the table where someone had clearly been sitting recently. There were signs of life here. A half-melted candle sat in the center of the table, next to a coffee mug with a faint ring of liquid inside. My initial relief began to curdle into unease. This wasn't just some forgotten cabin. Someone had been here, and not too long ago. I debated leaving right then and there, but the storm outside had intensified. Staying seemed like the safer option, so I told myself whoever used the cabin probably wouldn't mind me waiting out the rain. They might even be a fellow wildlife enthusiast, using the place as a base. As I looked around the room, I noticed rangers, there was a pair of blood-caked boots sitting neatly on a mat near the door. On the table was a notebook, its edges worn and stained. Curious, I flipped it open. The first few pages were filled with what looked like journal entries, brief notes about the weather, hunting conditions, and wildlife sightings. But as I kept reading, the tone shifted. The entries started mentioning people. A group of hikers passed the trailhead at 8:15 a.m. and stayed out of sight. A solo camper set up near the river, watched him leave around noon. A woman with red jacket, alone, followed her to the ridge. My stomach tightened as I read. The descriptions were detailed, almost clinical, noting what time people arrived, what they wore, and which direction they went. Whoever had written this wasn't just observing, they were stalking. I put the notebook down, my hands shaking slightly. Outside, the rain was relentless, hammering against the roof and masking any other sounds. I looked at the boots again, its presence now feeling more threatening than reassuring. Then I noticed something else, a cupboard door slightly ajar. Inside I found cans of food and bottles of water. But what caught my eye was a tin filled with fresh cigarette butts. Whoever used this cabin wasn't just passing through, they were actively living here. I decided I couldn't stay. The storm be damned, I wasn't about to wait around for whoever wrote those notes to come back. I packed up my gear quickly, my movements clumsy with nerves. Just as I was about to leave, a noise froze me in place. Rustling. Close. Too close. I extinguished my flashlight, plunging the room into darkness. My heartbeat echoed in my ears as I pressed myself against the wall, desperately listening. The rustling grew louder. I crept toward the window and peeked through a crack in the boards. In the dim light of the storm, I could make out a figure moving among the trees. They weren't in a hurry, their movements calculated. I couldn't see their face, but the way they carried themselves set every nerve in my body on edge. Then they stopped, turning their head toward the cabin. I ducked out of sight, my pulse hammering in my ears. I waited, crouched by the window. The footsteps got closer, and then I heard a voice. Deep, menacing, and full of anger. Who's in there? I didn't respond. My mind raced as I considered my options. Running meant exposing myself, but staying felt just as dangerous. The footsteps reached the porch, the old boards creaking under the weight. Come out, the voice demanded. I know you're in there. I barely breathed as the doorknob jiggled. The door held firm, thanks to the warped wood, but it wouldn't hold forever. I grabbed my pack and moved toward the back window, prying it open as quietly as I could. The door groaned as the figure outside started pushing against it. I slid through the window and dropped into the mud, the storm masking the sound of my landing. Keeping low, I moved toward the tree line. As I reached the cover of the woods, I looked back. The door to the cabin was now open, and I saw a figure standing in the doorway. They didn't chase me, instead they just stood there, watching as I disappeared into the forest. I didn't stop moving until I was miles away. When I finally reached a ranger station the next morning, exhausted and still running on adrenaline, I reported everything. The cabin, the notebook, the figure. Sounds like you stumbled onto someone's hunting spot, one of the rangers said. Not uncommon around here. But their casual demeanor shifted the moment I mentioned the notes tracking people. Wait, you're saying he was tracking people? The older ranger asked, leaning forward. His tone wasn't casual anymore. Yeah, I said, my voice shaky but firm. Dates, descriptions, hiking routes, the whole thing. It wasn't just random notes. The younger ranger exchanged a look with him. That's weird. Most folks out here just mind their own business. Keeping tabs on hikers, though? That's not normal. The older guy nodded, grabbing a map off the counter. Can you show us where this cabin is? I sketched out the location as best as I could, marking the trails I'd taken. They both promised to check it out later that day. That gave me a bit of comfort, knowing they weren't just brushing me off. You did the right thing coming here, the older ranger said as I was leaving. We'll look into it. But if you're smart, don't go poking around cabins out here anymore. Not everyone in these woods plays by the rules. I thanked them and headed out. I just hoped they'd find something and sort it out because, honestly, whatever was going on in that cabin, I wanted nothing to do with it ever again. I never found out what the man's intentions might have been. When I followed up with the rangers a week later, They told me the cabin had been abandoned when they checked it. The notebook and supplies were gone. I still do field work, but I'm far more cautious now. The wilderness is beautiful, but it's also unpredictable, and not just because of the wildlife. Sometimes it's the people you don't see that pose the greatest danger. After years of running into burning buildings, I learned to cherish peace and quiet like never before. That's what drew me to off-grid trips after retiring. The Blue Ridge Mountains had always been on my bucket list, so in November 2021, I finally made it happen, renting an off-the-grid cabin in the heart of the forest. It was everything I hoped for. The cabin was modest, just a living room with a wood-burning fireplace, a small kitchen, a bedroom, and a wraparound porch with a view of the dense treetops below. No cell service, no internet, just the sound of nature. Perfect. I felt really blissful. I'd wake up with the sunrise, make coffee, and set out for a morning hike. The trails were quiet. All I could hear was the dry crackle of leaves underfoot and the distant sound of a stream to keep me company. Evenings were spent curled up by the fire, a book in hand, with the fire crackling to break the silence. It was the kind of solitude that fills you up rather than making you feel alone. The nights were darker than anything I'd experienced before. Without city lights, the only illumination came from the stars and the faint glow of the moon. It was beautiful, but there was an edge to it, an awareness of just how far removed I was from anyone else. One night, I woke up to a faint tapping sound. It wasn't loud, just enough to pull me from sleep. Groggy, I sat up and listened. It sounded like it was coming from the window near the fireplace. My first thought was branches swaying in the wind. The forest was dense and the trees were close to the cabin. I made a mental note to check in the morning and went back to sleep. The next day, I inspected the area around the cabin. Sure enough, a few branches were close enough to scrape the windows if the wind picked up. I trimmed them back with a pair of clippers I'd found in the shed. Problem solved, or so I thought. That night, the tapping didn't return, but something else happened. As I sat by the fire, finishing a chapter of my book, I thought I heard faint footsteps on the porch. I told myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon, or maybe a deer wandering too close. Still, I couldn't resist checking. I opened the door slowly, stepping out onto the porch with my flashlight. The beam of light swept across the wooden planks and into the trees, revealing nothing but shadows. I was about to turn back inside when I noticed something on the edge of the porch. A single muddy footprint. It was small, too small for a bear or anything else that might have been out there. Before I could process it, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves and sending a chill down my spine. I backed inside and locked the door. The next morning, I went back to the spot where I'd seen the footprint, but it was gone. The overnight wind and scattered leaves had erased any trace of it. I told myself I'd imagined it, yet the discomfort still hung in the air. That evening, around 11:30 p.m., I heard the tapping again. It was louder this time. The sound moved from the window by the fireplace to the one in the kitchen. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously crept toward the kitchen. When I reached the window, I hesitated. My instincts told me not to look, but the urge to know more was too strong to ignore. I pulled the curtain back slightly and shined the flashlight outside. The beam caught the glint of eyes staring back at me, two unblinking eyes in the darkness. I staggered back, dropping the flashlight. By the time I scrambled to pick it up and aimed it outside again, the figure was gone. I spent the rest of the night by the fire, shotgun in hand, on edge. The wind howled through the trees and I could swear I heard faint footsteps circling the cabin, though I never saw anything. Morning came and I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was a deer, curious about the light, but deep down I knew better. I decided to cut my trip short and leave the following day. On my final night, the tapping returned, but this time it wasn't just tapping. It was followed by scratching, like fingernails dragging across the glass. I sat frozen in the armchair by the fire, gripping the shotgun tight. Then I saw it, a shadow outside the window. It moved slowly, stopping directly in front of the glass. The firelight flickered, casting eerie patterns on the figure's face as it pressed closer. Summoning every ounce of courage, I raised the flashlight and shined it at the window. The light illuminated a human face, pale and emotionless, staring directly at me. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then, as if startled by the light, the figure turned and bolted into the woods. I sat in the armchair holding the shotgun all night until dawn.
fuel. Bit chilly out there. Not asking, stupid. You're impatient. Jackass. Wasn't asking, stupid. You're stupid? Alright, fuck you. I get a chance to pass him off, flip him off. Act like a douchebag? Alright, fuck you too, bitch. My windows are clean now. Oh, clean-er. I'm light. I can catch up to him unless his truck's governed faster than mine is. At this point, I've got no chance of catching up. It looks like the latter. might be faster. I might catch him. Windows are a hell of a lot cleaner though. Or side windows and mirrors are a lot cleaner. Much happy about that.
Probably just a hiker, he said. People wander through those woods all the time. Wander through? At midnight? Watching me through the window? I packed up and got out of there, leaving the cabin and its eerie woods behind for good. But that face in the window still haunts me. Whoever it was wasn't just passing by. They were watching, maybe even waiting. It's a feeling I'll carry with me, one I'll never be able to forget. If these off-the-grid nightmares left you on edge, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more chilling stories. What would you have done in those situations? Share your thoughts in the comments.
Welcome to Mr. Creepiness. Most viewers aren't subscribed yet. Subscribing is free, and it makes a big difference for the channel. So if you love these stories, hit subscribe now, relax, and let's jump in. A while back, when Craigslist was still the go-to place for everything, I moved out of my small town to a bustling city. I had a job lined up, a decent apartment, and everything seemed set. Adjusting to the city life, though, wasn't as easy as I'd hoped. The higher living costs started eating into my savings pretty quickly. I decided to sell my car since public transport and everything I needed was within a few blocks. It was a 6-year-old Honda Accord. Not flashy, but solid. Anyone who knows cars would tell you that a Honda, if you take care of it, can last forever. Some folks even call them indestructible. I figured it'd sell fast, so I put up an ad and waited for the calls. A guy named Eric reached out after a couple of emails back and forth. He was in his early 40s, wore business casual, and said he was buying the car for his daughter. Just started college. He seemed polite and normal. Cautious. Meetings my favorite thing to do. Eric showed up. He checked the car thoroughly, even asked to pop the hood and look underneath. After some back and forth about the price, we struck a deal. He asked me to hold the car for 2 days so he could get the money sorted out. His tone and body language gave no reason to doubt him. I agreed, since it wasn't unusual for people to need a bit of time to gather funds for a big purchase. 2 days later, Eric called back, and we met in the afternoon near a quiet part of the city. We took the car for another test drive, and he handed me a cashier's check from Chase Bank. That's when I told him we'd need to head to the bank to cash it and get the title notarized. The moment I said that, I noticed something shift in him. He got jittery, like he was suddenly uneasy. At first, I thought maybe he was just nervous about spending so much money. But the more I watched him, the more I felt something was off. I noticed Eric starting to sweat, little beads forming along his forehead as we talked. We were parked on the side of a quiet street, him in the driver's seat, me in the passenger seat. If he was planning to steal the car, he'd already had plenty of chances. He knew where I lived, where I parked. He could have just taken it during the night. So, at that point, I didn't feel particularly uneasy. He asked if we could go over the car one more time before heading to the bank. I didn't see the harm in it, but made it clear that we'd be finalizing everything at the bank. No exceptions. We both stepped out, and as I started to walk around the car with him, he suddenly made a break for it. He bolted toward the driver's seat like he was trying to pull off some amateur heist. But he wasn't fast enough. My instincts kicked in, and I jumped across the hood, grabbing him just as he tried to slide into the seat. I yanked him out, and for a split second, Eric looked at me with this weird mix of defeat and embarrassment. Then, unbelievably, he laughed. "Man, I was just messing around," he said, his voice shaky but trying to sound casual. I didn't laugh. I just stared at him, completely thrown off by the whole thing. And that's when he pulled out a switchblade. The glint of the blade caught my eye, and he took a step toward me, hissing for me to back off. My confusion hit its peak. What the hell was this guy doing? Before I could even process what was happening, Eric lunged at me. I stumbled backward, barely avoiding the blade, and then he drove his knee straight into my crotch. Pain hit me like a lightning bolt, an explosion of agony that had me gasping for air and crumpling to the ground. My vision blurred as I dropped to my knees on the roadside. I barely had time to recover before I heard the engine roar to life. Eric jumped into the driver's seat and floored it, nearly clipping me as he sped off. The passenger door swung wildly in the wind as he peeled away, leaving me sprawled out on the asphalt, too dazed to move. The look on his face as he sped off is seared into my memory, a mix of panic and complete cluelessness. Eric wasn't some master criminal. He didn't have a plan. He was winging it, and it was painfully obvious. I sat there on the side of the road watching my Honda, speed off like it had a mind of its own. It felt like the world had slowed down for a moment, the sound of the tires fading while I knelt on the asphalt, clutching my stomach in pain and frustration. I smacked the ground hard, gritting my teeth as I tried to pull myself together. Once I caught my breath, I tried to run after the car, even though I knew how ridiculous it was. I mean, who outruns a car? Especially after getting nailed in the junk. Still, the adrenaline and anger were surging, so I waved down the nearest bystanders, shouting for someone to call 911. Most people just stared at me like I'd lost my mind, but finally, a guy handed me his phone. I could barely think straight as I dialed. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. The dispatcher's voice barely uttered as I tried to explain between ragged breaths. "My car! This guy, he just stole it! He attacked me!" I must have sounded unhinged, but the fact that my car was still visible racing down the street seemed to convince the small crowd that I wasn't making it up. Then, like something out of a movie, an unmarked cop car suddenly appeared from an alley just a few feet away. Two plainclothes officers jumped out, and I ran toward them, waving my arms frantically. The words tumbled out of me. Everything about the car, the guy, the plate number, the knife, everything I could remember in my panicked state. They nodded, clearly taking me seriously, which gave me the smallest glimmer of hope. One officer told me to get in the back of their car while the other got on the radio. I returned the borrowed phone to its owner with a hurried "thank you" and climbed into the cruiser. I was still full of adrenaline, pleading with them to chase after him. "He can't be far," I shouted. But the officer in the driver's seat gave me a look in the rearview mirror and said calmly, "We don't do high-speed chases with civilians in the car. We'll radio it in." That hit me like a gut punch. I'd thought this was going to be like one of those wild police chases you see on TV. Instead, they collected all the details I could give. Make, model, plate number, the description of Eric, and explained the next steps. They assured me they'd put out a bolo, be on the lookout, to nearby patrols, but I could already tell the odds of catching him were slim. When we got to the station, they had me file an official report. I also called my insurance company right away, which started a whole separate headache. I was angry. At Eric, sure, but mostly at myself. How could I have let this happen? The thought of being in the car with him, though, sent a chill down my spine. It could have been a lot worse. Of course, Eric's burner phone was dead as soon as he peeled off. I kept trying it anyway, as if there was some chance he'd answer and apologize or something. The guy had seemed so unsure, so nervous. I thought I'd figured him out, but in the end, he was smarter than I'd given him credit for. He wasn't just some bumbling wannabe thief. The next 3 months were a blur of insurance claims and frustrating back and forths. They grilled me as if I was the criminal, checking every little detail to make sure I wasn't running some kind of scam. I didn't blame them, but it felt like salt in the wound. This whole ordeal turned into a nightmare, especially when the insurance company got involved. They treated me like I was the criminal. Investigators even showed up at my apartment to make sure the car wasn't hidden somewhere nearby. It didn't hit me until then. I was suspect number one in their eyes. It was humiliating. Just when I thought I'd finally get my payout, I got a call from the police. They'd found the car, 3 states away. I remember going completely numb. My mouth dried up, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Turns out Eric wasn't working alone. He had a partner in crime. Let's call him Dumbass. Apparently, Eric had stolen the car and passed it off to Dumbass to sell. The idea was that Dumbass could claim he had no idea it was stolen if the cops got involved, and Eric could keep his hands clean. Real genius-level criminal mastermind stuff, right? It honestly felt like something out of a low-budget sitcom. Anyway, Dumbass sold the car to some random guy, an actual average Joe. This Joe did have a daughter in college, and she needed a car for school. So Joe bought it, thinking it was all legit. That is, until his daughter went to register the car at the DMV and found out it was flagged as stolen. The cops set up a meeting at the station with me, average Joe, and Dumbass. This was my chance to get some justice. I was ready to get my car back, or at least my money, and finally confront the guy who turned my life upside down. When I saw Dumbass in person, he tried to deny knowing Eric. Of course, nobody believed him. Eventually, he caved and offered to pay Joe back for the money he'd taken, as long as he could walk away without any more trouble. I wasn't thrilled, but at least it was something. We all agreed on a compromise. Average Joe's daughter would keep the car, and I'd take the money Dumbass had stolen. It wasn't perfect, but it felt like some kind of resolution. Still, the whole thing left a sour taste in my mouth. At one point, I spoke up, saying that Dumbass should still be investigated. I was robbed and assaulted, I reminded everyone. This guy shouldn't just get to walk away. I made it clear I was willing to press charges if anything shady came up in their investigation. Dumbass started to sweat bullets when I said that. I looked him dead in the eyes and asked what he thought about it. He stammered out some half-assed excuse, avoiding my gaze. I couldn't help but laugh in his face. "You're an idiot," I told him. "Get your act together." He just nodded and stared at the floor after that. In the end, I got paid for the car, but the whole experience was exhausting. It was stressful, infuriating, and more trouble than it was worth. Funny thing is, it didn't stop me from using Craigslist. I've bought and sold a few cars since then, but I do things differently now. First thing I do, take a picture of the person's driver's license. At this point, I've accepted that risk is just part of the process. But damn, I'd rather not go through something like that ever again. This all went down around 2019, just before I hit 19. I was working a dead-end job in a small town in Arizona, struggling to scrape together enough money to move out. Not because I was ready for the next chapter, but because my parents had grown impatient with me still being around. Being the youngest of 3 kids, I could tell they were done playing roommates. My dad would make jokes about me needing to learn the ropes on my own. But the undertone wasn't subtle. It was time to go. My job barely paid enough to keep me afloat, let alone save anything meaningful. College plans were hazy at best, but none of it mattered because January 1st was my family's unofficial eviction date for me. With Christmas creeping up fast, I leaned hard into every possible way to earn some cash. My go-to answer to every gift question became, "Just give me $50, half-jokingly. Despite the lack of real progress, I knew I had to step it up, so I decided to sell off a few old gadgets that were lying around collecting dust. A week before Christmas, I realized I was still short about $200 to cover a deposit for a dingy studio apartment I'd found. I started with things I didn't care much about, my ancient laptop and my brother's outdated Nintendo systems. But then I hit the point of listing my PS4 Pro, my baby, my escape from all the stress. It stung, but I knew people were desperate for gaming consoles during the holidays, so I slapped it up on Craigslist for $500, bundled with a few games and extra controllers. I figured I could settle for $400 if someone negotiated well. Within hours, the messages poured in. Most were the usual scammers or pity ploy types. "My son is terminally ill and this would make his last Christmas magical." Those kinds of pitches.
Bullshit.
It made me sick how people could weaponize sympathy for a bargain. But then a guy messaged me, and I braced for another guilt trip about his kid or how tight money was. Instead, he opened by saying it was for him and his 8-year-old daughter. He wanted to teach her gaming since her mom wasn't in the picture. When he asked if I'd drop $50 off the price, it caught me off guard.
No.
That seemed reasonable enough, but something about the exchange left me uneasy. He offered $450 in cash if I could meet him that same day, somewhere public. After hours of wading through scammers and sob stories, I was ready to end the ordeal. Sure, I knew it wasn't the smartest move to jump on the first decent-sounding offer, but I was drained. I messaged back quickly, agreeing to the deal and asking where he wanted to meet. His response? A hotel parking lot about 6 miles from my place. That threw me off a little, but I didn't overthink it. At least it was public, and hotels usually have cameras and people nearby. That felt safe enough. I carefully boxed up the console and its extras, triple-checking everything was there. After telling my mom where I was headed, mostly to reassure her, I tossed the box in my passenger seat and drove off. When I arrived, I parked near the entrance and texted him to let him know I was there. A minute later, he replied, saying they were actually staying at the hotel and he'd be right down. He added a request. Could I bring the box into the lobby?
No.
At first, that felt sketchy, but then it sort of made sense. It's warmer, more visible, and he'd probably been traveling all day. Plus, I was parked close enough to the entrance that it didn't feel like a big risk. I walked into the lobby with the box in hand, the smell of over-sanitized air and cheap coffee hitting me immediately. A receptionist asked if I needed help, and I simply explained I was meeting someone who was staying there. I sat down and waited, my eyes bouncing between the elevator doors and my phone. After a couple of minutes, a man stepped out of the elevator, scanning the room. He was around mid-30s, scruffy but not dirty, wearing a jacket that looked like it had seen better days. I assumed this was him, and when he waved, I knew I was right. We exchanged a quick hello and got straight to business. He opened the box, his eyes lighting up as he inspected the console and accessories. "Wow, this is in amazing shape," he said, running his fingers over the smooth surface of the PS4. I explained that I'd always been careful with it, keeping it clean and free of dust. Just to emphasize, I mentioned I'd even opened it up to blow out the dust before listing it. He nodded, visibly impressed. I showed him the games included in the listing, and as a bonus, added my copies of Crash Bandicoot and Kingdom Hearts. "Your daughter might like these," I said, trying to sound casual. He smiled, genuinely thankful, and said he really appreciated the gesture. At that point, the sale was going smoother than I could have imagined. He pulled out his wallet and counted out a stack of bills. $400. My stomach dropped a little. He paused for a moment, then said something that caught me completely off guard. "I'm really sorry, man. I had the $450, but we had to grab lunch earlier, and now I'm $50 short." He shifted nervously before continuing, his tone dropping into something I can only describe as slimy. What came next still sticks with me, word for word, because no paraphrasing could ever capture how unsettling it was. "But, my girlfriend and daughter are upstairs in the room. If you're cool knocking $50 off, maybe you could come spend some time with them."
No.
Let me clarify something. This wasn't just an offer involving his adult girlfriend. No. This man explicitly mentioned his 8-year-old daughter, in the same breath. He was offering them both, his partner and his little girl, in exchange for a $50 discount on a used PS4. The sheer wrongness of it made my stomach churn. At first, I thought maybe I misheard him, or maybe this was some bizarre joke. But his expression told me otherwise. He was dead serious. For a few seconds, I just stared at him, completely stunned. My mind raced, trying to process what had just been said. Pimping out your girlfriend for a console discount? Disgusting, sure. But throwing your child into that equation? It was sick on a level I'd never encountered before. He stood there, waiting for me to answer like he hadn't just shattered my sense of normalcy. I felt like I needed to get out of there. Fast. So I swallowed my disgust, nodded stiffly, and muttered, $400 is fine. I held out my hand and he placed the cash into it. "Thanks, man," he said casually, like this was any other transaction. "Yeah," I replied, barely audible. My voice felt distant, like it belonged to someone else. Without another word, I turned and walked out of the lobby, my hands trembling as I clutched the money. I wanted nothing more than to pretend this entire interaction never happened. Driving home, my thoughts spiraled. Was he serious? Had he genuinely just offered that? Or was it some bizarre attempt to mess with me, maybe a test to see if I'd react? Could it have been part of some sting operation, where saying yes would have gotten me arrested or worse? But the possibility that haunted me the most, the one I couldn't shake, was that he'd been completely honest, that he truly meant it. And what did that mean for the little girl he'd so casually included in his disgusting pitch? When I got home, I told my parents about it, hoping they'd understand how messed up the situation was. But they brushed it off like it was nothing. People are weird, my dad said, already back to watching his TV show. I thought about going to the police, but what could I even say? That some guy I met in a hotel lobby offered me his girlfriend and child for a discount on a gaming console. I had no proof, no way to track him down, no way to know if he was even telling the truth. In the end, I used the money to move out, scraping together enough for a tiny apartment. I've been on my own since then, and I try not to think about that night. But sometimes, late at night, I still see his face. I still hear his words. And the thought that I didn't do anything, didn't try to help if that offer was real, gnaws at me in ways I can't fully explain. I hope to God he was lying, but if he wasn't, that's a guilt I'll carry forever. I'm a 24-year-old guy, and this happened to me almost 4 years ago. I had just moved to a tiny house in the outskirts of a small town. Before this, I'd been renting an apartment for a while, so I didn't own much furniture to fill up the place. I had a decent sofa and a cheap TV stand, but my only television was the little one I planned to use in my bedroom since it wasn't big enough for the living room. Money was tight, so I started checking Craigslist to find a larger TV that wouldn't cost too much. Scrolling through listings, I found several flat screens, but most were way out of my price range. Honestly, I didn't need anything fancy, just a big screen to make the living room feel less empty. After some searching, I came across an older model that seemed perfect. It was massive, cheap, and supposedly worked fine. It looked like one of those flat screens from maybe a decade ago, the kind that aren't really flat by today's standards, because they're bulky and weigh a ton. I shot an email to the seller and kept browsing, though nothing else seemed as promising. The next morning, I got a reply. The seller, who introduced himself as Tom, sounded almost overly enthusiastic about selling me the TV. His email felt a little off, like he was too eager, but I brushed it off thinking maybe he was just an overly friendly older guy. I told him I could come by after work any evening that week, and he suggested the next day at 6:30. He included his address in the email, and even sent a Google Calendar invite labeled Craigslist TV. That part was odd, but I didn't see the harm in accepting it. The day of the meetup, I cleared out my truck to make space for the TV and headed to work. After my shift, I drove straight to Tom's place. It was fully dark by the time I arrived. His house was lit up like Christmas, with every window glowing. I parked in the driveway and double-checked that I had enough cash on me before heading to the front door. The door was slightly ajar, and there wasn't a screen door or anything, just the main one. I assumed he left it open because he was expecting me. I leaned in and glanced around, but didn't see anyone. Feeling a bit uneasy, I rang the doorbell. As soon as it chimed, I heard something heavy fall from somewhere deep inside the house. Then, everything went silent. Sound sent a chill through me, and my gut told me something was off. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should just walk away. But before I could decide, I heard slow, deliberate footsteps coming from inside the house. The door creaked open a bit more, and a man appeared. "Yeah? What do you want?" he asked flatly, only half his body visible behind the door. I cleared my throat, feeling a little thrown off. I'm here about the TV. We set up a time for today, 6:30. He stared at me, his eyes scanning me like he was trying to figure me out. Finally, he grunted. "All right." He swung the door open wider and gestured for me to come in. The moment I stepped inside, my stomach dropped. This guy wasn't the cheerful, friendly old man I had imagined from the emails. He was tall, with a rough, stern look that screamed trouble. Everything about him, his demeanor, his silence, set off alarms in my head. But I was already inside, and the TV was right there in the front room. Yeah, this looks fine. I'll take it, I said quickly, not even bothering to check if it worked. I just wanted to get out of there. I pulled out the cash and held it toward him. He stared at the money, then at me. His expression darkened as he snatched the cash from my hand and shoved it into his pocket. Before I could react, he grabbed my shoulder and shoved me hard toward the door. "Get out!" he barked. I didn't argue. I bolted out of the house, practically flying down the steps to my truck. I jumped in, started it up, and sped away without looking back. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. A few miles down the road, I pulled over to catch my breath and called the police. I explained everything to them, thinking about how brazen the guy was to rob me at his own house. He knew I had his address. What kind of idiot does that? But when the cops got back to me later, the whole situation turned upside down. The man I had met wasn't Mitch. The actual homeowner, Mitch, had been found unconscious in the kitchen. He'd been attacked and robbed just before I arrived. The guy I'd met was another Craigslist buyer Mitch had scheduled to meet, someone who had shown up for some kitchen items Mitch was selling. Instead of buying anything, he beat Mitch and stole from him. What made it even crazier? Mitch had sent that man a Google Calendar invite too. And the guy, either stupid or overconfident, accepted it with his email address, one that included his full name. The cops tracked him down within a few days. During the investigation, I finally got to meet Mitch. He was everything I had imagined from the emails. A kind, upbeat older man, even after everything he had been through. He smiled and joked with me, grateful to still be alive. But every time I think about that night, I can't help but wonder what would have happened if I'd shown up just a little earlier. During my second year of college, I was still living at home with my parents while driving to classes every day. The commute wasn't long, only about a 15-minute drive, so it worked out fine. My dad, being a bit overprotective, had insisted I stay home for a while longer. Just to set the scene, I was 22 at the time and had a little much to look at. It became practically useless. Its battery would die halfway through the day, and the cracked screen made it almost impossible to use. I worried it might just stop working altogether, so I decided it was finally time to replace it. Money was tight, so I turned to Craigslist, which everyone at Statefield College seemed to use for cheap deals. After scrolling through dozens of ads, some of them downright weird, I found a phone that looked decent. It was an older iPhone for only $90, sold by someone local. I emailed the seller right away. The guy's name was Brandon, and he said he was also a student at my school. After a few emails back and forth, we decided to meet at the campus library since it was public and safe. That Friday, I headed to the library after class. As I walked in, I saw Brandon near the cafe by the entrance. He waved me over, which caught me off guard because I had no idea how he recognized me. Now, looking back, I think he might have found me on Facebook. At the time, though, I didn't think much of it. He was polite, maybe a little too eager, but nothing that set off alarms. He showed me the phone, turned it on, and let me check that it wasn't locked to any carrier. I gave him the money, and he even offered to help me set it up. I took my old SIM card and put it into the new phone. Everything seemed fine. Brandon then asked if I could text him to confirm the phone was working. Without thinking, I sent a quick thanks to his number. Only later did I realize that might have been a mistake. Craigslist keeps your personal info private, and now he had my number. At the time, I brushed it off. That evening, I went out with a friend for coffee and didn't get home until around 7:30 p.m. After parking in the driveway, I went straight to my room to work on an essay. I set the phone on my desk and noticed a new message. It was from Brandon. "Hey, it was nice meeting you," it read. It seemed innocent enough at first. I didn't answer his first message. I know that might seem cold, but I didn't want to encourage him. Even without a reply, the texts kept coming over the next few days. Each one got more frequent and shifted into this awkwardly flirty tone. After a while, I gave in and sent a short reply, politely telling him I wasn't interested. I hoped he'd take the hint, even though I thought it was weird he didn't get it from my silence. When I mentioned it to my sister, she immediately told me to block his number. I was about to do just that, but then I saw another text from him. This time, it wasn't just a quick message. It was this huge block of text. He was pouring out his feelings, talking like he was in love with me. It was over the top and way too intense for someone I'd met for 5 minutes. That's when the uneasiness really hit. Knowing he was on campus, walking the same hallways as me, made my stomach churn. My biggest fear was bumping into him, especially if I was alone. I often had to walk across the student parking lot at night, which was always a little eerie even before all this. Now it felt outright dangerous. Thankfully, I managed to get through the week without seeing him in person, but his texts just wouldn't stop. One night, after a long, exhausting day of classes, I checked my phone and saw a flood of new messages from him. Most were more of the same, pleading, guilt-tripping, but one stood out. "Why are you ignoring me? I know you're there. You'll regret this." That one hit me like a punch to the gut. It wasn't just desperate anymore. It was a threat. I felt the panic setting in and decided to text a friend of mine who was in law school. She told me to start keeping a record of everything, every message, every date, every time. That way, if things escalated, I'd have proof to take to the authorities. Following her advice, I began screenshotting the texts, compiling all the evidence I could. Part of me felt stupid for not reporting him immediately, but I thought I could handle it by being cautious. I also decided to send him one last message, a firm, direct one, telling him to stop contacting me. I kept it short and polite, but left no room for excuses. Of course, it didn't work. The messages kept coming, and I kept ignoring them. Then, one afternoon, I spotted him on campus. He was sitting in a courtyard near one of the main buildings. My heart sank, but I didn't think he saw me. I stayed hidden, sticking close to two friends who happened to be with me. Their presence made me feel a little safer, but it was still terrifying to see him there, just feet away. That was the moment I realized I couldn't let this go on. I headed to the student center and spoke with someone at the help desk. I showed them everything, the screenshots, the timeline of events. I'm not sure what steps they took, but whatever they did must have worked. I never heard from him again. I didn't want to ruin anyone's life, and I don't know if he was expelled or not, but he vanished from campus after that. As for the phone, I got rid of it. My dad insisted on buying me a new one, and I didn't argue. Part of me couldn't shake the feeling that the phone might have had some kind of tracker on it. That's probably just paranoia, but I couldn't bring myself to keep it. Even now, the whole thing gives me chills. This happened back when I was still living at my parents' place, which was about 8 years ago now. My brother Ryan and I were both staying there at the time. That summer, when I was 19 and he was 22, our parents decided to go on a month-long trip, leaving the house to us. Ryan had recently gotten himself a new laptop for school. He'd been using it for around 6 weeks by then, and his old computer was just sitting idle. I didn't need it since I already had a decent setup. So, he decided to sell it on Craigslist to help cover some of the cost of his new one. He told me he'd found a buyer who was planning to drop by on Saturday. Ryan wanted me to stick around since it wasn't the best idea to meet someone from Craigslist alone. I said I'd be home, so it wasn't a big deal. However, on Friday night, Ryan made a last-minute plan to drive to another city where his girlfriend was working for the summer. They'd been having some issues, so I think he saw this as a way to smooth things over. Before he left, he told me he canceled the computer sale and messaged the buyer to call it off. I didn't think much of it. I didn't expect to have to deal with it anyway. Ryan joked that I wasn't great at bargaining, saying you'd probably end up giving it away for free. I couldn't argue much. He wasn't wrong. So he assured me the buyer wasn't coming, and I was fine with that. That Saturday, with Ryan gone, I had the place to myself. I spent the day lazing around, watching TV and gaming. Most of my friends had already left town for college, so my evening was pretty quiet. Around 9 p.m., there was a knock at the door. I got up, peered through the peephole, and saw a guy standing there. He looked a little older than me, maybe 23 or so. hair was a mess, and he had this awkward gap where a front tooth should have been. I didn't recognize him, and my gut said to just let him leave. But when he knocked again, I opened the door just a bit and asked what he wanted. "I'm here for the computer. Ryan said I could pick it up today," he said flatly. I think there's some mix-up. Ryan's not here, and he didn't mention anyone stopping by," I replied. The guy frowned and said, "Look, I've been driving for hours. Can I at least check out the computer?" He sounded irritated, and I felt bad for wasting his time, even if it wasn't my fault. Despite knowing Ryan specifically told me not to handle it, I didn't want to seem rude. Against my better judgment, I let him in. "All right, you can look at it, but that's it. My brother didn't say anything about selling it today," I said, stepping back to let him in. He nodded and followed me to where the computer was sitting in the corner of our living room. I gestured to it, but kept my distance, feeling uneasy. The guy crouched down to check it out, asking me some tech-related stuff that I honestly had no clue about. "Ryan didn't mention anything about you coming over. He's supposed to be handling this," I muttered, trying not to sound too nervous. "Well, I'm already here, so why not just wrap this up? I've got the money," he said, pulling an envelope out of his jacket pocket. "Look, I can't sell it. My brother specifically told me he canceled the sale. I don't even know what kind of deal you two made," I finally admitted, hoping he'd leave without making a fuss. His whole vibe changed in an instant. He gave this irritated laugh and shook his head. "You're kidding, right? You let me come all this way, and now you're telling me no?" I froze, realizing I had seriously messed up by letting him inside. The air between us got heavy, and I wished more than anything that Ryan had stayed home to deal with this himself. "Look, just take the money and give me the computer," he insisted, thrusting the envelope toward me. I took it, mostly to get him to calm down, and peeked inside. It didn't take more than a second to see the amount was way less than what Ryan had listed. "This isn't enough. My brother wanted twice this," I said, my voice shaking a little. He rolled his eyes and let out an annoyed groan. "It's called negotiating. Take it or leave it," he snapped, clearly getting more irritated by the second.
Get out.
I wasn't about to let him push me around, though. "No, the deal's off. You need to leave now," I said, trying to sound firm but probably failing miserably. Just then, the doorbell rang, cutting through the tension like a knife. Both of us jumped a little. For a second, I felt a spark of hope. "You should go. That's probably one of our neighbors. They'll call the cops if they see anything weird going on," I blurted out. The guy hesitated but eventually grumbled something under his breath and headed toward the side door. I locked it behind him as soon as he was out, my hands trembling. When I finally peeked outside, he was gone. I opened the front door to find one of our neighbors standing there. My parents had asked them to check in on us while they were away. It felt like such a lucky break. I could have cried. That night, Ryan called, and I told him everything. He was upset, but agreed I'd done the right thing by standing my ground. A few days later, he mentioned that the guy was still blowing up his Craigslist messages, sending these aggressive texts about the sale. Ryan eventually reported him, which stopped the messages, but we didn't take it any further. No cops, no telling our parents. We just let it all fade into the background like it never happened. Hi, I'm Jess, a 25-year-old woman. I've been lurking here for a while, reading every post, and figured I'd finally share what happened to me. This took place 6 years ago, back when I had just moved into a small apartment on the other side of Portland. It was further from my job, but since I didn't have a car and the bus routes were unreliable, I decided to invest in a bike. After some thinking, I hopped on Craigslist to search for a second-hand one. I found a few listings that looked promising, so I reached out to the sellers. The first person told me they'd already sold their bike, but the second one said it was still available. The seller, who introduced himself as Mike, seemed eager to show it to me and suggested I come by the next afternoon. He gave me his address and told me to arrive around 5 p.m. The next day, I arrived at his place, a small single-story house with peeling paint. A rusty truck sat in the driveway. I walked up to the door and rang the bell. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and a tall man with greasy black hair stepped out. His flannel shirt had a faint stain on the front, and his jeans looked like they hadn't been washed in weeks. "Hi, I'm Jess. Are you Mike?" I asked. He grinned and nodded. Without a word, he stepped out onto the porch, shutting the door behind him with a loud click. As he led me toward his garage, he kept glancing at me in a way that made my skin crawl. Then, out of nowhere, he said,
Hello? Hey, basically I've got a load of sand in this truck for you. I just got caught up in the dang, this real bad snowstorm. That's why the big delay.
When are you thinking?
Hey.
About 4 o'clock. I mean, I can have someone meet you down there later if it's necessary.
Yeah, my GPS says it's going to be a little later than 4, so I don't know. You just want to try in the morning?
I mean, that would be ideal for me, yeah.
Let's plan for that. I'll get as close as I can and then shut down and get there in the morning. And I'll let you know roughly about that time, what time I'll be there. Sorry for the long delay, but like I said, got caught up in a bad snowstorm. And
no big deal. We're not in any rush for that product, so we're good.
But I just didn't want to get going and basically take a chance that I wrecked out, because when I finally got going, there was probably like 10 trucks either rolled over or in the ditch.
Dang.
Yeah, so it got bad, and then freaking I drove like a couple hours yesterday. The roads are getting bad again, so I shut down, got going in the morning.
No big deal. Yeah, just call me in the morning whenever you're ready. Stay safe.
All right. Well, like I said, I'll contact you in the morning when I'll be there.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
I froze for a second, then quickly made a thank you and tried to steer the conversation back to the bike. He pushed open the garage door, revealing a cluttered mess of boxes, tools, and random junk. The bike was buried under it all, but he pulled it out with a flourish. "Here it is," he said, wheeling it into the sunlight. "Just for you, beautiful." I laughed nervously, feeling more and more uncomfortable, but the bike itself was in excellent shape. It looked even better than it had in the pictures, and the price he was asking was almost too good to be true. I pretended to focus on checking the gears and tires, hoping he'd stop staring at me. After a few minutes, I asked if he was still okay with the amount he'd listed online. But as I turned around to face him, I noticed just how close he was standing. His face was way too near mine, and I instinctively took a step back. He didn't seem to care, though. His dark eyes locked onto mine, and with a sly grin, he said, "How about this? Go on a date with me, and I'll let you have the bike for free." My stomach dropped. The uneasy feeling I'd had since arriving intensified. Not wanting to stick around any longer, I quickly pulled out $50 from my wallet and handed it to him, hoping that would put an end to this. But he barely glanced at the money in my hand. "How's Saturday?" "I can pick you up," he pressed, his tone way too familiar for someone I just met. I shook my head firmly, taking another step back to create some space between us. "No thanks," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm not interested." I extended the money toward him again, this time holding it out further. For a second, he just stood there, his eyes drilling into me in silence. In that moment, I felt how vulnerable I was. It was just the two of us in his yard, and he was blocking the path to the street. His taller, bulkier frame loomed over me. But then, thankfully, he let out a heavy sigh, snatched the cash from my hand, and muttered, "Fine." Without wasting another second, I grabbed the bike and wheeled it out of his yard as quickly as possible. I hopped on a block down the street, pedaling hard to get away. I thought I heard him call out something like, "See you later, Jess," but I didn't look back. I just wanted to put as much distance between me and that house as I could. By the time I reached my building, I started to feel safer. Pulling into the bike rack outside my apartment, I finally let myself relax a little. I locked the bike and headed up to my unit, feeling relieved to be home. But as I fished my keys out of my pocket, I realized my phone had been buzzing nonstop. I unlocked the screen to find 9 new messages. My heart skipped when I saw the sender's name, Mike Edison. My chest tightened, and my fingers trembled as I opened the thread. Each text had the same chilling effect, but it was the last one that really made my blood run cold. "See you Saturday," it read. I scrolled up, my pulse pounding in my ears. "Hey, it's Mike," one of them said. "Just making sure we're still good for this weekend. I know you're trying to play hard to get, but it's cute. Don't worry, I don't mind waiting." The text thread haunted me. "You're a good girl. I know you'll treat me right," one of his messages read. "That $50? Don't worry, I'll make it up to you. Are you home yet, Jess?" And then, after he saw I'd read his texts, came the chilling final one. "See you Saturday." I blocked his number right away, hoping that would be the end of it. But his words stuck with me, replaying over and over in my head. I spent the next couple of days trying to brush it off, convincing myself I was overreacting. Yet every time I left my apartment, I found myself peeking outside first, half expecting him to show up. On Saturday morning, I felt a twinge of paranoia as I cracked open the front door and scanned the street. Nothing seemed out of place, so I told myself I was being silly. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. After a quick trip to the store, I started walking back, my mind already on the snacks I'd picked up. That's when I saw him. Standing right in front of my apartment building, leaning casually against the wall, was Mike. His phone was in his hand, but the second he spotted me, his face lit up with a wide, unsettling grin. "Jess, hey, I'm here for our date," he called out, his voice way too cheerful. "Did you get my messages?" He started walking toward me, and instinctively, I stepped back. My hands gripped the grocery bag so tightly that the plastic handles dug into my palms. I tried to form words, but my throat felt dry and panic made my heart race. Before I could say anything, a firm voice behind me cut through the tension. "Hey, is there a problem here?" I turned and saw Daniel, my neighbor from a few doors down, stepping up beside me. His expression was calm, but his tone had an edge to it. Relief washed over me just seeing him there. Mike didn't seem fazed. "No problem, man. Just here for my date," he said, looking at me like I was supposed to agree. Daniel glanced at me, his eyebrows furrowing in concern. Taking a deep breath, I found my voice. "I don't want to go on a date with you. Please, leave me alone." I tried to sound firm, but I could hear the tremor in my voice. Mike took a step closer, his smile faltering. "Aw, come on, Jess. Don't be like that," he said, his tone turning sour. But as he moved forward, Daniel stepped in front of me, his broad frame blocking Mike completely. "She said no," Daniel said, his voice low and steady. "Walk away." The two of them locked eyes, and for a moment, the tension was unbearable. Daniel was bigger, more solidly built, and the look on his face made it clear he wasn't backing down. After what felt like forever, Mike finally muttered something under his breath and turned to leave. I let out a shaky breath as I watched him disappear around the corner. Daniel turned back to me, his expression softening. "You okay?" he asked. I nodded, though my hands were still trembling. "Yeah, thank you," I said quietly. That was the last time I ever saw Mike, and I pray I never do again. I had been clearing out my place, using Craigslist to get rid of stuff I didn't need anymore. Moving was like a fresh start. That's when I found my old set of tools, solid pieces, still working fine. But since I'd switched to battery-powered ones, they'd been sitting around unused. Snapping a few photos, I listed a power drill, driver, and a matching tool set for $80. It was a great deal for anyone who needed quality tools without breaking the bank. It didn't take long to get responses. Within the first hour, 2 people reached out. One lowballed me with $50, which I politely turned down. The other person seemed more promising. They agreed to my price and wanted to pick them up that evening. I told them I'd be ready around 5 p.m., as usual, meeting buyers outside in my driveway. It was a safe neighborhood, busy enough that I didn't worry much about sketchy encounters. Everything seemed straightforward until there was a knock on my door just after 4:30. Peering out, I saw a man standing there, his red car idling in the driveway. I cracked the door open and asked who he was. He introduced himself as the Craigslist buyer and said he was early. Something about his presence felt off, but I shrugged it off, telling him to wait in his car since I wasn't ready yet. He hesitated before walking back, leaving me uneasy as I watched him go. After pulling myself together, I grabbed the tools to meet him outside. He was waiting at the top of the driveway when I arrived. I offered to let him test the tools, even pointing out the outdoor outlet. He seemed pleased with how they worked, but then he dropped a bombshell. "How about $20?" he asked casually while holding the drill. My patience wore thin as I reminded him that the agreed price was $80 and that $20 wasn't reasonable. He didn't argue or apologize. Instead, he placed the drill down and walked off without a word, got into his car, and drove away. Frustrated, I brought the tools back inside. The whole thing felt like a waste of time, but I chalked it up as a minor annoyance. Life goes on, right? Or so I thought. Later that night, as I passed by the living room window, a familiar flash of red caught my eye. I froze, my heart sinking. It was the same car, parked just down the street. The car was parked just a few houses down from mine, unmistakably the same red vehicle. I squinted, trying to see if the man was still inside, but the car was empty. That tiny detail should have reassured me, but it didn't. I forced myself to shrug it off, convincing myself it was nothing more than a coincidence. Time went by, and I distracted myself with dinner and a random TV show. It was almost enough to forget about it until I heard a knock on the door. The sound jolted me. My first instinct was to stay put, ignoring it in hopes they'd go away. But as my mind raced, I couldn't help but assume it was the man from earlier. Not even a minute passed before the knocking started again, harder this time. "Hey, it's me. I've got the money now, and I'm ready to buy the tools," he called out. His voice sent a chill through me, but it wasn't just the words. It was the tone, too calm and deliberate. I stood frozen, trying to think clearly. That car had been his. He'd been watching my house. Instead of answering, I grabbed my phone and called the police, giving them his description and the car's details. I stayed silent while he kept knocking and calling out. "I really want those tools. Come on, open up," he shouted again. Then, after a minute, the knocking stopped. Everything went quiet, eerily so. I stayed by the couch, staring toward the front door, unsure if I should move. I told myself the cops would arrive soon, and that all I had to do was wait. But then I heard it. Something heavy slammed into the side of my house. The thud echoed through the walls, followed by rustling leaves and the sound of someone scrambling. My heart was pounding as I rushed to the nearest window. I peeked out just in time to see him stumbling away, limping toward his car. His plan had clearly gone wrong. But before he could make it to his vehicle, the red and blue lights of the police lit up the street, catching him in the act. What I learned after they arrested him left me shaken. He confessed on the spot, saying he'd intended to rob me. When I didn't let him into the house earlier, it forced him to change his plan. He tried to climb the tree beside my house, hoping to jump onto the roof and get in through an upstairs window. The police said he slipped and hit the side of the house instead, injuring his leg. What terrified me most was what they found on him, a knife. And that unlocked window he was aiming for? It led right into my bedroom. He claimed it was just about stealing the tools, but his story didn't sit right with me. Since that night, I've sworn off Craigslist completely, and every window in my house stays locked now, even the ones I thought no one could possibly reach. Money was tight, and I needed a better job fast. That's how I ended up scouring Craigslist for opportunities. I live in this dying little town where it feels like time decades ago. The best jobs around are at gas stations or diners, and even those barely pay enough to get by. I tried getting help at the Career Center back when I was in college. All they did was show me how to Google job boards like snagajob.com, Indeed. It was useless, a glorified internet search for dead-end minimum wage jobs. I didn't want to spend my whole life grinding for pennies. I needed something better, something that paid enough for me to feel like I wasn't drowning every day. So, I gave Craigslist a shot. I wasn't expecting much, but I sent out a couple of emails anyway. To my surprise, I got a response almost immediately. It was for a job at a dental office. The description seemed perfect, especially since I had a bit of office experience from a miserable stint with a crazy boss. So I figured, why not? I sent back an enthusiastic reply. The guy I talked to was the head dentist. He said he was relocating to this dump of a town, California, which made sense considering the kind of people who end up here. He sounded older, kind of quirky, and there were some odd quirks in his emails too. He was Russian, so I just figured it was a language thing. I even read his messages in a fake Russian accent in my head to make them sound better. Thinking back now, it's embarrassing how easily I fell for it. Every warning sign was there, but I was desperate enough to explain everything away. I wanted this job so badly, I convinced myself it was all legit. The emails were a little confusing though. He said I'd work from home at first while he settled things for his move. He'd send me all the equipment I'd need, a laptop, a printer scanner combo, some external storage, and software like QuickBooks. It sounded professional enough. But then came the weird part. He said, to help you get started, I'll send you an upfront payment of $300 for your first week. The rest will be included in your paycheck. I'll also cover the cost of the equipment and shipping with a certified check in my name. You won't have to pay anything out of pocket. At first I thought, wow, that's generous. But then I realized, wait, I'm supposed to pay for shipping and installation? I tried to make sense of it, thinking maybe it was just part of the job. After all, I'd be acting as his assistant. And assistants handle stuff like this, right? The thought of this being a scam was in the back of my head, but I ignored it. I told myself I wasn't being reckless, just cautious. I jumped through a lot of mental hoops to justify everything, convincing myself that this was just how things worked in this line of work. The dentist seemed eager to answer all my questions, which made me feel a lot better about everything. We exchanged a few more emails, and he broke down the details of the payments and what my tasks would be. It all sounded legit. I figured, if this guy were a scammer, why would he go to so much effort to make everything seem so real? It didn't make sense for him to put in all this work just to rip me off. So, I pushed forward. I mean, people do crazy things for a steady paycheck, right? To be safe, I asked my dad and my brother for advice. Both of them had backgrounds in government work, stuff like intelligence analysis, so I figured they'd know how to spot a fraud. They did some digging and found a real dentist with the same name in California. The guy's office had shut down, and his house was on the market. It all checked out, as far as we could tell. That sealed it for me. Everything seemed to line up perfectly. I was all in. This is where it all went downhill. Looking back, I can't believe how naive I was. He asked me to send out MoneyGrams for him.
No.
For those who don't know, MoneyGrams are basically a sketchy way to wire cash to someone, usually through Walmart or a similar service. He said it was part of his moving process, settling up debts or paying for services. I didn't question it. I deposited the first check he sent me, and once it cleared, I used the money to send the grams. We had talked on the phone a few times by then, and his accent was exactly what I expected. Thick, but polite, with a hint of something I couldn't quite place. That night, I went to bed feeling pretty good whole thing. I let myself dream a little. A new job, more money, maybe even some travel once I had savings. For the first time in a while, I thought about a future that wasn't stuck in this depressing. Then I woke up, and everything fell apart. My bank account was frozen and deep in the red. The check I deposited had bounced. It was fake, and I got slapped with a massive penalty. The money from the MoneyGrams was already gone, completely untraceable. The technician fee I'd wired had gone through too. Just like that, I was $1,500 in the hole. I was in over my head. I didn't know how to handle something like this. I was barely out of my teens, and the thought of dealing with this mess made me sick. My chest felt like it was caving in, and my throat tightened with panic. I couldn't think straight. Desperation kicked in. I called him, emailed him, texted him, anything to reach him. He kept calling, saying he was sorting it out. He sounded so sure that everything would be fixed by the afternoon. For a moment, his confidence calmed me down, and I wanted to believe him. I figured I'd give it a little time and see if he could reverse the mess. But then he called again, asking me to send more MoneyGrams.
Oh.
That's when I snapped. I told him flat out, "I'm not sending another dime until I get back the money you already stole from me." My voice was shaking, but I was firm. His tone shifted. He started pressing me, harder to understand now, insisting I had to do my job. I told him it wasn't professional to ask for more money when the first payment hadn't even been returned. I told him to fix it now, or I'd go to the police. That's when everything turned. His voice dropped, slow and threatening. He said my name, my full name, then my address, every detail I had given him. He said if I didn't send the money, I'd regret it in ways I couldn't imagine. My blood ran cold. I hung up on him. At 4 a.m., my phone rang again. His voice was colder now, commanding me to send the money right away. Half asleep, I told him I wasn't budging until I got my money back. Whatever I growled into the phone wasn't polite, but I was too angry to care. Then he snapped back. "Get out of bed and send the money, or I'll make sure you don't wake up next time." That jolted me awake. I sat straight up, gripping the phone. "Who is this?" I demanded. There was silence for a second. Then he mumbled the dentist's name. "Bullshit," I shot back. "There's no way you're actually the dentist. I know this is a scam." He didn't deny it, just spat out a few more chilling threats before hanging up. Shaking, I powered off my phone, too scared to let it ring again. For the first time since college, I'd managed to save a little extra money, just $300. And in a matter of days, it was gone, leaving me deeper in debt than I'd ever been before. I felt like the dumbest person alive. I spent the next day wrapped in a bathrobe, glued to my couch, trying to figure out how I let this happen. It was the kind of humiliation that makes you want to disappear. Talking about it felt impossible. Like the more I explained, the more I'd relive my stupidity. Then, out of nowhere, the universe dealt another blow. 2 days later, my brother, the same one who'd helped me investigate the scam, died of a heart attack. It wasn't connected to the scam at all, just a freak event, but it hit me like a wrecking ball. Losing him crushed me. I couldn't stop feeling like it was my fault for dragging him into my mess. The guilt piled on top of everything else, and it felt like my entire world had caved in. That week broke me. I don't have some neat moral or inspiring lesson to wrap this up with. I just know it was the worst stretch of time I've ever lived through. And to top it off, it happened when everyone online was posting about how awful 2015 was, but how 2016 was going to be their year. Life's a joke, and I'm not laughing. When I first came to this town, I had nowhere to stay. Thankfully, my brother lived just outside the city limits and let me crash on his couch for a while. I'd been wandering around Europe for over a year, so I wasn't exactly picky about where I stayed. Still, I didn't want to impose on him for too long, so finding a place to live became my main focus. The problem was, without a steady job, nobody wanted to rent to me. I spent hours scrolling through rental websites and Craigslist, but most landlords in the bigger buildings demanded proof of income. It was exhausting, going to see damp, cramped basement apartments that still didn't feel right. One day, a Craigslist post caught my eye. It was for a 2-month sublet, and the owner said she'd be away visiting family. That sounded perfect. It would give me a little breathing room to figure out a job and a better long-term solution. The rent was steep, something like $1,500 or $600 a month, but I was desperate and didn't have better options. I replied to the ad, and the woman, named Linda, got back to me quickly. she agreed to show me the place that weekend. The apartment was a one-bedroom in a small 3-story building just a short walk from the train station. It sounded promising. Before heading out, I stopped at the bank to get a certified check. Linda had made it clear she wanted the full 2 months' rent up front if I decided to take it. It was a big chunk of my savings, but I figured it'd be worth it to lock in the place. Afterward, I took the subway across town and walked the last few blocks. The neighborhood was quiet, and the building itself looked old-fashioned, with faded tan bricks and a clunky intercom system that barely worked. It wasn't flashy, but it didn't seem terrible either. Linda met me at the front door to let me in. The building had just 6 units, 2 on each floor, with a basement that held a laundry room and some storage lockers. The moment I stepped inside, I noticed how dated everything felt. The hallways had that musty, old building smell, and the locks on the doors were the old-school kind that needed actual keys. It definitely wasn't modern, but that didn't bother me too much at first. When we stepped into the apartment, I was pleasantly surprised. It was cozy, fully furnished, and had a personal touch with the decor. Linda showed me around, pointing out little details, and I decided to take it on the spot. I handed her the $3,000 bank draft she had asked for, covering both months, and she handed me a spare key. We agreed I'd move in 3 days later. Until then, I stayed at my brother's, trying to make the most of the few extra days with friends and family before settling into the new place. Moving day arrived quickly. After unpacking and getting settled, I met one of my neighbors, a guy named Matt, who lived in the unit next to mine. He looked to be in his mid-30s and had a laid-back vibe. We chatted for a bit in the hallway right outside my door. He already knew about the sublet arrangement and didn't seem surprised to see me there. Toward the end of the conversation, though, he said something that caught me off guard. He mentioned he was glad someone else was moving in for a while because Linda could be a bit much. When I pressed him on it, he just shrugged and said something vague about how the apartment could get noisy. It didn't make much sense since Linda had struck me as pretty low-key, but I didn't push further. The first few days passed uneventfully. It felt strange living in someone else's space, but I had to admit it was a step up from my brother's couch. For the first time in ages, I had a place to myself. Things seemed normal enough, until about a week in. It was late evening, and I was relaxing in the living room when the intercom buzzed out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I figured someone had hit the wrong button. Still, I got up to answer it. The moment I pressed the button, I was met with angry shouting. The voice on the other end was harsh and demanding, and I couldn't make out much of what he was saying at first. I tried to explain that he must have had the wrong person, but he ignored me and barked, "Where's Linda?" That stopped me cold. I explained that I was just renting the apartment for a couple of months while Linda was away. As soon as I said that, the yelling stopped. The line went dead, and I stood there by the intercom, waiting for something. It didn't end there, though. About 30 minutes later, the intercom buzzed again, cutting through the quiet. This time when I answered, it wasn't some angry stranger. It was the police. They asked me to come downstairs. My stomach dropped, but I grabbed my keys and headed down. Outside, there were 2 cops standing with a man I didn't recognize. They got straight to the point. The man claimed that he was the real tenant of the apartment. I was stunned. I tried to explain my situation, telling them I'd paid Linda in full and showing them the bank draft as proof. But the guy had his own evidence. He pulled out utility bills and a piece of mail with his name and the apartment's address. Officers decided his proof was stronger. They said he had more of a right to the place, even if he wasn't technically on the lease. Before I could even process what was happening, they told me I had 15 minutes to grab my stuff and leave. It was already late, maybe around 9 p.m., and I didn't have anywhere to go. I called my brother in a panic. Thankfully, he answered, and I ended up crashing on his couch that night. The next week was a mess. I tried over and over to get in touch with Linda, but she wasn't answering my calls or texts. When I finally reached her, her explanation only made things worse. She admitted the guy was her ex-boyfriend, but she claimed the apartment was hers, and he had no right to be there. That didn't help me much. I was out over $3,000, with no apartment and no way to fix the mess. I pushed her to return the money, but all she did was argue. After about a week of back and forth, she finally offered to return half of it if I dropped the issue completely. It felt like a slap in the face, but I was exhausted and didn't have the energy to keep fighting. I took the money and moved on. Looking back, I still don't fully understand how the laws work in cases like that, but I know I got the short end of the stick. The deal with Linda had been sketchy from the start. No lease, no official paperwork, just a bank draft and her word. I learned a hard lesson. Always keep things above board. Never trust strangers from Craigslist. And most importantly, avoid getting tangled up in other people's drama. It's not worth it. Trust me on that one. My name's Brian, and I'm 24 years old. I've worked retail for a few years now, but back when I was about to start college, I was dirt poor. I had this beat-up old desktop at home, but it was painfully slow, so I knew I needed something better. My parents didn't have much money to spare either, so buying a brand new laptop wasn't an option. After talking it over, we decided I'd look for something used online. I spent hours scrolling through Craigslist every evening after my summer job, trying to find something decent but affordable. A week or so into my search, I spotted an ad for a 2005 HP laptop. It wasn't top of the line, but it would do the trick for school. I reached out to the seller, a guy named Marcus, and he told me it was still available. We arranged for me to come by his house to check it out in a couple of days. When the day came, my mom dropped me off outside Marcus's house in a quiet neighborhood. She didn't want to come in because she said it was important I learn to handle things like this myself. I was nervous but determined. I knocked on the door, and a little girl's voice yelled something before a man in his late 30s answered. He greeted me with a warm smile, and I introduced myself, saying I was there about the laptop. "Oh, right," he said. "Give me a sec to grab it. Want to come in, or do you prefer to wait here?" I hesitated, but decided to stay on the porch. He nodded, closed the door, and left me standing there. A minute later, he came back with the laptop. He invited me to sit down while he turned it on. Everything seemed to work fine when I opened the browser and tested the Wi-Fi. Satisfied, I handed him the cash, thanked him, and started heading back to the car. Just as I reached the driveway, Marcus called out behind me, his voice suddenly serious. I froze for a second, unsure whether to laugh it off or feel uneasy. Marcus had seemed so normal, but this folder didn't feel normal at all. I stared at the screen, debating whether to keep looking or just delete the entire thing and pretend I never saw it. Curiosity got the better of me. I clicked to the next picture, my stomach twisting with unease. The next photo was unsettling. The same woman, now standing at what looked like a bus stop. Her face was visible, though blurry, and she seemed unaware of the camera. The picture had been taken from a distance, and the framing made it clear that whoever took it had tried to stay hidden. I couldn't help but think of all the true crime documentaries my mom loved to watch. The ones about stalkers and people who just seemed friendly at first. I pressed the arrow key again. This time, the photo showed her inside a house. Her house, I assumed. She was sitting at a kitchen table, holding a coffee cup, her head tilted slightly as though she was deep in thought. The angle made me uncomfortable. It was taken from outside, through a window. I could even see the reflection of leaves on the glass, meaning the photographer was probably hiding in her yard. My heart started pounding in my chest. I told myself to stop, but my fingers kept moving, clicking to the next picture. The woman was asleep now, lying on a couch with a blanket over her. This photo was much closer than the others. I could make out small details, like a book on the coffee table and a pair of glasses next to it. It hit me that whoever took this was inside her house when she was asleep. My skin crawled at the thought. The last picture in the folder was the worst. It was of the woman again, but this time, she was standing in her bedroom, staring directly at the camera. Her face wasn't blurry in this one. It was clear, and her expression was a mix of terror and disbelief, like she had just realized someone was there. The realization that this wasn't just some random stranger's laptop anymore hit me like a brick. This was something dangerous, something I shouldn't have. I slammed the laptop shut, my heart racing, and stared at it, unsure what to do next. Was Marcus really some kind of stalker? The idea stuck in my head as I kept going through the photos, each one leaving me more unsettled than the last. There was one of her eating at a diner, another of her sitting at a desk in what looked like a library, and even one where she seemed to be walking through a park. But then I found the picture that made my stomach, a shot of the woman sleeping in her bed. He had been inside her house. My mind raced. What had he done? Or worse, what was he planning to do? I almost stopped looking but couldn't help myself. The next picture showed her with a man. My breath caught. Was it Marcus? It was hard to tell, but there was a resemblance. They were smiling in the photo, standing close like they were a couple. Then, in the next picture, she was asleep again, her face turned slightly toward the camera. The sequence of images made my skin crawl. I scrolled forward, feeling like I was watching a horrifying story unfold. As I moved through the folder, the photos started changing. At first, there were just a few of them together, then more. They were holding hands, laughing at what looked like a picnic, even posing for a selfie in front of a Christmas tree. Near the end of the folder, I found a picture of her showing off a wedding ring. My heart sank. The next few pictures were from their wedding day. Her in a white dress, him in a tux. And then, a photo of them holding a baby. Their baby. I leaned back, feeling sick. My hands shook as I scrolled back through the pictures, trying to make sense of it all. Marcus wasn't just a stranger with a creepy hobby. He was her husband, her stalker husband. I felt like I had stumbled onto something awful, something I shouldn't know. But what could I do with this? What could I even say? Hi, ma'am. Just so you know, your husband secretly followed you and took pictures before you were married. It sounded insane. I stared at the last photo, the one with the baby, the kid's voice I'd heard at the house earlier. It had to be theirs. My head was spinning, and I didn't know what to do. Eventually, I forced myself to stop thinking about it. I wiped the laptop clean, deleting everything. That night, I went to bed hoping I could just move on. But here I am, 8 years later, still haunted by what I found. Did I do the right thing? Or should I have done something more? I don't think I'll ever know. I found a place through Craigslist about 7 years ago when I needed a room to rent. I wasn't picky, just something affordable with a decent roommate. After scrolling for days and making some calls, I finally landed on a spot that seemed promising. The guy renting it, Kyle, sounded like a regular dude around my age. We chatted a few times, and everything he said about the place sounded great. We even joked around a bit on the phone, which made me feel good about moving in. A few days later, I crammed all my stuff into my car, a pretty easy job since I didn't own much, and drove just over 40 minutes to get there. The house was way out, away from any busy roads, tucked in a quiet area surrounded by trees. Driving up, I realized the house looked much older than I'd imagined. Kyle had mentioned it was a family home passed down from his grandparents, but this thing looked like it hadn't been touched in a century. The pictures on Craigslist had shown a clean, modern interior, so I assumed they must have done a lot of work on the inside. I left my things in the car and knocked on the door. Kyle answered, all smiles, and showed me around. Sure enough, the inside was way nicer than the outside let on. Fresh paint, updated floors, spotless furniture. I felt relieved and unpacked my stuff that same night. The first week flew by, and honestly, everything was smooth. Kyle was out a lot for work. He had some job in the city, and since I worked from home, I had most of the house to myself. Except for one thing. There was a door in the hallway that was always locked. Kyle never mentioned it, and I figured it wasn't my business to ask. But it still nagged at me. The house was supposed to be one level, and he never said anything about a basement. A couple of days passed before anything strange happened. One evening, Kyle brought back some fast food for dinner, said he had an early shift the next morning, and headed to bed shortly after. I stayed up a bit, scrolling on my phone, then finally turned in too. But lying there, I just couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't anything specific. I just felt restless. Then I heard it, the sound of Kyle's bedroom door creaking open. It was quiet in the house, so I could hear every little noise. But after that door opened, there was nothing. No footsteps, no shuffling, just silence. It stayed that way for what felt like forever, but must have been a couple of minutes. Finally, I heard soft, deliberate footsteps moving down the hall toward my room. Then they stopped, right outside. I feel the faintest thud, like someone was leaning against the door. My heart started racing, and I held my breath, trying to make sense of what was happening. Kyle stood there for a while, I don't even know how long, before he finally moved again. But instead of heading back to his room, he went the other way, down the main hall. Then, I heard it, a door opening and closing. I stared up at the ceiling, completely confused. What was he doing? Where did he go? It didn't add up. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he just needed something from that other room, but it still didn't sit right with me. I stayed up for hours, hoping I'd hear him come back to his room, but he never did. Over the next few nights, I noticed it wasn't a one-time thing. Every night, about half an hour after I went to bed, Kyle would open his door safe anymore. So one night, I decided to confront him. I waited for his usual steps. The creak of his door, the pause outside mine, then the sound of him unlocking the other door. The moment I heard it open, I bolted out of bed and into the hallway. Kyle was standing there, caught in the act. The door to the locked room was wide open, and he turned to look at me, his face pale and his eyes wide. For the first time since I moved in, he didn't seem like the chill, easygoing guy I thought I knew. "Hey Kyle, what's going on?" I asked, my voice steady but my heart racing. He didn't answer, just stood there, his wide eyes locked on me like a deer caught in headlights. "Why do you go to that door every single night?" I pressed, breaking the heavy silence. We stood frozen on opposite ends of the dim hallway, shadows stretching between us. Something about his expression wasn't right, like he wasn't fully there. When I took a step toward him, saying his name again, "Kyle," he bolted. Without a word, he dashed around the corner, down the hall, and threw open the back door. I followed just far enough to see him sprinting into the woods behind the house, his figure swallowed up by the dark trees. I stood there, trembling, unable to process what had just happened. My mind was racing with questions, none of which had answers. Finally, I closed and locked the back door, the silence of the house pressing in on me. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and turned toward the door he'd left ajar. The locked door. It was open now, revealing a set of stairs leading down. It was a basement. There was no light switch though, and the air felt damp and heavy, like the space had been untouched for decades. The walls were warped and rotting, nothing like the clean and modern look of the house above. I stood at the top of the stairs, paralyzed by indecision. Part of me wanted to know what was down there, but another part, louder and more desperate, was screaming for me to leave. I couldn't take it anymore. I slammed the door shut, ran to my room, and started throwing my things into bags. Within minutes, I had my suitcases stuffed into my car and was speeding away from that house, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I didn't look back, not once. Kyle never tried to contact me, and I never reached out to him. I didn't want to know. Whatever he was hiding, whatever was in that house, I didn't need answers badly enough to risk my safety. For a while, I tried to forget it, and I mostly succeeded. But about 6 years later, the memory crept back into my mind, and I gave in to curiosity. I looked up the address online, searching for any mention of the house or Kyle. What I found was chilling. The house had been torn down years ago. An article from shortly after I left described it as abandoned, suggesting Kyle never came back after that night. The article mentioned criminal findings as the reason for the demolition, but it didn't say what those findings were. The vagueness was worse than any specific detail could have been. For weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Even now, I catch myself wondering what would have happened if I'd gone down those stairs. It's something I'll never know, and honestly, maybe that's for the best. I once had a weird Craigslist adventure, and let me tell you, it cemented my opinion that the site is a magnet for bizarre folks. It was the early 2000s, back when people still trusted it for just about anything. I had just managed to buy this old house, something I couldn't even dream of doing now with how banks operate. Back then, though, they practically shoved the loan at me. They didn't even blink when I, a 36K a year nobody, asked for 290K. I almost regret they did. Almost. Owning a house is one thing, but paying for it? That's where the headaches start. It wasn't long before I realized I needed roommates just to make it work. After scraping the bottom of the barrel, I ended up with two of the strangest people I'd ever met. The first guy, Lars, seemed okay at first glance. Kind of scruffy, sure, but he was cheerful. Always grinning like life was one big joke. I figured I could handle him. I made a rookie mistake, though. I casually told him he could hang out in the shed if he wanted to smoke. Next thing I know, he and his crew turned it into their nightly party spot. Metallica blasting at 1 a.m., bongs littering the floor, and my tools used as makeshift dartboards. It was chaos. The second guy, Bilbo, not his real name obviously, seemed like a step up, on paper anyway. No wife, no pets, and between jobs, but supposedly qualified as a chemical engineer. Except it was all lies. For starters, he forgot to mention his tiny dog until the day he moved in. I hate yappy dogs, but this one was surprisingly quiet. Still, my ad had clearly said no pets. That should have been my warning sign, but I let it slide. Big mistake. Turns out, Bilbo hadn't worked in years. And chemical engineer? Yeah, that was his way of saying he once had a gig at some paint factory. He was up to his neck in debt, with no income and zero plans to fix that. He kept these details to himself until after he'd fully settled in. Then things got weirder. Random young boys started showing up all hours of the night. He called them his nephews, but they didn't look anything like him. Something about the whole situation felt off. What creeped me out the most was how these nephews acted. They moved around the house like shadows, heads down, never making eye contact. I don't think I heard a single one of them speak, not a word. Weeks of this, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. Who acts like that? And why did I let this happen under my roof? I felt like I was in some twisted dream I couldn't wake up from. Bilbo barely left his room either. He'd shuffle out to use the bathroom or microwave some food, then vanish back into his cave. His dog wasn't any better. That little thing had its food bowl out all day, which, unsurprisingly, attracted mice. I told him straight up, feed your dog once a day or get rid of it. I can't deal with the mice. He acted like I just told him to murder the thing. The bowl disappeared, but the vibe in the house turned icy after that. Passive-aggressive doesn't even begin to cover it. Weird stuff started happening. I'd come home to find my private bathroom violated. Let's just say the evidence was unmistakable and horrifying. Sometimes there'd be little dog turds scattered across my room. One day, I walked in, and the whole place reeked of cigarette smoke. I don't even smoke. There was ash and a burn mark on my nightstand. Bilbo didn't smoke either, but I wouldn't put it past him to choke down a cigarette out of spite. Lars, though, he was a chain smoker, and I could easily imagine him crashing on my bed, high out of his mind, leaving a mess behind. It felt like both of them were spiraling. Lars cranked up his partying. More drinking, more smoking, more people coming and going. Bilbo, on the other hand, turned into a human vacuum cleaner. Every night, like clockwork, I'd hear him stomping around the kitchen between 2 and 4 a.m., microwaving, mixing, munching. It wasn't just midnight snacks, it was a full-on buffet. And during the day, dead to the world, sleeping like a log. The overeating was catching up to him. He ballooned, easily hitting 400 pounds, though he insisted his weight gain wasn't his fault. It's the chemicals from the paint factory, he'd say, like that explained anything. Apparently, he was working on getting a disability pension. His master plan was to never work another day in his life. Bilbo thought he was some kind of genius, playing everyone around him. Meanwhile, he was eating himself into oblivion and hanging out with even younger nephews. Later, I'd come to realize there's a certain dark subculture that fetishizes this kind of thing. Disturbing doesn't even begin to cover it. Then came the fights. Endless screaming matches between Lars and Bilbo over the dog, the music, or whatever random thing set them off that day. It was relentless, going at all hours, and I had no clue how to stop it. But one day, it boiled over in a way I never saw coming. I walked in to find the kitchen in total chaos. Lars and Bilbo were nose to nose, shouting at the top of their lungs. Things had gone beyond words, though. At some point, Lars grabbed a kitchen knife. He held it up, calm as could be, and told Bilbo that if the dog didn't stop being a problem, he'd handle it. With the knife. Bilbo panicked, like any sane person would. He grabbed the dog and locked himself in his room, shaking like a leaf. But Lars wouldn't back down. He kept taunting him, pushing every button he could. Eventually, Bilbo snapped. He stormed out of the room, ready to fight. By the time I got there, they were grappling in the middle of the kitchen, the knife clattering between them. The dog barked nonstop behind the closed door, and they were slamming into walls hard enough to leave holes in the drywall. It was a nightmare. As much as I wanted to stop it, I knew better. A lone woman wasn't about to step into the middle of that mess. I tried shouting at them, but it was like yelling into a hurricane. They weren't listening. So I called the cops. Within 15 minutes, the police arrived and dragged both of them out of the house. Just like that, the house went silent. For the first time in months, it was just me, and the quiet was almost deafening. That's when I made the call. No amount of money was worth this kind of hell. $200 a week to live like this? Absolutely not. I told them both they had to leave. Lars didn't even care. He shrugged, packed up, and wandered off to whatever flop house would take him next. Bilbo, though, wasn't going down quietly. He threw every empty threat he could think of. Lawsuits, legal action, the works. I wasn't buying it. I told him straight up he was lucky I wasn't suing him for the damage to my house. That shut him up, and I never heard from him again. What came after was almost worse than dealing with them directly. Lars's burnout friends didn't get the memo. For weeks they'd sneak into my backyard, thinking the shed was still party central. I had to call the cops nearly every week to drag some drugged-out loser off my property. And then there were Bilbo's so-called nephews. They'd show up in the dead of night, tapping on windows or knocking on the door, scaring me half to death. I'd explain every time that Bilbo didn't live there anymore, but they just kept coming. That was it for me. Never again. I don't care how tight money gets. I'll eat instant noodles every day before I let strangers into my home again. Some things just aren't worth it. When the PlayStation 4 launched, I was desperate to get one. But it felt like every store in the city was out of stock. If you were trying to buy one back then, you know how hard it was.
Ramen noodle recipes.
Ramen noodle recipes.
Kylie Jenner's ramen to see if it lived up to the hype. So is it actually that good? Apparently she takes butter, garlic powder, and mixes it together. Beats an egg over top. To me, this is giving off more noodle vibes, so let's see how this goes. Our extra touch is adding an everything bagel seasoning. And look, these came out looking pretty slick. But will they taste good? I appreciate the garlic, but I kinda wish it was fresh. But this is alright. I tried Kylie Jenner's ramen to see if it lived up to the hype. So is it...
This may be the best ramen I've ever had. The viral ramen hack was all over my feed and I had to try it. Bulldog is known for its heat, but honestly, this was perfect. The secret is to leave a little bit of uncooked ramen, crush it up, and add it on top after. This was super simple. All you need is additional egg and mayo. Mix up the seasoning packet with the egg and mayo. Boil the noodles and save about half a cup of water and add it to the mix. Add in the noodles, top it with chili oil and green onions. Now it's time to enjoy. This may be...
I tried Kylie Jenner's ramen.
Said ramen can't be pushy. Okay. Create something bold and delicious. Let's whip up this creamy Cajun ramen bowl. Start by cooking your ramen noodles and setting them aside. In a pan, melt butter and add garlic and onions. Saute until soft. Now in this recipe, I did add some Cajun blackened salmon. Okay, so cook that.
We're gonna make my secret ramen recipe.
Let's go.
Over medium heat, add butter, then garlic, saute, add sriracha, add milk or heavy cream.
Yo, this is how you make some fire ramen. Literally, this is all you need. Some shinramyun, red pepper flakes, black pepper, and some garlic. Don't forget about your eggs. Yes. Alright, high heat, 2 cups of water. Yo, so let me ask y'all something. Noodles first or ramen soup first? Comment below. We're gonna throw in our noodles. We're gonna go 4 minutes for al dente. Pop these broke boys vegetables open. See, make sure to check if you have enough water in there. Perfect. Now we're gonna throw in the soup. Let your ramen breathe a couple times. Smells so good. We're gonna top it up a notch. Half a tablespoon of garlic, half a tablespoon of pepper flakes, and some black pepper. That joint gets some air real quick. Throw in your egg. Moment of truth. Yup, Sam. Yo, this is how you make some fire ramen. Literally, this is all you need. Some shinramyun, red pepper flakes, black pepper, and some garlic. Don't forget about your eggs. Yup, Sam.
What happens when you throw a flagship phone into boiling water, a dishwasher, and a washing machine? Let's find out. I was not kidding. This is the newest phone from OnePlus, and I'm about to drop it into this boiling water. Look at that. The screen isn't even flinching. AquaTouch 2.0 stops water from registering as touches, and it's completely fine. That's because this is the first IP69 rated flagship for North America, but we are not done. Next up, I wasn't kidding, the dishwasher test. Gonna put the OnePlus 13 on a quick rinse cycle. Let's see what happens. This is wild. It's completely fine, but we have one more test. Into the washing machine with some clothes. Let's see what happens. I'm not gonna lie, this is the scariest test so far. Yep, that's the phone. It's good! Oh my god. Dude, that is insane! And not only is it crazy durable, but just look at it. It's super slim, has a premium finish with polished edges. It's as stunning as it is tough. What really impressed me about the OnePlus 13 was the camera system. It even outperformed my newest best of the best iPhone. The OnePlus 13 is just $899, and you can get $899 off with an eligible in my link tree. What happens when you throw a flagship phone into boiling water, a dishwasher, and a washing machine? Let's find out. I was not kidding. This is the newest phone from OnePlus, and I'm about to drop it into this boiling water. Look at that. The screen isn't even flinching. AquaTouch 2.0 stops water from registering as touches, and it's completely fine. That's because this is the first IP69 rated flagship for North America, but we are not done. Next up, I wasn't kidding, the dishwasher test. Gonna put the OnePlus 13 on a quick rinse cycle. Let's see what happens. This is wild. It's completely fine, but we have one more test. Into the washing machine with some clothes. Let's see what happens. I'm not gonna lie, this is the scariest test so far. Yep, that's the phone. It's good! Oh my god. Dude, that is insane! And not only is it crazy durable, but just look at it. It's super slim, has a premium finish with polished edges. It's as stunning as it is tough. But what really impressed me about...
Right, oh, we got some cake. Oh, it's for the dogs. It's a beautiful looking dog.
So you put a tattoo on your forehead to save your parents' house?
What is that box?
How many genders are there?
There's a spectrum of genders, you can't really say.
Like an unlimited amount, you would say? Do you think that, like, if a man identified as a woman, he should be able to go into the women's restroom?
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
If he had, like, let's say he still had, like, a penis and everything like that, and he just identifies as a woman, that's cool for him to go in there?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, if they're a woman, they're a woman.
Sanity.
You think you can be a woman with a penis?
Stupid.
Fair enough.
I don't know if she's stoned or just plain stupid. Yeah, this is the result of always trying to sound politically correct. you start believing the BS that they feed you, and then you become brainwashed. I feel really bad for this girl right here, but she seems like she lacks critical thinking.
All right, so I have one question for you.
Yeah.
Do you support Juneteenth?
Almost no.
Juneteenth? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're down with like the African Americans?
Yeah?
If you could Venmo him $10 in reparations, that'd be great.
I don't have money. I'm broke as hell. You know how
we're supporting like black people though.
I guess.
He needs to eat. He's hungry.
He's hungry? You hungry?
No, he's hungry. Our black cameraman.
You're wearing a $1,500 hat and you can't even support $10 for a black hat?
That's why I can't.
That's it sounds like you're a little racist. You got something up in there, man? Got a little racism?
Doesn't look like it.
You got a little racism in there?
Nah, not that I can find. I'll look out though.
Yeah, you gotta cut it out and start giving all your money to black people.
Yeah, I really gotta do that.
You have to.
20%.
At least 20%.
One final question. As a member of the furry community, are you familiar with the hawk tuah?
The hawk tuah. Spit on that
The hawk tuah?
Yeah.
I can't tell you how.
Can you hawk tuah as a furry?
Hawk tuah.
You do it?
I guess. They just confused the shit out of him and it's hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why she is there in the first place. If you get offended by a comedian's joke, it's not your place to be there. And the dude that was walking by laughing at her, that was golden.
I was there to support the women that were getting a legal and safe abortion.
Oh, there's such thing as a safe abortion?
Much safer than a coat hanger.
What is a safe abortion? Does the baby ever survive?
See you later.
The most basic right is the right to life. So why should any child be killed by abortion? Can you take care of all the poor?
No. See, that's the thing.
So, do the poor deserve to live?
Of course they do. They're already born.
So why are you depriving the unborn of their lives? If you're in favor of taking care of the poor that are alive, why would you want to kill those who might be poor?
Yeah.
Man, the ability to be calm and logical in the face of stupidity and anger is a gift. And this man right here did a perfect job dismantling her argument. And the legend says that she's still staring at the sky thinking and wondering.
Would you rather make 40 grand a year working a regular job or 400 grand a year doing OnlyFans?
Obviously, I would rather go back to OnlyFans than do that.
Okay, so you'd rather do
100%. I will go back to dancing currently. When I had OnlyFans, I was the laziest. I don't open messages. Like I'm like I said, I finesse dudes. Like I'm a bitch. You either pay, subscribe, and you pay for the messages that I send everybody at once en masse. I don't respond. How are you, Derek?
Without getting too nuanced, though, you'd rather take the 400 than the 40.
Yeah.
That's my point. Natalie, what are you picking?
400.
Okay.
In my head, I thought, oh wow. I thought about doing cosplay content before because I like cosplaying, so it'd be like an easy way to fund my hobby.
Okay, so you're picking the 400.
If it's not nudes, if it's nudes, then 40.
Honestly, I don't care about showing my body, so I will pick the 400.
You'll take that. So why haven't you done OnlyFans yet?
I did OnlyFans.
Oh, you've done it already. All right.
Yeah.
Hello. Well, wake up, Adam.
And I also worked in a strip club for a week only.
Just 1 week?
Yeah, because I tried it, you know.
Rookie of the year. Aaron?
Obviously, 400K, you're doing OnlyFans. I don't have a problem with
Obviously.
Yeah, of course.
400K all the way.
Okay, gotcha.
If
All
you're
right.
not taking it, you're not.
If you're not what?
If you're not taking it, you're
That's a microphone that you can talk into.
Of course, all of them are gonna take the 400K because there is no morality left in this world. It's sad, but it's the truth.
Everything in culture tells us that as women, not only that we can do exactly the same thing as men, but that we should be better than them and that they should be taken out of society. I think it's getting really bad, actually. The problem with that is that makes us then look at men as bad and not good, and that we shouldn't send that, or we should be the ones that lead. I actually totally believe I can do. I got a college degree. I work a 9 to 5 right now. I don't want to forever, but I do right now. I pay my own full rent on my apartment in San Diego. I do all of that, but I don't think I do what men do. I actually think men are great. Men actually made the rights that you guys all have. Men literally wrote the Constitution. Well, I just want to put that out there because I think that women hate on men so much, and there's no right that men have that I don't have.
Yeah, she was about to go ballistic on her when she heard a fact. She's like, no, don't say the truth. It hurts my feelings.
You target someone by attaching their name to your joke. That's okay.
Yeah, but I'm not inciting people. If you are inciting people,
you're normalising.
Every single person I've spoken to about the things that you've said about me don't understand any of it. And if I just sit there and normalising people who are alleging things about me, I can just sit there and explain to them the context, and they go, well, that's not very important, is it?
You're normalising this kind of language.
I'm normalising comedy because at this point comedy is under attack in this country. I'm being investigated for a joke. I can name other comedians who are being investigated for jokes. We have gone down a very dark path. As Orwell says printed on the front of this building, if liberty is to mean anything at all, it must mean the right to tell people that which they don't want to hear. Do you stand by that or not? This is the BBC. Does the BBC stand by that or not?
Here are some comments from your social media pages.
They're trying to cancel everything at this point, especially if you don't agree with their narratives and agenda. This is the clown world that we live in right now. Comedians have to start explaining their jokes from now on.
Brilliant idea! What do you mean just stop oil? All your stuff is made out of oil, you idiots! Stop clothes!
No, it's not. Fucking idiots. No, it's not.
Making a nuisance of yourself. It's a joke.
You're delusional.
You're wasting everybody's time and petrol. All these guys, their engines are running all the time, wasting more bloody oil, you nutters. What is this made out of? What are your clothes made out of? How did your clothes get here? They got here by oil. What are you doing? This makes no sense at all. Just stop oil. You haven't thought about this. If you want to stop oil, you need to stay at home and don't live in the forest.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, this is one of the most ridiculous movements that I've ever seen in my life. They are protesting about climate change with this Stop Oil signature. And most of these people don't even have a clue that they're protesting against something that they're using on a daily basis.
Controversial one here. How many genders are there? I'm asking because I don't know. They say that there's hundreds. How many do you think?
Oh, well, I think we have like a spectrum.
A spectrum?
Yeah.
What does that entail exactly?
Well, so some people would consider themselves female. Some people would consider themselves male.
Okay.
Some people would consider themselves a little bit of both, a little bit of neither.
What would I look like if I was a little bit of both? Like, would I look like translucent, kind of like interchanging through the two dimensions of gender? Like, what would that look like, kind of?
Maybe it would depend on the day.
Okay, thank you. God bless you. Thank you for your time.
I'm starting to enjoy seeing people struggle to answer a simple question about biology.
What do people mean when they say they're woke, or are you woke? They ask you that. What does that mean to you?
Are you conscious? Are you aware? What's happening right in the moment?
Okay.
Absolutely.
That would be an awesome definition if it was true.
Less than 10% are actually reported. Okay, where's that? The cops. Where's that? It's from all of the women's organizations. You can look it up online. You can find it through the socialized organizations that study. I participate with an organization that works at Crisis Center. We base that on the number of calls. The police know based on the unofficial reports, the third-party reporting, and the direct reports. This is not a secret that about 10% of are reported. So how do you know 10% are reported if the others aren't? Because those people call the women's centers, they ask for help, they seek medical attention, so they are reported.
Stupid. I do agree that there is stigma that I have to deal with because I am fat, but I'm actually really in celebration of my body. I find beauty in diversity. I think we come in all shapes and sizes, and the assumption that we've dealt with a lot on the show is that just because you're obese, you must overeat, you must have an eating disorder. I know that not to be the case. I know you can have a healthy relationship.
Now, Mimi, you say this is misleading. Go, have at it a little bit.
Well, I certainly think that we all want to feel good about
themselves. That's understandable. I don't think people should feel demeaned by their size. And I also couldn't agree more with the message of daily exercise. No matter what size you are, you'll certainly benefit from daily exercise. You can't be healthy without that. But then let's talk about where we disagree. Look, if you want to feel good about yourself, it's impossible to feel good about yourself when you're doing something that's self-destructive. Also, self-destructive behaviors that result in damage or debilitation or even disfigurement to the body, that's never going to be perceived as beautiful.
The thing is that I think that the HAZE approach, the health at every size approach, has been documented to work. And it's been documented to work year after year.
What do you mean work? What do you mean work? Because a health at every size... Let's say you were a smoker. Let's say you're a smoker and have black lungs, and you try to say that's healthy because you don't have cancer yet.
We come in all shapes and sizes.
What are your pronouns? I usually just let people call me whatever they want. So like a little.
Okay, so if somebody called you a bitch.
She wants us to come over for dinner. I'm really looking forward to going to their place for dinner, Sam's Shrimp Risotto. Make it awkward and about you and center your feelings, fix it and move forward.
No, I was going to listen to that, but then I just carried on living my life.
I don't think that people would care about what gender you claim to be. They're gonna call you as what they see in front of themselves. And here's another solution. Never go to a dinner where a dude wears lipstick and a dress. Problem solved.
Remember me at all? Steven
Yeah,
Crowder
last
at
time
all?
I checked, that's called a
No, not
cross-dresser.
This is you threatening to slash my tires here? Remember this? Slashing my tires and actually... We're trying to work. Let me ask you, why do you think it's okay to threaten to slash someone's tires?
Hey, I didn't do it.
I'm a conservative who has a difference of opinion from you, and I've never threatened actions of violence. I've never threatened to slash anyone's tires.
You need to get out or we're going to call the police.
Hey, you know what? Let's call the police officers. Because matter of fact, we actually have it. No, actually, I would like to speak with the police. We're about to file a report very soon. This is a part of being a man, is owning up to the actions here. When you threaten violence against someone, part of being a man is taking ownership of your actions, taking responsibility.
This is undoubtedly the first dose of reality this leftist has ever had.
You remember me at all? Steven Crowder at all? No, not familiar? This is you threatening to slash my tires here? Remember this? Slashing my tires and actually... We're trying to work. Let me ask you, why do you think it's okay to threaten to slash someone's tires?
Hey, I didn't do it.
I'm a conservative who has a difference of opinion from you, and I've never threatened actions of violence. I've never threatened to slash anyone's tires.
You need to get out or we're going to call the police.
Hey, you know what? Let's call the police officers. Because matter of fact, we actually have it. No, actually, I would like to speak with the police. We're about to file a report very soon. This is a part of being a man, is owning up to the actions here. When you threaten violence against someone, part of being a man is taking ownership of your actions, taking responsibility.
Yeah, as Mike Tyson said, social media has made people too comfortable disrespecting other people and not getting punched in the face for it. This was a reality check for this woke leftist right here. And I'm 100% sure that he never had someone do this to him.
We are
going on. He's lactose intolerant and caffeine intolerant. fucker upper. Don't do the quicker fucker upper. Don't do the quicker fucker upper. Thing is, good. up, the quicker fuck her up. Oh, I will not hesitate to straight fuck you up. See, you're fucking with family, and you're about to die. So you can either get to stepping, or get to having your face all mangled up. Your choice. You have one of two choices. You can get to stepping and never look in the rearview mirror again and never darken your doors again. Or I'll be the motherfucker that fucks you up. And you think I'm joking? The fuck are you in? In fact, the whole damn family will. You see, if I'm not around, they'd be more than happy to darken your doorstep to make your life a living fucking hell. And I honestly don't think you want my family to darken your doorstep. Because you see, we're not the kind of people that could be fucked with. We are the ones that fuck you up for fucking with the wrong damn person. See, we're the kind of family that you really don't want to be fucking with. Who's liable to fuck you up and make your life an ever-living hell. So you can either keep to stepping and never darken the doorstep again, or you can regret life's decisions and learn the quick way on how fast the lucres can fuck someone up for the rest of their damn life. See, we don't play games. Anyways, let's go this way. See, we don't take threats lightly. None of us do. You see, none of us do. And we're the kind of family that will back each other up 100%. We don't care about you or your damn thoughts. We're the kind of people that be happy to fuck you up. Why hasn't it come loose yet? Because I'm really good at mixing JB Weld. That was JB Weld. I've mixed it before and it's never held that damn good. Maybe because you didn't do it right. Hey, Bill. No, not for a while, Bill. Oh, you're gone. What it all? Thomas. Okay, it's getting firm. It's no longer tacky. Oh wow. Damn. It's going alright, it'll get warm. Hello?
Hey, Tyler, what's going on, man?
I had to stop for a quick 30. Yeah, that's what was going on. I told you.
What happened?
Yeah, that's what was going on. I just told you. Stop for a quick 30. I'm about to get going again.
Oh, very cool. I was going to send an app around what time you can be there. I think they gave us an updated place as well to go to. The other place got over there.
Updated place. Probably didn't get reception or whatever.
No, it's probably not. Be a little further slow.
So is it closer, farther, or what's the deal?
Well, we're gonna find out right now, buddy.
Oh, get this. While I was shut down at Walmart, I said, "Fuck it." I went and got basically another tablet.
Oh.
I was bored.
Oh, wow.
I got two of them. One a little freaking 8-inch on-brand tablet, which ain't worth shit. I'm thinking of taking it back. And the other one is basically a Samsung Galaxy Tab. I think basically A9, whatever it is, plus tablet. It's a 11-inch tablet. Yeah, I got bored at Walmart. With literally nothing to do. Yeah, I got bored. Oh,
That's for
stupid,
sure.
stupid,
This is X.
stupid truck trying to take over. Stupid stereo.
It's honestly, it's right in the same fucking area. It's right there.
Let me guess, couple mile difference or whatever.
Yeah.
See, my main concern is, yeah, I can get there, but the problem is, I was looking at Google Maps and shit. It doesn't look like an area where I can get in and out easily because of the snow. Looks like I might end up getting stuck.
It's done now. That winter freeze is done, so I think they're taking care of the shit.
As long as they get me in an area, huh?
Yeah, make sure you call this guy when you're 30 minutes away. They'll probably give you the best way to go or whatever. I would call them 30 minutes when you're 30 minutes away. Yeah, then I'll resend the new delivery place.
The new address?
That's yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. I'm not exactly too happy with the whole winter bullshit that just fucking hit me. It literally slowed this load down and seriously delayed it.
Yeah, I got you. Well, if you don't feel safe, you don't feel safe, man. I get it.
No, it's not that. It's the fact that the load seriously got delayed. That irritated me. It's like, seriously, I wanted to jump onto the next load, damn it. But, no thanks to the freaking winter bullshit. Freaking, I couldn't get down the road safely. I didn't feel it was safe to get down the road.
Yep.
So I was chopping at the bit. I wanted to get going, but it wasn't safe to do so.
Yeah.
You know how that goes.
For sure.
I mean, you used to drive truck yourself. You admitted it. And I'm pretty sure there was times where you felt like it wasn't safe to go, so you said, nope, fuck this.
Yeah.
So you know exactly what was going through my mind at that moment when I couldn't get going.
Right. I know. If you don't feel safe, you don't feel safe. You know how it is.
Yeah, especially with the roads being all literally covered in ice and snow. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm light. No, fuck this. You know exactly what was going through my mind.
I sure do.
But anyways, send me the new address and I'll start heading that way.
Yep, I sent everything to you, my man.
All right, appreciate it, Brandon.
No problem, brother.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
What the fuck? That can't be right. That's the middle of a fucking field. The fuck? Oh God, it's one of these. Oh, shit. Ugh. Sheesh. One 6 5 2 RT 519 no. 5 Yeah, it's not liking that address. Oh, 330. Oops. 330. Yeah, GPS is not liking this address. Yeah, I did. And it's not liking this address. I'm guessing it's that damn new. It's just not liking the address. Let's send it back to the previous address. No. Yeah. Doesn't know what to do with it. Not sure how I want to feel at this location. Especially with it being snowing and shit. Not sure how I want to feel about it. I don't really think so. Not in this snowy condition shit. Oh, hell no. Go, bitch. 1 mile difference. It's not because they said they have no way of getting me out, and I don't plan on getting stuck. So they can get another one of their vehicles out here and take it off my trailer. I'll meet them at a truck stop. They can get another one of their vehicles out here to take it off my trailer. now if they have equipment that can pull me loose once I get in. Okay, fine.
And I think it's viewed much more favorably now than he certainly was in, say, 1979, 1980.
Yeah, without question, a lot of issues throughout his presidency, but no combat there, which was one of the pros. Matt, I'm sure we'll be talking to you much more as we continue our coverage here through at least 4 p.m. and we see the arrival here of Special Mission 39 back in Joint Base Andrews. And what's to follow here is going to be so ceremonial. And also, we talk about President Carter being an incredibly man of faith, a born-again Christian, and we're going to see how that ties in through what we're going to see here in the next couple of hours in D.C.
Absolutely. Even some of the music that will be played. I know we expect to hear Abide With Me, which is a very popular gospel hymn right there at Joint Base Andrews, and we hear some of the traditional ceremonial music following that. And I was reading some of the lyrics of it, and the end of it is, "Where is death's sting? Where grave thy victory? I tremble still if thou abide with me." He took his faith all the way from the pride of plains to the presidency. You can't think of a more ordinary, extraordinary life as Jimmy Carter. And that's across the political spectrum. One thing I noticed online since his death on the December 29th, people of all political persuasions, ages, races, and you know what? He was just a decent man of character and conviction.
And I think that's what Matt was alluding to. While, yes, his presidency, I mean, the way that Reagan was able to not just win the presidency following that second when he attempted re-election to the White House, President Carter, but regardless, after, it was how he lived with his life and how he gave back, really. We know his dedication to Habitat for Humanity, the hundreds, if not thousands of homes that he built for people that were in absolute dire need, his dedication to Sunday school till the very end, as much as he could. But, you know, I think that nobody thought, even when he entered hospice, which was about 2 years before he passed, that he was still dedicating himself to God.
I remember the night that announcement came out that he had had metastatic melanoma, cancer of the skin that had spread to his liver and his brain. And I was working in Atlanta at our sister station, Fox there. We got the word, and I reported outside of the Carter Center because it was a dire prognosis. We didn't know how long we were going to have Carter, and that was back in 2015, 10 years ago. And he fought his way even through that. You mentioned Habitat for Humanity, still building homes in his 90s, still preaching and giving Sunday school lessons at Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains, Georgia. So he kept going, and maybe that was one of the keys to his longevity.
I think you're right, and I think that's why, regardless of his presidency, he's so beloved by so many across the political
aisle. Again, we'll give you a live look here from that special Air Mission 39 arrived, taxied, it is now parked, and now they are waiting there as the passengers will move down those stairs, and you'll be seeing many of the people that were not just close to President Carter in terms of family, but also people that worked alongside him and that have been through much of his life that'll be part of this processional. In the meantime, let's head over to speak with Alan Sanders here, a former Time Magazine senior reporter, professor for political science at St. Peter's University. Alan, as we look at these pictures, we've talked to Matt. I'm sure you have. You probably remember this presidency. What stands out on a day like today?
Well, certainly all of the things that have been mentioned so far, and those things are important. But I think what stands out for me, and I think for many Americans today, is the humbleness, the decency that Carter embodied, both while he ran for president during his presidency, and certainly after his presidency. This is such stark contrast to the politics of today, where bombast, vitriol, from the top on down dominate the political landscape. That's not true with Carter. I mean, he was a determined politician, and he could be cold and hard on many things that he did. But nonetheless, overall, he was decent, and he was a man of morals and faith, and he believed in he came across. So that really was the hallmark of his humanitarian work after the presidency, the humbleness and the view that all of us are part of the same world, all of us are people, all of us are human, and all of us deserve a fair shot at having a decent life.
When it comes to things that he passed, during his presidency, his legislative achievements, is there one that you believe deserves more coverage in this conversation about his life and legacy?
Well, yes, I think so. One of the very important things that he did, which has often been skipped over and not discussed enough, is that he basically integrated the judiciary. He appointed more federal judges than anyone in history. Now, he didn't get to appoint Supreme Court justices, but in the lower federal courts, he appointed something like 260 judges to the lower federal court. That's a record. But he made it a point to diversify the people who staff the judicial bench. So he appointed 41 women and 57 minorities. That was a record. And I think it was more of these types of judicial appointments than combined in for all prior presidencies. So I think that's important. He really diversified the federal bench. He believed that we should appoint people of high quality, high professionalism, fairness, integrity, and also to diversify the judiciary so that it looked more like America.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of talk about the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who he did appoint to the Circuit Court, and while he was not unable to appoint to the Supreme Court, and many would argue that is the legacy of a president, he did, to your point, Alan, set up what could be remembered as one of the greatest Supreme Court justices, and we'll definitely be hearing from our chief legal correspondent, Katie Barlow, who will break down more of what that legacy means. And Alan, right now we're looking at a special honor guard there moving into position as the Carter family will now disembark that special Air Mission 39 for the military body bearer team that will remove the casket from the aircraft. So John, we continue. Alan, I believe, excuse me, we're getting reports here of who's coming on. So we have John here. John Nowell, is that who we've got right now? Okay, we're going to continue with these live pictures here of the Special Honor Guard. Again, you see that presidential hearse that'll await the casket to be removed from the aircraft. And in just a few moments, we will hear, as we normally do in these type of ceremonies, 4 ruffles and flourishes, of course, and hail to the chief, the 21-gun salute, and of course that gospel hymn I spoke about, Abide With Me, that's coming up in a few minutes. Yeah, and certainly we'll move you all through this as we get word of what's next to come. In the meantime, we've got John Nowell with us, President and CEO of Navy Memorial. John, good to see you, have you with us. A very important point person that we get to talk to now, because obviously when you talk about President Carter, you also talk about his years with the Navy and what that means, especially as he began his career as a politician. But it all started there in Annapolis as a midshipman. Walk us through that part of his history.
And what an incredible day. As I'm speaking, we have about 80 midshipmen from the U.S. Naval Academy with the Superintendent, the Secretary of the Navy, who will soon be out on our granite sea. We're proud started at the Naval Academy. He went in with the class of 1947. They accelerated that due to the war. He graduated in 46. And after that, after 2 surface ships, he went into the submarine service, a very elite service for the Navy. And he was on, his first ship was the Pomfret that was out of Hawaii and did patrols off the Chinese coast during the Communist Civil War. And then he was on the Barracuda, and then he was en route to the second nuclear-powered submarine, the Seawolf, when his father passed away, and he had to head to planes. But we're very proud of his association with the Navy, and he credited that with many of the kinds of traits that made him successful later in life: hard work, perseverance, idealism. In the Navy today, we say honor, courage, commitment. President Kennedy embodied that. Excuse me, President Carter embodied that.
You mentioned him having to go back to Plains, Georgia, in order to take over the farm after his father passed away from pancreatic cancer. And I've read that was such a tough decision for him. Even his wife, Rosalind, doubted if he was even making the right decision at the time. From what you know in your knowledge base, how tough of a decision was it, and how do you think his level of service immediately after kind of paid tribute to his work with the Navy right before?
I think it was incredibly difficult for him, and he certainly said that. And for all who take off the uniform, whether it's after 5 years or after 38 years, that's not easy. He did stay in the reserves for another number of years, but he, I think, was always connected with the Navy. He always talked about the importance of the Navy, of sea control, and what that meant. But both he and Rosalind described it as one of the toughest decisions of their life.
We talk about President Carter, and I think there's so much to talk about, but maybe his years in the Navy, especially one moment in Chalk River, the meltdown of that nuclear reactor. You go back to the quotes of how he remembers that day, and you talk about a president who pardoned draft evaders following the Vietnam War, who said, we have to unite this country. If there's anything I can do, this is what I will do. And yet he, himself a hero, going down in 90 seconds into a nuclear reactor just to basically change and move a screw, and then somebody else would come in, somebody else would come down. And he talked about that moment in Chalk River. What more do we know about special moments like those for the president and his time with the Navy?
Yeah, you know, that stay time was about 90 seconds, and he received well more than the normal radiation dose than any human being should. So he was very courageous here. I'll also mention, while he was on the Pomfret off the coast of China, that he was standing watch at night in a storm, and he got washed out of the conning tower and overboard into the sea. He managed to grab hold of the gun mount that was about 30 feet aft. Otherwise, there would be no President Carter. So there were numerous times that he was in very challenging and perilous circumstances there. Submarine life, certainly today, but especially then, was hard, it was demanding, and it required someone who was relentless, and that was certainly President Carter.
True patriot in every sense of the word, for sure. You mentioned the formation of the midshipmen from the U.S. Naval Academy and how they're certainly taking part in today's ceremonies. How are you all feeling within the Navy, your heart and mind, on a day like this to remember our Commander-in-Chief?
Well, let me just start with the Navy Memorial. It's special for us because President Carter in 1980 signed the authorization to create the Navy Memorial. He urged us, with honor, recognizing and celebrating the service of all those in the sea services, past, present, future, and to inform the public and so on. We have a personal debt to President Carter, that he is why we are here and why we're the site of where the transfer ceremony will take place. I don't know that there's anyone in the Navy that doesn't feel very, very honored that he started as a naval officer.
And that is exactly where that casket will head from Joint Base Andrews. What you're looking at now as these live pictures come in, this is the Carter family. See the arrival of that casket
big endeavors. A large family. I mean, we talk about him as a president, a Nobel Peace Prize recipient, a global humanitarian. Those lists goes on and on and on. But when you look at his children, his grandchildren, his great-grandchildren, he was just pop-pop. You know? He was, granddaddy and great-granddaddy. And they have so many memories that they've been sharing over the past few days about him. And I'm certainly, sending my thoughts to the Carter family as well.
Dinners, but the poor kid was 9. It was not the easiest thing to do, 9, 10, growing up there. She went to public school, which many public school advocates and
excluding housing category, and if you're seeing that this close watch report showing that those prices paid back up at the highest level in almost 2 years, that's exactly the opposite of what you want to see.
In the body politic today.
I do agree with that, 100%. I don't love it, but I do enjoy the things that you can do with it, like building a railroad. And I'm going to build a train. This
use of human body parts to create furniture. Keep watching to see who is the most guarded man in prison and why these notorious criminals are kept under such tight security. John Wayne Gacy. Known as the Killer Clown, Gacy entertained children at parties and hospitals as Fogo the Clown. One of America's most notorious serial killers, John Wayne Gacy was convicted of torturing, raping, and murdering 33 males between 1972 and his 1978 arrest. Gacy's victims were mainly teenage boys and young men whom he lured to his home with offers of work or other incentives. Once there, he overpowered and sexually assaulted them before strangling or suffocating them. He buried 26 victims in his home's crawl space, with others disposed of in nearby rivers. Gacy's crimes came to light in December 1978 when 15-year-old Robert Peast disappeared. Peast was last seen with Gacy, prompting police to investigate the seemingly respectable contractor. A search of Gacy's home uncovered a hidden crawl space filled with the remains of several victims, and further investigation revealed more bodies. Gacy was subsequently arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder. During his trial in 1980, Gacy pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, claiming that he had multiple personalities. He was sentenced to death and spent the next 14 years on death row in an isolated cell that became his world, and he occupied his time by painting, often creating disturbing images of clowns. On May 10, 1994, John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection at Stateville Correctional Center. His last words, "Kiss my ass," reflected his defiant and remorseless nature to the end. Next most guarded man on our list is Jason Barnum. He is nicknamed Eyeball because of a tattoo that darkened the white part of his right eye. Jason Barnum grew up in New York during the mid-1980s, where economic struggles and family conflicts forced him to mature quickly. His criminal life began during his high school years when he fell into the cycle of drug addiction. The prevalence of drug use among his peers led him down a dangerous path. Barnum became involved in various crimes, including theft and drug trafficking. In 2012, during a police investigation into a series of home burglaries and car thefts, officers were inspecting a hotel when Jason Barnum, who was hiding in a bathroom, opened fire on them. 2 officers shot back, striking Barnum in the arm, and 1 officer was injured. Barnum later admitted to committing thefts and burglaries to feed a heroin addiction. Given the dangerous nature of the situation and Barnum's criminal history, he was kept under tight security while in custody. The authorities considered him a high-risk individual due to his violent outburst and past criminal activities, ensuring he was closely guarded to prevent any further incidents or escape attempts. Another dangerous man who needed to be kept guarded is Andre Chikatilo. This person was Andre Chikatilo, known as the Red Ripper of Rostov. Outwardly, Chikatilo seemed like a model Soviet citizen, a former military man, and a devoted father of 2. He brutally murdered and mutilated 21 boys, 14 girls, and 18 young women, marking him as one of the most savage serial killers in history. The Soviet government initially suppressed news of Chikatilo's crimes to avoid public panic and protect the Soviet image. This media blackout hindered the investigation, allowing Chikatilo to continue his killing spree undetected for years. In 1990, Chikatilo was apprehended after being seen with a victim. A search revealed a knife and evidence linking him to the murders. He confessed to 56 murders, providing graphic details. His 1992 trial was highly publicized, with erratic behavior raising questions about his sanity. Emotional outbursts from victims' families reflected the profound impact of his crimes. On February 14, 1994, Andre Chikatilo was executed by a single gunshot to the back of the head, ending one of the most horrifying chapters in Russian criminal history. His brutal crime history needed to keep him guarded in prison. Next man is not very different from him. Jack Unterweger. Johann Jack Wagen, an Austrian criminal known for his disturbing acts, had a troubling past marked by petty theft and frequent jail time. His life took a dark turn in 1974 when he strangled a woman with her own bra, a horrific act he repeated with around 40 more victims. After moving to Los Angeles, his reign of terror continued until he was arrested. Despite being caught, he managed to escape incarceration briefly, but eventually committed 4 more murders before being apprehended for good. The LAPD ultimately sentenced Wagen to life in prison, but his notoriety was not limited to his crimes. Remarkably, he had been writing articles for magazines during his killing spree, with no one suspecting his true identity. The chilling thought of a beloved columnist being a murderer is unsettling, and even in prison, Wagen continued writing, further intensifying the horror of his dual life. Wagen's time in prison lasted around 4 years before he chose to end his life using the same method he had used on his victims. This grim twist of fate seemed almost poetic, a form of dark justice for his heinous crimes. Now let's move to another chilling story of a horrific serial killer kept guarded in prison. Richard Ramirez. America's most terrifying serial killers. Ramirez's reign of terror in the mid-1980s left a profound impact on Los Angeles and the nation. Ramirez's killing spree began in 1984 and continued until his capture in 1985. He indiscriminately targeted victims, breaking into homes to commit heinous acts of murder, sexual assault, and burglary. He was arrested on August 31st, 1985 by a group of citizens in East Los Angeles who recognized him from a photo released by the police. Ramirez's trial began in 1988 and lasted over a year. His courtroom behavior was as shocking as his crimes. He would often flash satanic symbols and shout obscenities. In 1989, Ramirez was convicted of 13 counts of murder, 5 counts of attempted murder, 11 counts of sexual assault, and 14 counts of burglary. He was sentenced to death and sent to California's San Quentin State Prison. His infamous line showed his chilling indifference to human life. Big deal. Death always went with the territory. See you in Disneyland. His satanic attitude demanded to keep him isolated from other inmates in prison. Next dangerous isolated inmate on our list is Thomas Silverstein. Thomas Edward Silverstein was an American criminal who spent the last 42 years of his life in prison, convicted of 4 separate murders, including the killing of corrections officer Merle Klutz at Marion Penitentiary in Illinois. Silverstein's violent history made him one of the most dangerous inmates. Despite one of his murder convictions being overturned, he spent the final 36 years of his life in solitary confinement due to the brutality of his crimes. Silverstein was a prominent leader of the Aryan Brotherhood, a notorious prison gang, and his actions and affiliations contributed to his fearsome reputation. He was held in a specially designed cell in Range 13 at ADX Florence Federal Penitentiary in Colorado, the highest security prison in the United States. Known for his extreme isolation, Silverstein was the longest held prisoner in solitary confinement within the federal prisons at the time of his death. The dehumanizing conditions of solitary confinement were cited by Silverstein as factors that influenced his violent behavior. Despite his notoriety, many prison guards chose not to interact with him, respecting the memory of Officer Klutz. Silverstein's status as the most guarded prisoner reflected the severe threat he posed to both staff and fellow inmates. In addition to Thomas Silverstein, the severity of Rodney Alcala's crimes also necessitated his isolation from others. Rodney Alcala. Rodney Alcala is one of the most unsettling criminals in history. In the 1970s, he murdered at least 5 women, but he later confessed to an additional 34 murders, with investigations suggesting he might be responsible for over 140 deaths across the United States. His crimes were as disturbing as his public appearances. What makes Alcala particularly eerie is his appearance on the game show, The Dating Game. During the show, he was introduced as a photographer, a chilling detail given that many of his victims were models. His answers to questions were unsettling, especially when he replied that nighttime was the best time because tonight is when things really get good. Despite his unsettling demeanor, he won the game, but was ultimately rejected by the contestant, Cheryl, who found him too creepy. Alcala's infamy and the nature of his crimes made him the most guarded man in prison. His status as one of the most dangerous criminals led to heightened security measures to ensure he could not harm others while incarcerated. Across the Atlantic, another notorious killer emerged, which was heavily guarded when he got captured. Ted Bundy.
Ted Bundy. I've never spoken to anybody about this.
His reign of terror began in 1974 as young women started vanishing in Washington and Oregon. Bundy's method involved feigning injury or needing help to lure women into his car. Once they were inside, he would bludgeon, abduct, and ultimately murder them. His charm and good looks often disarmed his victims, making his crimes even more shocking. Bundy eventually confessed to 30 homicides, though the true number is likely much higher. Bundy's life in prison was marked by multiple escape attempts. He first escaped from a courthouse library in Colorado in 1977, only to be he escaped again from the Garfield County Jail and managed to during which other murders, including the brutal attacks at the Chi Omega sorority house. Sentenced to death in Florida in 1979, Bundy's final moments in prison were relatively calm. On January 24th, 1989, he was led to prison. His last words were directed at his minister, "I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." This seemingly sentimental statement starkly contrasts. A figure kept guarded in prison is known as the BTK killer. The name BTK stands for Bind, Torture, Kill, a grim reflection of his method of operation. Dennis Rader's killing spree began in 1974 in Wichita, Kansas, with the memorized by his chilling routine of binding, torturing, and killing. Often stalked his victims before attacking them in the supposed safety of their own homes. Rader to evade capture for 3 decades. facade of normalcy as a family man and church president, he taunted the police and media with letters detailing his crimes, craving the attention and notoriety. On February 25, 2005, Dennis Rader was arrested. DNA evidence confirmed his identity as the BTK killer. He confessed to the murders in graphic detail, showing no remorse for his actions. Rader was sentenced to 10 consecutive terms in prison without the possibility of parole, and he was kept isolated and guarded in prison to ensure the safety of other inmates. Next on our list is Otis Toole.
Yep, I went the wrong fucking way, motherfucker.
Otis Toole confessed to killing over people alongside his partner, Henry Lee Lucas. Toole was also responsible for the murder of Adam Walsh, the son of America's Most Wanted host, John Walsh. Their confessions, often inconsistent and conflicting, sparked widespread skepticism and controversy. One of Toole's most notorious crimes was the abduction and murder of 6-year-old Adam Walsh from a Sears department store in Hollywood, Florida in 1981. Toole repeatedly confessed to the crime over the years that earned him the nickname of the Confession Killer. Toole, a self-admitted cannibal and arsonist, was arrested in 1983 on an arson charge and received a 20-year prison sentence. In prison, Toole's life was marked by isolation due to his notorious reputation. As a high-profile inmate, he required special handling to ensure both his safety and that of others. He died in prison on September 15, 1996, from cirrhosis of the liver. Despite his death, his confessions and the mystery surrounding many of his claimed crimes continue to haunt the families of victims and law enforcement agencies. Another chilling figure loomed in the shadows for a long time is known as the Green River Killer, Gary Ridgway. Between 1982 and 1998, Gary Ridgway was the Green River Killer state by murdering at least 49 women, though the actual number may be as high as 71. This made him one of the most prolific and brutal serial killers in American history. Ridgway's killing spree primarily targeted vulnerable women, including sex workers and runaways, whom he picked up along Pacific Highway South. After gaining their trust, he would strangle them and often return to the dump sites to commit necrophilic acts. His nickname, the Green River Killer, came from the first 5 victims he disposed of in the Green River. The Green River Killer investigation lasted nearly 2 decades, with Ridgway avoiding capture due to his cunning and limitations in forensic technology. In 2001, advances in DNA profiling linked him to several victims, leading to his arrest. In a plea bargain to avoid the death penalty, Ridgway confessed to 48 murders, detailing his crimes. Placed in solitary confinement for protection and to prevent harm, Ridgway has shown little remorse. In interviews and court appearances, he described his murders with a chilling detachment. His reign of terror shocked the whole nation. Now let's turn to another infamous figure, the cult leader behind some of the most notorious murders in American history, Charles Manson. Charles Manson was an American criminal and cult leader who led the Manson family, a group responsible for a series of horrifying murders that shocked the nation. The most notorious of these crimes occurred on August 8th and 9, 1969, when Manson's followers, acting on his orders, murdered actress Sharon Tate in Forders. Tate, who was 8 months pregnant, was brutally killed alongside Abigail Folger, Wojciech Frykowski, Jay Sebring, and Stephen Parent at her Los Angeles home. The following night, Manson's followers committed a second set of murders, killing Lino and Rosemary LaBianca. The brutal and senseless nature of these crimes, coupled with Manson's chilling charisma, captivated and terrified the public. Next on our list is James Marcello. James Marcello, often known as Little Jimmy, rose through the ranks of the Chicago outfit, becoming one of its most influential members. His criminal career included a range of activities such as loan sharking, extortion, and illegal gambling. Marcello was deeply involved in the organization's operations, contributing to its significant influence in Chicago's criminal underworld. Marcello's criminal activities came to national attention with his involvement in high-profile cases. In 2005, he was convicted in a major federal racketeering case known as Operation Family Secrets. The investigation revealed Marcello's involvement in numerous murders and other violent crimes. The case showcased the deep reach and brutality of organized crime in Chicago, with Marcello being implicated in orchestrating murders to maintain control and silence threats within the criminal organization. Following his conviction, Marcello was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He is serving his sentence at a high-security facility due to the severity of his crimes and his status as a significant organized crime figure. His imprisonment reflects the long arm of justice in dismantling organized crime syndicates and holding their leaders accountable for their criminal activities. Ed Gein. Most people have seen classic horror films like Psycho, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and The Silence of the Lambs, but what many may not know is that the terrifying in these three movies were all based on one real-life killer, Ed Gein, the so-called Butcher of Plainfield. For years, he holed up inside his dilapidated home in Plainfield, Wisconsin, where he carefully skinned and dismembered his victims in order to fashion everything from a chair to a bodysuit. Ed Gein's disturbing behavior came to light in 1957 when local police investigated the disappearance of Bernice Gordon, a hardware store owner in Plainfield, Wisconsin. Upon searching Gein's farmhouse, authorities discovered a scene of unimaginable horror. The house was filled with human remains, including skulls turned into bowls, a wastebasket made from human skin, and a human heart in a saucepan. Gein confessed to exhuming corpses from local graveyards and fashioning keepsakes and trophies from their bones and skin. He crafted furniture and clothing from human body parts, creating items like lampshades made from skin, a belt made of nipples, and a suit made entirely of human skin that he reportedly wore. After his arrest, Gein was declared mentally incompetent to stand trial and was committed to a mental institution. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia and deemed insane. He was kept in solitary confinement for years. Ed Gein died of respiratory failure on July 26, 1984, in the Mendota Mental Health Institute in Madison, Wisconsin. Albert DeSalvo. In the 1960s, Boston was terrified by a killer known as the Boston Strangler. From 1962 to 1964, 13 women aged 19 to 85 were sexually assaulted and strangled in their homes. As fear spread, people bought locks, chains, and dogs for protection. The victims were usually found in their apartments with their own clothing tied around their necks, showing the killer was organized and dangerous. Despite thorough investigations, the police couldn't catch him for years. Albert DeSalvo, arrested in 1964 for unrelated sexual assaults, later confessed to being the Boston Strangler. His confession was controversial, with some thinking he might have made it up for attention or because of mental illness. In January 1967, 35-year-old Albert DeSalvo was convicted of sexual assault, burglary, and robbery in an unrelated case and sentenced to life in prison. In November 1973, while serving Walpole State Prison, DeSalvo urgently requested to see his doctor about the Boston Strangler murders. However, the night before their meeting, DeSalvo was stabbed to death in prison. His death added mystery to the case. In 2013, DNA evidence finally linked DeSalvo to the murder of Mary Sullivan, the last of the Boston Strangler's victims. This posthumous evidence provided some closure to the case, confirming DeSalvo's role in at least one of the murders. Next one on our list is Jeff Fort. Was a prominent figure in the Chicago crime scene, leading the El Rukian gang, a powerful and violent street gang. Under his leadership, the gang became notorious for its involvement in a wide range of criminal activities, including drug trafficking, extortion, and violent crimes. In the late 1980s, Fort's criminal activity plotting to commit a series of violent crimes. Fort's criminal empire leadership role in the El Brookans made him a key target for law enforcement, leading to his arrest and subsequent conviction. Jeff Fort is currently serving a lengthy prison sentence, including multiple licenses at a high-security federal facility. He is kept in tight security because of his dangerous criminal mind to ensure safety of all around him. Let us tell you about another notorious criminal kept under tight security. Tony Savage. Savage, a prominent figure in the Philadelphia drug scene, led a drug primarily heroin. His operations were marked by extreme violence and brutality, including orchestrating multiple murders to protect his drug trade and intimidate rivals. Savage's criminal activities extended to ordering hits on individuals who threatened his operations or cooperated with law enforcement. One of Savage's most notorious crimes was his involvement in a firebombing in 2004 that resulted in the deaths of 6 people, including 2 children. The attack was a response to a witness's cooperation with authorities, reflecting Savage's willingness to use violence to silence those who threatened him. This act of violence cemented his reputation as a ruthless criminal. In 2012, Savage was convicted of multiple charges, including drug trafficking, racketeering, and murder. He was sentenced to death for his role in the firebombing and other violent crimes. Currently, he is on death row, serving his sentence in high-security confinement due to the severity and brutality of his crimes. His case highlights the dangers of organized crime and the severe consequences of engaging in such violent activities. Next most guarded man in prison is Timothy Joseph McGee. Atwater Village, Los Angeles gained infamy for his role as a ruthless executioner. Between 1997 and 2001, McGee is believed to have carried out at least 12 executions, with convictions. Also suspected of attempting to execute at least 4 led to further convictions. In addition to his confirmed executions, McGee was linked to several attempted murders. His violent actions were not limited to successful killings. He was involved in numerous incidents where victims survived or where the attempts failed. His criminal actions earned him a spot on the Los Angeles Times 2018 list of the top 20 most notorious executioners in California. McGee's brutal activities and gang affiliations made him a high-security prisoner. His dangerous reputation and the severity of his crimes necessitated that he be placed in a maximum security facility designed for the most violent offenders. In such facilities, individuals like McGee are closely monitored and kept isolated from the general population to prevent any potential harm to others and to avoid escape attempts. Another dangerous prisoner kept under tight security is Michael Swango. Swango was a physician who used his medical expertise to carry out a series of murders during the 1980s and 1990s. Despite initial concerns about his professionalism, including being caught faking checkups during OBGYN rotations, Swango secured an internship at Ohio State University Medical Center in 1983. It was there that he began his disturbing career as a serial killer.
S24 Ultra, Samsung tablet, and I'm recording you on a Samsung tablet.
Medications. Although he could only be charged with 4 murders, the evidence suggested a much larger number of victims. In 2000, Swango was sentenced to life in prison for his crimes. He is serving his sentence at ADX Florence, a high-security federal prison known for housing the most dangerous criminals. Swango's case remains a chilling example of the potential for abuse within medical field, earning him the infamous title of a mad doctor. Last dangerous inmate on our list is Larry Raines. Larry Raines, a notorious criminal, committed a chilling crime on May 30th, 1964. Posing as a hitchhiker, he was picked up by Gary Albert Smock, a 30-year-old school teacher from Plymouth. During the ride through Kalamazoo, Raines brandished a weapon, forcing Smock to climb into the trunk of his own car. Raines continued driving, and when Smock attempted to escape, Raines stopped, tied him up, and shot him twice in the back of the head. After stealing $3 and other valuables, Raines abandoned the car on the roadside, where it was discovered hours later. Raines' criminal behavior extended beyond this horrific incident. Over the following months, he bragged to acquaintances about the execution, which ultimately led to his arrest. On June 5th, 1964, Raines was apprehended in front of a friend's house. He did not resist and openly confessed to the murder, even providing incriminating evidence like a watch and shoes belonging to Smock, which were later identified by the victim's relatives. Further investigations revealed Raines' violent spree was not limited to the May 30th murder. He admitted to additional executions,
161 miles away.
33-year-old Charles E. Snyder in Elkhart, Indiana, an Air Force serviceman in Paw Paw, Michigan, an particularly dangerous individual. Which inmate haunts you the most? Share in the comments. Like, share, subscribe, and click the card on screen for more spine-chilling stories. Stay safe and see you in the next video. In a shocking turn of events, corrupt cops have been caught red-handed, cozying up with inmates behind bars. From secret alliances to illicit deals, these officers have abused their power, betraying the very trust placed in them. Recent revelations expose a disturbing trend of abuse, including physical violence and unlawful partnerships. Join us as we dive into the gripping saga of corrupt cops entangled with inmates, unraveling a web of deceit and betrayal. Christopher, fearing sex with inmates. It all began in the summer of 2015 when Christopher Fearing, a prison guard at the notorious Elmwood Correctional Facility, crossed paths with Sarah Thompson, a 27-year-old inmate serving time for drug-related charges. Sarah, with her striking blue eyes and fiery personality, caught Christopher's attention from the moment she arrived at the facility. Christopher, a married man in his early 30s, found himself drawn to Sarah's vulnerability and charm. As the days turned into weeks, their interactions became more frequent, and a forbidden connection started to form. It was a dangerous game they were playing, one that would have severe consequences for both of them. Christopher, abusing his position of power, began to bend the rules for Sarah. He would conveniently forget to log their interactions, allowing them to spend more time together. They would exchange secret glances, stolen moments of intimacy that fueled their growing desire for each other. The prison walls couldn't contain their forbidden attraction. Christopher and Sarah found ways to communicate outside the confines of the facility, using smuggled cell phones and soon they were engaging in sexual encounters within the prison walls. And disturbing, Christopher would use his gain access to secluded areas of the caught in, but their secret couldn't stay hidden. Sarah Thompson, was about to be exposed. The consequences of their actions would for Christopher and Sarah, but for the entire prison system. The scandal, security measures in place, and the potential for corruption within the correctional facility. As news of Christopher was overwhelming, and it became clear that his actions had compromised the safety and integrity of the correctional facility, Christopher was immediately suspended from his duties pending the outcome of the investigation. His once promising career as a prison guard was now in ruins, tarnished by his reckless pursuit of forbidden desires. Sarah, on the other hand, faced her own set of consequences. Her involvement with Christopher not only violated prison rules, but also jeopardized her chances of early release. The disciplinary measures taken against her were severe, including extended time in solitary confinement and a loss of privileges. The fallout from their affair extended beyond the individuals involved. The scandal exposed significant flaws in the prison security protocols, raising concerns about the potential for corruption and abuse of power within the system. The incident prompted a thorough review of the facility's procedures, leading to stricter regulations and increased oversight. The prison administration vowed to prevent such incidents from happening again, implementing measures to ensure the safety and well-being of both staff and inmates. The scandal also had a profound impact on the inmates themselves. The revelation of Christopher and Sarah's affair created a tense and volatile atmosphere within the prison walls. Trust among the inmates eroded, and tensions escalated as rumors and speculation ran rampant. The fallout from Christopher Fearing's involvement with the first female inmate served as a wake-up call for the entire correctional system. It sheds light on the vulnerabilities that exist within prisons and the urgent need for comprehensive reforms to prevent such incidents from occurring in the future. Officer flees with inmate. Next, we have the unbelievable story of an Alabama corrections officer who aided an inmate in escaping from prison. It all began in April 2022 when Casey White, a 39-year-old inmate, managed to break free from his confinement. White was serving a staggering 75-year prison term for an array of charges, including attempted murder, but he wasn't going down without a fight. With the help of Vicky White, a 56-year-old corrections officer, Casey White orchestrated a daring escape that would leave authorities scrambling to bring them to justice. The escape sent shockwaves through the Alabama correction system, exposing vulnerabilities that had long been overlooked. Casey White, a man with a history of violence, managed to exploit these weaknesses and slip away unnoticed. As news of the escape spread, law enforcement agencies across the region launched a massive manhunt to track down the fugitives. For 11 long days, Casey White and Vicky White managed to evade capture, leaving authorities and the public on edge. The manhunt spanned 3 states, with sightings reported in various cities and towns. The pair seemed to be always one step ahead, leaving law enforcement baffled and frustrated. The media coverage surrounding the escape intensified the public's fascination with the case. National headlines featured the faces of Casey White and Vicky White, urging citizens to be on the lookout for the dangerous duo. The shocking nature of the escape and the involvement of a corrections officer we added to the as the manhunt unfolded, details of the escape strategy began to emerge. It was revealed that Vicky White had meticulously planned their getaway, taking advantage of blind spots in the prison security system. They had managed to obtain tools and resources that allowed them to breach the prison walls undetected. The escape route took them through a series of back roads and hidden hideouts, as they constantly changed their location to avoid detection.
I don't know if
The pair
Bill's
relied
here.
on the help of acquaintances and even strangers who sympathized with their plight. It was a
I think
cat
it's
and
just
mouse
you.
game that kept law enforcement on their toes. Finally, the manhunt came to a dramatic end in Evansville, Indiana. Acting on a tip from a vigilant citizen, law enforcement officers closed in on Casey White's location. In a tense standoff, White was apprehended without further incident. However, the capture came at a heavy price. Tragically, Vicky White, the corrections officer who had aided in the escape, met a heartbreaking fate. As the police closed in, she made the devastating decision to take her own life, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and shattered lives. The escape and subsequent manhunt left a lasting impact on the communities involved. It exposed flaws in the prison system and raised concerns about the screening and training of corrections officers. It also highlighted the desperate measures individuals will take to regain their freedom, even at the cost of innocent lives. After being apprehended in Evansville, Indiana, Casey White's life took a dramatic turn. He was no longer the elusive fugitive on the run, but rather a prisoner facing the full weight of the law. The escape that had captivated the nation now led led to a legal battle that would determine his fate. Casey White, already serving a 75-year prison term for charges including attempted murder, now faced additional charges related to the escape. The prosecution sought to hold him accountable for the actions that led to the tragic death of Vicky White, the corrections officer who had aided in his escape. In a plea deal, Casey White pleaded guilty to the charge of escape. In exchange, the prosecutors dropped the felony murder charge involving Vicky White's death. This decision spared him from the possibility of facing the death penalty, but it did not come without consequences. Casey White accepted the maximum sentence of life without parole. This meant that he would spend the rest of his days behind bars, with no chance of ever regaining his freedom. It was a hard final judgment that reflected the severity of his crimes. The courtroom proceedings shed light on the motivations behind the escape. Casey White expressed remorse for his actions and acknowledged the role Vicky White played in his life. He described her as the first person who had shown him care in 6 years, and he refused to tarnish her name. Casey White apologized for the escape, recognizing the pain it had caused Vicky White's family. He acknowledged that she had left behind loved ones who were now grieving her loss. While he accepted responsibility for his actions, he also emphasized that he had chosen this path, knowing the consequences it would bring. As part of the sentencing, Casey White was given a stern warning. He was instructed to notify the state if he, his family, or his attorneys received any opportunities for books, movies, or other financial ventures related to the escape. The court deemed that any proceeds from such endeavors should be used to pay for his defense. While Casey White's legal battle seemed to have reached a conclusion, there was still one trial looming over him. He faced an upcoming capital murder trial for the 2015 slaying of Connie Ridgway in Rogersville, Alabama. The escape and subsequent events had caused delays in the trial, but the pursuit of justice for Ridgway's death would continue. Warrant officer assaults jail inmate. In a shocking incident that has sent shockwaves through the community, Warrant Police Officer Matthew Rodriguez was caught on video brutally assaulting a jail inmate. The attack, which took place at the Warren Police Department jail, has raised questions about the conduct of law enforcement officers and the treatment of inmates. It was a seemingly ordinary day at the Warren Police Department jail on June 13, 2023. A 19-year-old Detroit man who had been arrested on felony carjacking and weapons charges was brought in for booking. Little did he know that he would become the victim of a violent assault. 8 a.m. Officer Matthew Rodriguez, a booking officer with the department since 2008, approached the inmate in the fingerprinting room. Without warning, Rodriguez punched the inmate in the face, causing him to stagger against the wall, but the assault didn't end there. Rodriguez continued his attack, pushing the inmate and lifting him into the air by grabbing him on the shoulder and between his legs. He then threw the man to the ground and proceeded to punch him at least 2 more times. The violence escalated as Rodriguez slammed the inmate's face onto the ground, leaving him battered and bruised. This brutal assault was captured on video, leaving no room for doubt about the severity of the incident. The inmate, already in a vulnerable position as a detainee, was subjected to a level of violence that is shocking and unacceptable. Thankfully, the assault did not go unnoticed. 2 other officers quickly intervened, stepping in to de-escalate the situation and protect the inmate from further harm. Their swift response was crucial in preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. One of the officers can be heard on the video saying, "That's enough, that's enough," as he worked to bring an end to the violence. Their immediate intervention demonstrates the commitment of these officers to upholding the principles of justice and ensuring the safety and well-being of those in their custody. The actions of these fellow officers are commendable, as they recognized the misconduct and took immediate steps to address it. Their intervention serves as a reminder that there are individuals within law enforcement who are dedicated to upholding the highest standards of professionalism and protecting the rights of those in their care. The video footage also highlights the disturbing fact that Officer Rodriguez was not wearing a body camera, which is a clear violation of department policy. Body cameras are essential tools in ensuring transparency and accountability in law enforcement. The absence of a body camera raises questions about the officer's intentions and underscores the need for stricter adherence to protocols. As the video comes to an end, Rodriguez can be seen throwing the inmate on the ground in a cell and slamming the door. This final act of aggression further emphasizes the severity of the assault and the disregard for the well-being of the inmate. The immediate response of their fellow officers and their commitment to de-escalating the situation is a testament to the values and professionalism of the Warren Police Department. However, this incident serves as a stark reminder that there is still work to be done to ensure the actions of a few do not tarnish tarnish the reputation of the entire department. The shocking incident involving Officer Matthew Rodriguez's assault on a jail inmate has had far-reaching consequences, not only for Rodriguez himself, but also for the Warren Police Department as a whole. The actions of one officer have cast a shadow over the entire department, raising questions about accountability and the treatment of inmates. Despite the inmate not filing a complaint, Rodriguez was reported by his fellow officers who recognized that his actions were out of line.
It's your brother. You want to spend all your money trying to find him. It's okay.
Gerald Dreyfus, and you must be Annabelle.
That must be.
Listen, how are they? Well, just let me warn you. This will be easy. We're very fortunate that Victoria was old enough to retain much of her vocabulary, but it's still too early to determine if it's just developed.
What about the other one?
Damn, you're quick. Too damn quick, kid.
Is that you? No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. It's okay, it's okay. I got something for you. For your eyes. When you were a little girl, you had a pair of these. Do you remember? I'm just gonna, that's okay. I'm just gonna put them here. It's okay. That's it.
Daddy?
No, honey. Honey, no. I'm not your daddy. I'm your daddy's brother. Remember, Uncle Luke? Dr. Gerald Dreyfus, Your Honor. The girls have been in my care at the Institute since they were found 87 days ago.
And how would you define their progress?
Solid. And astoundingly fast. Literally. Your Honor, Victoria and Lily Assange were found in deplorable conditions. Isolated, starved. They feared and distrusted all physical contact. Their emotional growth was clearly compromised by their abandonment. In order to survive such extreme isolation, the girls created an imaginary guardian. A parent figure to feed them, sing to them, protect them. They called her Mama. Victoria and Lily have a real chance at a normal life now. With the right care, physical and emotional development, and much needed love and affection. They will get better.
Thank you, Dr. Dreyfus. Miss Podolsky, would you care to address the court?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Desange murdered my niece and abandoned his daughters in the forest. Now, his brother did an extraordinary thing. Lucas never gave up on his nieces, but he did it for the girls, not for himself. So if he still has their best interest at heart, he must know that neither his salary nor his very small apartment are suitable for the raising of 2 children, let alone 2 children with very special.
How many kids have you raised, Jean?
Not as many as you, Lucas.
Of course she wants the girls, Lucas. Stand in her shoes first.
She can't just sweep in and take them. They're not hers to take.
But Joe, that's entirely fair.
I'll tell you what's not fair. It's not fair that she gets to buy my nieces.
I really research about that.
What?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm just zoning out. Not ignoring you on purpose.
You get the cops.
This is a joke.
Being a truck driver is a long, boring job. There's times where you literally just zone out or basically get what's known as tunnel vision.
You've reached Matthew Leffert from Renee Coatings. Leave your name and number and I'll call. Hello?
Hey, it's me again. I was told I was given a different address.
Yeah, Route 519?
Yeah, I put it in on my phone, but the other two GPSs, they're freaking out. They're not liking the address, but is it a location where I can easily get in and out of without getting stuck?
Yeah.
Is it paved?
No, it's gravel, but it's all level.
Okay. Yeah, do you still want to do this tomorrow morning?
Yeah, tomorrow morning.
Yeah, my driver manager told me I'd call you as soon as I'm 30 miles out, but I'm pretty sure by the time I get there, you're just going to basically spend time with your family and stuff.
What time do you think? 8:30?
Probably closer to 6, but I'm pretty sure I want to spend time with family.
I meant what time in the morning?
Oh, yeah, we can do about 8 o'clock or so. Yeah.
Okay, that would be good.
Yeah. All right, so I'll get as close as I can. Is there a truck stop or something nearby where I can call it quits for the night?
There, I'm not sure.
Well, I'll look for something near, but as close as I can, even if it's that TA that I saw just up the road, close by. But I'll just get up or set my clock for early in the morning, and I'll get going and basically finish up the run and get there and get this delivered. What do you guys use this gravel stuff for, or sand or whatever it is?
The sand. I have a skid steer to unload it with.
Okay, so a couple of you might have to leave.
Yeah, I know. He told me about it.
That's what's weird about it is I get to the location, get ready to pick up, and the guy tells me he's the mayor of the city. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, you're the mayor and you're out here doing this crap? I'm like, dude, I'm impressed.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I did not realize I'd ever meet a mayor of anywhere.
That's good old Oklahoma boys.
Yeah, they don't fuck around. They do what they got to do.
That's right.
That has me impressed. Usually a mayor would sit behind a desk and twiddle their thumbs or some shit. Nope, he was out there getting dirty.
That's right. Yep.
That had me surprised. But yeah, I'll be there tomorrow morning. All right.
Alright, sounds good. I'll see you tomorrow.
Alright, later.
Alright, bye.
Fuck you. talked to the guy earlier. Not quite 30 miles out, but whatever. They said they've already gone home for the day. They'll just offload me in the morning. I'm just letting you know so you don't freak out wondering why I haven't gotten there. I know. I wanted this done yesterday when it was supposed to be fucking done. But, well, the guy knows I'm coming. They know that. He says that I may quite expect it. He basically says we don't quite need the product yet, but it's nice to get it. He says there's no big rush on getting it immediately. I know. Well, there's nothing I can do about the snowstorm that hit. Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, right. 254 miles to my ass. No. 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 I don't know.